Chapter 1, Becoming a Father. At the corner of the library, Shu Yang suddenly bumped into something soft. Then he heard the sound of books scattering on the floor. Ah! Sorry. Shu Yang apologized hurriedly. When he looked up and saw the person he bumped into, his eyes widened slightly. Standing before him was Lin Yuqing, the recognized campus beauty of Tianhai University. She was wearing a light blue dress, her porcelain white skin tinged with a hint of cherry blossom pink. At this moment, she was frowning and rubbing her elbow. The worst thing was that her almond-shaped eyes were staring straight at Shu Yang, the Coke in her hand. Lin Yuqing said in a low voice, "Can I have a sip of your Coke?" Shu Yang's brain instantly shut down. He looked down at the Coke in his hand. It had been deformed by the impact, and the mouth of the can was still stained with his saliva. Ha! This was the only syllable he could utter. Lin Yuqing seemed to ignore his shock and reached out to take the Coke. Shu Yang watched her tilt her head back and move it up and down as she swallowed. "Thank you." Lin Yuqing stuffed the empty can back into Shu Yang's hands and bent down to pick up the scattered books. If you look closely, you will find that one of the books she is holding is Pregnancy Guide. You? Shu Yang wanted to ask something, but Lin Yuqing had already walked away quickly with the book in her arms, leaving behind only a faint scent of jasmine. Shu Yang's CPU was overloaded, and he froze in place. One afternoon a month later, Shu Yang was playing online games with his roommate Wang Hao in the dormitory. Left. Oh my god, what are you looking at? Wang Hao yelled at the screen. "Shu Yang, what's wrong with you today? You look absent-minded." Shu Yang rubbed his temples. "I stayed up late last night to finish my paper, a little." His phone suddenly vibrated, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Hello?" Shu Yang answered the phone. "Is it Shu Yang? I'm Lin Yuqing. I'm downstairs in your dormitory right now. Can you come down for a moment? I have something important to tell you." The call ended. Shu Yang remained in the same position as he was supposed to answer the phone until Wang Hao threw a pillow at him. "What are you daydreaming about? Who is this?" Lin Yuqing." Shu Yang stammered. "She asked me to leave." Wang Hao's expression changed from confusion to shock. "Lao Yang, you're amazing. Holy crap. The school beauty asked you out? Did you two make any progress since our last chance encounter in the library? What a bullshit." Shu Yang jumped up and put on his clothes. He hadn't seen anything like that since that time. Downstairs in the dormitory, Lin Yuqing stood under a tree. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt and jeans, looking much more plain than usual, yet still incredibly beautiful. Seeing Shu Yang come out, she quickly walked over and without a word, shoved a piece of paper into his hand. "What's this?" Shu Yang looked down and saw a hospital checkup form. His eyes landed on the words "pregnancy test, positive." "I'm pregnant." Lin Yuqing's voice was calm. "Yours." Shu Yang felt his legs go weak and he had to hold onto the tree trunk next to him. "Wait, we didn't do anything. Last month in the library, I drank your..." "Wait a minute." Shu Yang interrupted her. "You can't get pregnant just by drinking Coke, right? There wasn't one at the library, but there was one at the KTV 2 months ago." Lin Yuqing said calmly. Shu Yang's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to the night 2 months ago. It was his classmate Zhang Delong's birthday, and a group of them went to a nice KTV in the city to celebrate. He remembered that he drank a lot of wine, remembered that someone was clamoring to call the school beauty, remembered that amid the clamor, someone exclaimed, "The school beauty is really here," and then there was a blank. I don't remember anything." Shu Yang's voice was trembling. "What happened later that day?" Lin Yuqing bit her lip, her expression slightly uneasy. "You were drunk, and they asked me to take you back to the hotel." "Then what?" "Then..." Lin Yuqing suddenly looked up and looked directly into Shu Yang's eyes. "You vomited all over me, so I had to change clothes, and then you..." "Anyway, I woke up in your bed the next morning." Shu Yang felt dizzy. He tried to recall, but could only recall fragments, the dim lights of the hotel, someone whispering "it's okay" in his ear. But it was all so blurry. "So?" Shu Yang swallowed hard. "Just because I drank too much, you..." "Not entirely." Lin Yuqing interrupted him. "I drank quite a lot that day." These words hit Shu Yang like a heavy punch in the chest. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "There's no point in talking about this now." Lin Yuqing quickly regained her composure. "The point is, I'm pregnant, and you're the father." I've checked, and according to the law. Wait. Xu Yang always felt that something was wrong. Give me 3 days, come to me in 3 days. Xu Yang's mind was blank right now. He was just a junior in college, and his future plan was to graduate and find a good job. He didn't know how to become a father either. Lin Yuqing stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Okay. But don't even think about running away. I know all your class schedules and the places you frequent. Looking at Lin Yuqing's departing back, Xu Yang realized that he might have gotten into big trouble. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Hao. Do you remember what happened on Zhang Delong's birthday 2 months ago? It's about me and Lin Yuqing. Wang Hao's reply came quickly. You were drunk that day, so we asked Lin Yuqing to take you back to the hotel. What happened? Xu Yang's finger hovered over the screen for a long time, and finally replied, nothing, just asking. Bite. Congratulations to the host for binding to the Happy Father system. Initial gift package rewards the host with 100,000 Chinese coins and increases physical function by 300%. Xu Yang often read novels, so of course he knew what a system was. But why was it called the Happy Father system? Hey, system. What does it mean to be a father? Hey, system. Hey. No matter how Xu Yang shouted, the system ignored him. Xu Yang felt like he had been reborn, a qualitative leap forward in every aspect. At this moment, a message popped up on his phone. 100,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. All this proves that this system really exists. Chapter 2. I'm going to be a father. Xu Yang stood downstairs in the dormitory for a full half hour, then rushed straight to Zhang Delong's dormitory and asked directly, what happened on my birthday 2 months ago when I got drunk? Zhang Delong was a little confused. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Xu Yang raised his voice. Zhang Delong was puzzled by this, but he still said, you were completely drunk, and so were the rest of us. Then Lin Yuqing happened to be passing by, and someone urged her to take you back to the hotel, and she helped you walk. That's it? Nothing else? That's it. What's wrong? Do you still remember what Lin Yuqing's condition was at that time? Or did she look like she was drunk? Xu Yang asked. Zhang Delong scratched his head and tried to recall. It shouldn't be similar. Got it. Xu Yang said, turned around and left the dormitory, leaving Zhang Delong confused. After a while, Zhang Delong reacted, WC, they can't be. Xu Yang didn't want to be passive, so he hailed a taxi. Master, Sunshine Hotel. Okay. In the back row, Xu Yang decided to start with the people around Lin Yuqing. Through the campus forum, Xu Yang added Lin Yuqing's roommate Chen Shui's WeChat, hoping to get some information from her. Hello, Lin Yuqing, are you dating anyone recently? Sent. 5 minutes passed without a response, so Xu Yang sent a red envelope. I'll treat you to milk tea. Sure enough, the message came back. Don't dream, Yuqing has been very busy recently and has no time for a relationship. What are you busy with? Something seems to have happened at her home. She has been running home a lot recently. Your red envelope has been received. Chen Shui didn't think much about it. After all, people asked her from time to time whether Lin Yuqing was single. Xu Yang stared at the phone screen and squinted his eyes. Soon they arrived at the Sunshine Hotel. Xu Yang directly stated his intention to check the surveillance footage, but the other party refused immediately. Not surprisingly, he silently took out about 10 bills and stuffed them into the hands of the receptionist. The lady at the front desk put the money into her pocket without saying a word, directly found the surveillance footage and went to get some water. The surveillance footage shows, at 2:22, Lin Yuqing supported Xu Yang all the way from the main entrance to the room. She didn't come out until around 6 a.m. It's a shame we can't see her face. But she didn't look drunk. 3 days later, on a bench in a secluded area of the campus, Lin Yuqing was wearing a beige dress that swayed gently in the breeze. She sat quietly, her hands folded on her knees, and looked at Xu Yang calmly. Xu Yang took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Yuqing opened her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. No, why do you ask? I've watched the surveillance. Xu Yang looked directly into her eyes. You didn't look drunk that night. Lin Yuqing's expression froze slightly. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her skirt. Xu Yang. She suddenly raised her voice, her eyes instantly reddened. Don't you want to take responsibility? If you don't believe it, we can do a paternity test. Her voice trembled slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes stared straight into Xu Yang's, filled with grievance and stubbornness. The sunlight shone on her face, reflecting her trembling eyelashes and the red tip of her nose. Chu Yan was shocked by her sudden outburst of emotion. At the same time, his heart softened, and he subconsciously turned his face away. Xu Yang's voice was a little dry. That's not what I meant. Lin Yuqing suddenly stood up. What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying to you? Her voice was filled with tears. Okay, let's go to the hospital now and get an appraisal. Okay. Xu Yang said bitterly after a while. The two quickly hailed a taxi outside the school and rushed to the nearest grade A hospital. The examination process made Xu Yang feel very uncomfortable. In the corridor of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department, several elderly women sat on benches, staring at them intently and whispering to each other. Young people nowadays. He looks handsome, why are you so careless? That girl is so beautiful, what a pity. Xu Yang lowered his head, pretending not to hear the chatter. He could feel Lin Yuqing clutching the corner of his shirt tightly, her fingers trembling. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her red eyes, biting her lower lip to hold back tears, and Xu Yang's heart tightened. Next, Lin Yuqing, the nurse's voice sounded. Lin Yuqing shuddered and looked at Xu Yang for help. Xu Yang took a deep breath and walked into the clinic with her. Expedited diagnosis, right, the doctor said. First, draw blood, then do an ultrasound. While the blood was being drawn, Lin Yuqing buried her face in Xu Yang's shoulder, sobbing softly. Xu Yang could feel her tears soaking through his t-shirt, making it feel warm. Relax, you'll be fine soon. The nurse comforted, but there was obvious blame in her eyes, as if saying, are you scared now? What were you doing before? In the ultrasound room, the doctor operated the instrument expressionlessly. When the tiny image of the embryo appeared on the screen, Xu Yang stared at the blurry, his mind blank. The fetus is developing normally, about 8 weeks, the doctor said businesslike. Would you like a photo? Lin Yuqing nodded, tears streaming down her face. 3 hours later, the expedited paternity test report came back. The doctor handed them a sealed file envelope and said, the results are in, a 99.99% match. This number hit Xu Yang's heart like a hammer. With trembling hands, he opened the document. It was clearly written in black and white, 99.99% probability of biological paternity. Lin Yuqing finally broke down. She squatted in the hospital corridor, buried her face in her knees and burst into tears. People around her looked at her with sympathy and contempt. Xu Yang squatted down and clumsily patted her back. He was trembling inside, shocked by the result and affected by Lin Yuqing's emotions. I will take responsibility. His voice was so dry that it didn't seem like his own. Since it's my child, I will. Lin Yuqing suddenly looked up, a flicker of emotion in her tearful eyes that Xu Yan couldn't understand. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded slightly. Soon, the two of them returned to campus, their shadows stretched out long. Xu Yan looked at the girl who had suddenly entered his life, and the unexpected little life in her belly, and felt that his life had completely gone off track. Let me take you back to the dormitory, he said softly. Lin Yuqing shook her head, no. I want to be alone for a while. She hesitated for a moment, then added, let's have dinner together tonight, and then talk about the details, okay? Watching Lin Yuqing's departing figure, Xu Yang stood in front of the laboratory building, clutching the paternity test report tightly in his hand. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the confirming parent-child relationship mission. The host rewards 200,000 Chinese yuan, and Lin Yuqing's physical fitness increases by 300%. But at this moment, this unexpected fortune could no longer make Xu Yang feel happy, and he didn't want to know why Lin Yuqing was promoted. He looked at the sky that was gradually turning yellow, and for the first time he realized that he was really going to be a father. Chapter 3, No, buddy, are you serious? At the dormitory door, Xu Yang slapped his hands on his face and immediately put on a grin, sons, daddy is back. Then he kicked the door open. The third brother, Wang Hao, was working frantically at the computer desk, while the fourth brother, Zhang Ming, was lying on the bed watching TikTok. The first brother was not there, probably because he went on a date. In the whole dormitory, the first brother was the only one who had a girlfriend. There was nothing they could do because they were in the computer department and there were not many girls. Wang Hao's computer heard a sound effect of bro, it was obvious that he had lost the game. Hey, idiot. It seems like you can't do without your dad, Xu Yang said with a smile. Maybe Wang Hao was too nervous to retort, Lao Yang, What have you been doing these past 2 days? You're so secretive? If I tell you I'm going to be a father, would you believe me? Xu Yang felt more at ease after spending 3 years with them, and he didn't intend to hide it. Xin, who is the child's mother? Li Yang deliberately showed a curious expression. Lin Yuqing. Nonsense, stop talking and log in quickly. Wang Hao obviously didn't believe it and put on his headphones. Lao Yang, did you take the wrong medicine? The fourth brother Zhang Ming was originally enjoying watching the beautiful anchor shaking her body, but when he heard Xu Yang bragging like that, he couldn't help it. Alas, no one believes me when I tell the truth, this world is so. Xu Yang sighed. Xu Yang didn't go to help his son score points, but stared at the bed in a daze. In the evening, they ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles at a small restaurant near the school. Lin Yuqing didn't have much of an appetite, but she still lowered her head to eat the noodles, occasionally looking up at Xu Yang. She ate very slowly, stirring the noodles in the bowl gently with her chopsticks, occasionally picking up a small piece of beef but taking a long time to put it into her mouth. What are your plans? Xu Yang finally broke the silence. Lin Yuqing put down her chopsticks and looked up at him with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I don't know, she whispered. I never thought it would be like this. Xu Yang was silent for a while, then asked, Does your family know? She shook her head, I haven't told you yet. If you knew, you would probably break my legs. So, should we tell them? Lin Yuqing bit her lip and whispered, I'll tell you sooner or later, but not now. Xu Yang took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, if you decide to keep this child, I will take responsibility. Lin Yuqing was stunned, as if she didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Are you serious? Yes. Xu Yang nodded. Although I'm still a student, I will find a way. Lin Yuqing stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, if you can't even take care of yourself, how can you take care of a child? Xu Yang was choked, but didn't refute. She was right. He really didn't have the ability to take on the responsibility of a family right now. So, what do you mean? Lin Yuqing was silent for a while before she slowly spoke, I want to keep this child. Xu Yang's heart trembled, but he quickly nodded, okay. But I don't need you to commit to anything right now, she added. We can just try to get along. Xu Yang was stunned for a moment, get along? Yeah. Lin Yuqing lowered her head. After all, we don't know each other at all. If we suddenly want to raise a child together, we have to get to know each other first, right? Xu Yang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Okay. He nodded. Then, starting from tomorrow? Lin Yuqing hummed softly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Xu Yang was awakened by a vibration. He picked up his phone and squinted to see a message from Lin Yuqing, I'm on the bench to the right of your dormitory. Want to have breakfast together? Xu Yang quickly got up, washed up, put on a casual t-shirt, and dragged his somewhat tired body downstairs. When he arrived at the dormitory building, he saw Lin Yuqing sitting quietly on a bench. She was holding 2 cups of soy milk and a few buns. When she saw Xu Yang, a faint smile appeared on her face. Here you go, she said softly, handing over a breakfast. I heard the fresh meat buns at this bun shop are delicious. Xu Yang took the breakfast, looked at the steaming bun in his hand, and took a bite. Instantly, the gravy overflowed, and he subconsciously let out a hiss from the heat. Seeing him like this, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to him, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. The sunlight shone on her face through the gaps in the leaves. Xu Yang looked at her smile at that moment, and his heart moved slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was completely different from the one who broke down and cried yesterday, and she didn't seem so scary anymore. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Xu Yang with a look of confusion and expectation in her eyes. Xu Yang, I have a request. Go ahead. Xu Yang looked at her, curious about what she was going to say. My current situation makes it inconvenient for me to live in the dormitory, so I want to move out. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes, but if I rent a house by myself, the cost is a bit expensive, so... Xu Yang instantly understood what she meant and was so surprised that he almost choked on the soy milk in his mouth. You mean, sharing the apartment? Lin Yuqing nodded gently, her ears reddening, if it's inconvenient for you, forget it. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing's expectant yet anxious eyes and couldn't bear to refuse, okay, I'll go find a house. Lin Yuqing's eyes flashed with surprise, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Really? Thank you so much, Xu Yang. In the evening, Xu Yang invited his beloved sons to have a barbecue near the school. In store. The barbecue skewers on the table had piled up into a small mountain. The charcoal fire in the iron plate gradually dimmed, but the residual heat still roasted the last 2 skewers of chicken wings. Xu Yang saw that he had almost finished eating and coughed twice. Damn, I know you have bad intentions, the third brother Wang Hao reacted immediately. Lao Yang, what's the matter? Tell me. Old one Hu Kuanxing put down the beer in his hand and said. It's like this, help my child's mother move, Xu Yang said seriously. Damn it, second brother, you're never going to stop talking, are you? Are you still going to say that the child's mother is Lin Yuqing? Fourth brother Zhang Ming immediately retorted. This guy is so boastful. What's going on, second brother? Asked the eldest brother, Hu Kuanxing. Listen carefully, help my child's mother move, that is Lin Yuqing. Xu Yang said seriously. The sons looked at Xu Yang's expression, and it didn't seem fake. This. Lao Yang, are you serious? The fourth brother Zhang Ming's voice also became serious. Xu Yang took a deep breath and glanced at his sons. It's true. Xu Yang had his own plans. First, moving really did require manpower, and second, if Xu Yang helped alone, there would definitely be all kinds of rumors. If there were several people, the situation would be different. Finally, the weekend arrived. That morning, Xu Yang found a better apartment near the school with 2 bedrooms and a living room. In the afternoon, he took his sons to help Lin Yuqing move. Xu Yang called Hualala, and several grown men quickly loaded the luggage into the car. After arriving at the apartment complex, everyone helped take the luggage to the 3rd floor and then went back tactfully. Lin Yuqing wanted to thank them, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone. She had a lot of luggage, but most of them were exquisite little items, full of girlish charm. There are scented candles with a faint fragrance, there are also various plush dolls, and there is also a pot of vibrant succulents, whose thick leaves seem to be telling of the owner's love for life. Where should I put this? Xu Yang held her bookshelf and looked at Lin Yuqing helplessly. Go near the window, where the sun is shining. Lin Yuqing instructed. However, just as she turned around to get another box, she tripped over something and her body suddenly leaned forward, almost falling. Xu Yang was quick to grasp her waist. The distance between them instantly closed, and a faint scent of jasmine lingered at the tip of Xu Yang's nose. Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Hold on, I'll move it. Lin Yuqing smiled, a smile that was filled with a hint of shyness and gratitude. Thank you. With the joint efforts of the two, they finally put everything away. The room gradually became filled with the breath of life, and those exquisite little objects made the originally slightly empty room become warm and cozy. Chapter 4: A Hard Night. At 6:30 in the evening, Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing walked into the newly opened Julai Xian near the residential complex. The restaurant's decoration was simple and elegant, and the warm yellow lighting made the atmosphere particularly cozy. Sit by the window. The view is good here. Xu Yang pulled out a chair and waited until Lin Yuqing sat down before sitting down. The waiter handed over the menu. Lin Yuqing flipped through it and said, I heard that the shrimp dumplings are especially delicious, with thin skin and lots of fillings. Then I have to order one. Xu Yang nodded with a smile. How about some white-cut chicken? I saw the reviews say it's very tender. Okay. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. I'd also like to order some sweet and sour pork with pineapple. I've been craving something sweet and sour lately. Xu Yang noticed that when she mentioned craving something sweet and sour, he subconsciously touched his stomach and his heart softened. Let's add some stir-fried seasonal vegetables and corn and pork rib soup to make it more nutritionally balanced. While waiting for the food, Lin Yuqing sipped from her teacup. The warm light reflected on her round face, making her look charming. What do you like to eat? Xu Yang broke the silence. Actually, I'm quite picky about food, Lin Yuqing said with an embarrassed smile. I don't eat cilantro or celery, and I hate carrots the most. But strangely enough, after I got pregnant, I suddenly started to like carrots. Xu Yang took note and said, then remember to put carrots in your cooking next time. You can cook? Lin Yuqing opened her eyes wide in surprise. Well, I usually cook. Xu Yang said with a faint smile. The first shrimp dumpling arrived, its translucent skin revealing pink shrimp flesh. Lin Yuqing picked up one, but the skin broke as soon as she lifted it, spilling the broth all over the dish. Ah! She frowned in annoyance. Shu Yang was quick to use a spoon to catch the falling shrimp dumpling. Like this, hold it with a spoon. He placed the whole shrimp dumpling into Lin Yuqing's bowl. Want to try it? Lin Yuqing took a small bite and her eyes immediately curved into crescents. It's delicious. Come and try it. Shu Yang also picked one up and put it in his mouth. It's really good, like the work of a master chef. When the boiled chicken came up, Shu Yang noticed that Lin Yuqing stared at the ginger and scallion dipping sauce for several seconds. Don't dare eat ginger, he asked. Lin Yuqing nodded. I always feel it's too spicy. Shu Yang pushed the dipping sauce aside and picked up a piece of chicken thigh for her. Try the original flavor, it's also very fresh and sweet. After tasting it, Lin Yuqing exclaimed in surprise, really? It's even better than the dipping sauce. When the sweet and sour pork with pineapple arrived, the aroma immediately whetted her appetite. Lin Yuqing eagerly grabbed a piece, only to gasp at the scalding heat. Slow down. Shu Yang couldn't help laughing. No one's competing with you. It's so delicious. Lin Yuqing stuck out her tongue, like a child who was caught stealing food. Shu Yang looked at her, puffing out her cheeks to cool the food, and suddenly felt a corner of his heart soften. Would you like to try this? Lin Yuqing suddenly picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with a serving chopstick and handed it to Shu Yang's mouth. Shu Yang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously opened his mouth to catch it. The sweet and sour sauce exploded in his mouth, and the meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Is it delicious? Lin Yuqing asked expectantly. Yeah. Shu Yang nodded, his ears feeling a little hot. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? Shu Yang changed the subject. I think there's a good porridge shop downstairs. Okay, but... Lin Yuqing hesitated. Do you have corn juice? I suddenly want to drink it. Of course, Shu Yang said with a smile, pregnant women are the biggest. Lin Yuqing was amused. Then you better be careful. I heard that pregnant women's tastes will become more and more strange. It's okay, I'm very adaptable. Shu Yang patted his chest. Even if you want to eat stinky tofu in the middle of the night, I'll buy it for you. I don't want to eat stinky tofu. Lin Yuqing wrinkled her nose in disgust. I've got it. Shu Yang took out his phone and opened the memo. When the bill came, the waiter brought 2 bowls of red bean paste as a gift. Lin Yuqing took a bite and pushed it to Shu Yang. It's too sweet. Shu Yang took the bowl and naturally finished what she had left. This action made Lin Yuqing blush slightly. As they walked out of the restaurant, the night breeze was slightly cool. Shu Yang subconsciously took off his coat and draped it over Lin Yuqing's shoulders. Need not. Please put it on and don't catch a cold. Shu Yang said softly. Lin Yuqing pulled her coat closer, which still carried Shu Yang's body temperature and a faint scent of laundry detergent. The two walked side by side on the way back to the community, their shadows gradually lengthened under the streetlights and then gradually merged together. Before going to sleep, Lin Yuqing stood at the door of her room, hesitated for a moment, and called softly, Shu Yang. Shu Yang stopped and turned to look at her. Thank you, for not running away. Her voice was soft. Shu Yang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. How could you possibly escape? You even checked my class schedule. Lin Yuqing also smiled, and her smile was particularly gentle. She gently closed the door, and the sound of her humming a soft song could be heard faintly in the room. Shu Yang stood outside the door, listening to the faint singing, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Shu Yang was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a gentle knock on the door. Dong dong dong. He jumped up from the bed with a start, even wearing his slippers inside out. He rushed to the door and opened it, only to see Lin Yuqing standing there holding a pillow. She was wearing a light pink cotton pajamas. Although the style was conservative, the neckline was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her hair was tied back loosely, with a few strands hanging down by her ears, making her face look particularly small. The most terrible thing was her eyes, which were wet, like a frightened deer. I'm a little scared. She said softly, I can't sleep in this new environment. Can I? Shu Yang felt his throat tighten and he swallowed subconsciously, his eyes glancing down uncontrollably. Just sleep. Lin Yuqing added hastily, her face flushed. You can't do anything else. Shu Yang felt that something was starting to get out of control, so he quickly turned his body to cover it up. What kind of thing? I don't quite understand. You. Lin Yuqing glared at him angrily, but the tips of her ears were red. It's that kind of thing you can't do when you're pregnant. Xu Yang suppressed his laughter and pretended to be stupid. Oh, you mean playing games? Don't worry, I promise I won't stay up all night. Xu Yang. Lin Yuqing stomped her feet in anger, and the collar of her pajamas swayed slightly with her movement, revealing a small piece of snow-white skin. All right, come in. Xu Yang quickly made way, fearing that he would make a fool of himself if he continued watching. Lin Yuqing quickly climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. You sleep over there, don't cross the line. Xu Yang held back his laughter and lay down, with a river between them. After turning off the lights, the room was so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. Xu Yang's whole body was stiff. Xu Yang. Lin Yuqing suddenly called him in a low voice in the darkness. Do you snore when you sleep? Xu Yang almost laughed out loud. No, but he occasionally talks in his sleep. What did you say? Like, Lin Yuqing is so cute. You. The quilt moved, and a little foot kicked him angrily. I'm ignoring you. Xu Yang smiled and dodged to the side, but accidentally pressed her hair. Oh. Lin Yuqing cried softly. I'm sorry. Xu Yang quickly reached out to help, but he felt something soft in the darkness and didn't know what it was. The two of them froze at the same time. Your hand. Lin Yuqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Sorry. Xu Yang retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, but his movement was too big and he directly overturned the Chu River and Han River. Now the two of them were almost touching each other, and could smell the faint scent of shower gel on each other. Your heart is beating so fast. Lin Yuqing said in a low voice. You too. Xu Yang's voice was hoarse. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yuqing suddenly burst out laughing. Are we a little stupid? Xu Yang also laughed, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Go to bed, he whispered, quietly moving to the side. It's late now. Lin Yuqing responded, her voice already sounding sleepy. After a while, Xu Yang felt a furry head resting on his shoulder. He looked down and saw that Lin Yuqing had fallen asleep. Xu Yang sighed softly and carefully adjusted his posture to make her lean more comfortably. It's so horrible. He muttered silently in his heart. This night was destined to be a difficult night. Chapter 5 Sunday's Warmth. Xu Yang woke up in the morning and found himself alone in bed. The quilt was neatly folded on the other side of the bed, as if nothing had happened last night. This girl. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. When I opened the door, I saw Lin Yuqing sitting at her desk, thinking hard about something on the computer screen. She was wearing loose home clothes, her hair casually tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair neck. Good morning. Xu Yang greeted. Lin Yuqing whispered back, good morning. Her ears were slightly red, and she was obviously still shy about what happened last night. Xu Yan leaned over curiously. What are you looking at? So serious. As I got closer, I saw pictures of baby clothing designs on the screen, pink onesies, lace skirts, adorable bow headbands, each one was incredibly exquisite. As expected of a talented student in the fashion department, Xu Yang praised sincerely, even a layman like me thinks she looks good. Lin Yuqing then raised her head, really? Of course. Xu Yang nodded, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, why are all of them women's? Because I prefer girls. Lin Yuqing said as a matter of course. Oh no, I'm a man. That's not what I meant. You know. What if the baby is a boy? Lin Yuqing smiled slyly, it doesn't matter, men can wear it too. Xu Yang felt his scalp tingle immediately, and said in a more serious tone, no, I don't want my son to be neither male nor female in the future. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Lin Yuqing's eyes instantly turned red, mist swirled in her eyes, and her lips trembled slightly. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Lin Yuqing turned her head away and didn't look at him, her shoulders shrugging slightly. Xu Yang sighed and gently pulled her into his arms. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. You can design whatever you want, okay? Lin Yuqing's body trembled and her face flushed, but she didn't push him away. Then she sniffed in his arms and said sullenly, I just think girls are cute. Yeah, it's very cute. Xu Yang followed her words and patted her back gently, but if it's a boy, it can also be designed to be more handsome, right? Lin Yuqing then raised her head, her eyes still red, then let me try? Of course. Xu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Our little Yuqing is the best. Lin Yuqing burst into laughter and hit him lightly. Who is your family? I don't know who insisted on climbing into my bed last night. Xu Yang smiled wickedly and moved closer. Ah! Don't say that. Lin Yuqing covered her ears, her face reddening to her neck. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing walked side by side on the small path in the community, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of green plants and flowers. Lin Yuqing wore a loose white dress today, looking gentle and refreshing. The two of them soon arrived at the breakfast shop they had talked about last night. It wasn't a big shop, but it was doing a lot of business. Steam was rising from the steamer, and the fried dough sticks were sizzling in the frying pan, filling the air with fragrance. It smells so good. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up and her stomach growled. Xu Yang suppressed a smile. Looks like the baby is hungry too? Lin Yuqing glared at him with a red face. Don't laugh. Soon Xu Yang ordered 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 2 pieces of water chestnut cakes, a basket of steamed dumplings, and a bowl of corn juice that she wanted to drink last night. So much? Lin Yuqing looked at the table full of breakfast and blinked. Pregnant women should eat more. Xu Yang pushed the porridge in front of her. Try it. I heard that this porridge is especially delicious. Lin Yuqing scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and carefully tasted it. Delicious. Xu Yang naturally reached out to wipe the porridge off the corner of her mouth. Lin Yuqing was stunned, her face turned red again. She lowered her head and continued to drink porridge, but she couldn't hide the smile on the corner of her mouth. In the morning, Lin Yuqing listened to Xu Yang's advice and was designing some baby boy clothes. She bit the pen cap and looked up from time to time to ask Xu Yang, "Do you think this little bear pattern is too childish to be placed here?" Xu Yang placed his notebook on the coffee table, fiddling with something. He looked up at her and said, "No, it's quite cute. What about this blue? Is it too dark?" "It's okay, but maybe a lighter one would be better." Lin Yuqing nodded and lowered her head to revise the design. Xu Yang looked at her serious face and couldn't help but smile. This girl said she liked girls, but she was particularly attentive when making clothes for baby boys. At noon, the sun was blazing outside the window, and the heat could be felt even through the glass. Lin Yuqing rubbed her sore shoulders, her stomach growling, and then she smiled sheepishly, her face slightly red. Hungry? Xu Yang put down his phone. How about ordering takeout? Lin Yuqing wrinkled her nose. No. I heard that many takeout restaurants have substandard hygiene recently. She touched her stomach. Also, I have to be extra careful about what I eat now. Xu Yang immediately understood. Then I'll go pack it up and come back. You wait. He went out in the scorching sun and headed straight for the time-honored Cantonese restaurant near the community, taking into account the taste and nutritional needs of pregnant women. He specifically ordered a few light and nourishing dishes: steamed sea bass, winter melon, barley and duck soup, scrambled eggs with shrimps, and broccoli and soup. As the boss was packing, he smiled and asked, "Is this for your girlfriend? You're so thoughtful." Xu Yang smiled without explaining, and walked back quickly with a few thermal boxes. When she got home, Lin Yuqing was so hungry that she lay on the table. As soon as she smelled the aroma of the food, her eyes lit up immediately. It smells so good. They're all light, try them and see if they suit your taste. Xu Yang laid out the dishes one by one and thoughtfully poured her a bowl of soup. Winter melon, barley and old duck soup clears away heat and dampness, and is most suitable for drinking in summer. It is stewed until soft and the duck meat melts in a sip. Lin Yuqing took a small bite of the sea bass and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. It's delicious. The fish meat is so tender. Slow down, don't choke. Xu Yang looked at her wolfing down her food and couldn't help but remind her, drink some soup to smooth things over. I know, Lin Yuqing agreed, but her chopsticks didn't stop, and she picked up another piece of scrambled egg. This egg is so tender. Seeing her enjoying her meal, Xu Yang felt warm inside. He tucked her loose hair behind her ear and said, "If it tastes good, eat more. You're 2 people now." Lin Yuqing blushed and lowered her head to eat, but she couldn't hide the happy smile on her lips. After dinner, Lin Yuqing felt sleepy and went into her room for a nap. Xu Yang saw her and said hello. He was going out to buy a rice cooker, dishes, and other things. After all, Lin Yuqing is a pregnant woman. If she can cook by herself, she should try to do it herself and not be careless. Xu Yang is also quite confident in his cooking skills. Chapter 6: Jiang Lingyun's best friend visits. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Yang returned home with a fully loaded trolley borrowed from the supermarket. The rice cooker, wok, bowls and plates, oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, as well as tonight's ingredients, fruits, etc., the entire cart was filled to the brim. He pushed the door open with his shoulder and found that besides Lin Yuqing, there was another strange girl in the living room. The girl had a high ponytail, wore denim shorts, a white t-shirt, and a pair of canvas shoes, and looked neat and tidy. Lin Yuqing smiled in surprise. "You're back." She trotted over and saw the things in the cart. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Why did you buy so much?" "I bought everything at once, thinking I'd cook for myself in the future." Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the strange girl. "Who is this?" "Ah, this is my best friend, Jiang Lingyun." Lin Yuqing quickly introduced. "Lingyun, this is Chu Yang." Jiang Lingyun crossed her arms and looked Chu Yang up and down. "Oh, this is the scumbag who made our Yuqing pregnant?" "Lingyun." Lin Yuqing stamped her feet anxiously. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "She knows about us." "I know everything," Jiang Lingyun interrupted him directly, stepping forward to stand in front of Chu Yang. She was 168 centimeters tall, half a head shorter than Chu Yang, but her aura was 2 meters 8. "From that night at the hotel to the paternity test, Yuqing told me everything." Lin Yuqing twisted her fingers nervously. You won't blame me, right?" "How could that be?" Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. "It's a good thing to have a best friend to whom you can confide your innermost thoughts." Jiang Lingyun raised an eyebrow, as if she hadn't expected Chu Yang to be so easy to talk to. She glanced at the cart and asked, "Bought so many things, are you planning a long-term battle?" "Yeah, I'm going to cook for myself." Chu Yang answered honestly. "I'm worried about the people outside." "You still have some conscience," Jiang Lingyun snorted, then turned to examine the items in the cart. "That's a nice rice cooker, a smart one." "Oh, and you bought milk powder for pregnant women?" "Not bad, young man, that's thoughtful." Chu Yang felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. "I looked it up online and it says calcium supplements are needed during this stage." All right, stop showing off." Jiang Lingyun waved her hand and suddenly lowered her voice. "Let me ask you, do you really not remember what happened in the hotel that night?" "Lingyun." Lin Yuqing hurriedly pulled her. "I'm just asking." Jiang Lingyun said confidently. "What if he's faking it?" Chu Yang sighed. "To be honest, I really don't remember. But the paternity test results are there, I will take responsibility." Jiang Lingyun stared into his eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Okay, I'll trust you for once." She turned and patted Lin Yuqing on the shoulder. "You have a good eye. At least he's not the kind of jerk who would run away with his pants pulled up." Lin Yuqing blushed and hit her. "Stop talking." All right, I won't tease you anymore." Jiang Lingyun waved her hand casually. "You have so much stuff, let me help you put it down." Jiang Lingyun quickly helped carry everything into the kitchen, her movements as swift as a housekeeper. As she sorted, she muttered, "Put the rice cooker here, hang the wok on the rack over there. Hey, you bought quite the complete selection of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar." Xu Yan looked at her skilled appearance and couldn't help asking, "Do you cook often?" "Of course," Jiang Lingyun raised her chin proudly. "Yuqing and my family loves the braised spare ribs I make the most." Lin Yuqing said, "Lingyun's cooking is delicious." "Then teach me some other day?" Xu Yang said sincerely. Jiang Lingyun glanced at him suspiciously. "Are you serious?" "Of course, I want to make something delicious for Yuqing." "Okay, since you're so sincere." "Okay, thank you for your help." Jiang Lingyun then looked around the living room, with Lin Yuqing following behind him while Chu Yan went to cut and wash the fruit. Xu Yang took out some fruits from the plastic bag and carefully cut and washed them: apples, bananas, grapes, and kiwis. "Yuqing, Lingyun, come and have some fruit." Xu Yang placed the carefully arranged fruit plate on the coffee table and deliberately placed the bananas and kiwis closest to Lin Yuqing. Jiang Lingyun came over and took a look. "Wow, you are quite picky, they are all suitable for pregnant women." Lin Yuqing reached out to take the kiwi fruit. "I like to eat this the most." "Wait," Xu Yang gently stopped her, "eat some banana first. Kiwi is too sour, and eating it on an empty stomach is not good for your stomach." Then he handed her a banana. "Jiang Lingyun, you know quite a lot." Xu Yang scratched his head embarrassedly. Lin Yuqing took a small bite of the banana and suddenly frowned. I still feel a little nauseous." Xu Yang immediately became nervous. "Would you like some warm water, or?" Jiang Lingyun took out a bag of plums from her bag and said, "Try this. I brought it specially." Lin Yuqing held the plum in her mouth, and her complexion gradually improved, much better. Xu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yun, you are more experienced. Of course, Jiang Lingyun raised her chin proudly. I did my homework. Jiang Lingyun had achieved her goal. Seeing that it was getting late, she said goodbye to the two and prepared to leave. Xu Yang went to see her off and had just reached the door. She suddenly leaned close to Xu Yang's ear and said in a voice only he could hear, Yuqing is emotionally unstable right now and cries easily. If I find out that you bully her, I'll castrate you. Xu Yang felt a chill on his back and nodded with a dry laugh. I understand. Xu Yang said seriously, I will take good care of her. Then Jiang Lingyun took out her phone and said, come on, add me on WeChat. What? Add me on WeChat. Jiang Lingyun waved her hand impatiently. If you ever bully Yuqing, I'll come after you. Xu Yang took out his cell phone, feeling both amused and helpless. After adding WeChat, Ling Lingyun said, okay, you can go back and accompany Yuqing. No need to see me off. Then she left without looking back. Xu Yang closed the door and just entered the living room. Ling Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yun is like this, she speaks directly, don't mind. That's good. Xu Yang smiled. I feel relieved to have a close friend like you to check on you. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Jiang Lingyun. By the way, Yuqing usually gets morning sickness in the morning, so you can prepare some soda crackers by her bed. She likes to kick the covers off at night, so you need to pay more attention. If I find out you haven't taken good care of her, kitchen knife emoji. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud and replied, got it, sir. Lin Yuqing came over curiously, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Xu Yang put away his phone and ruffled her hair. Your best friend is pretty cute. Humph, did she threaten you again? No, I just wanted to remind me of some things about you, like how you like to kick the quilt at night. Lin Yuqing's face flushed immediately, this Jiang Lingyun. She told everyone everything. Chapter 7 Lin Yuqing's Kiss. At 5:30 in the evening, the latest popular variety show was playing in the living room. Xu Yang glanced at the wall clock, then turned to ask Lin Yuqing, who was curled up on the sofa, are you hungry? I'll go cook. Lin Yuqing touched her belly and pouted, not yet. I ate too much fruit this afternoon. Xu Yang couldn't help but smile at her cute look, how about we go shopping? And returned the supermarket cart while we're at it. Okay, Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, but what do you want to buy? You'll know when you get there. Tisk, so mysterious. Lin Yuqing said with disgust, but her body honestly got up from the sofa. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuqing changed into flat shoes and said, let's go. She took Xu Yang's arm as if she had made up her mind, her face flushed. Xu Yang smiled slightly upon seeing this, but said nothing. Arriving at the supermarket on the first floor of the mall, after returning the shopping cart, Xu Yang took the initiative to hold Lin Yuqing's hand. Where are we going? There's an elevator over there. Let's go up to the 5th floor. Finally, Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing stopped in front of a maternity and baby store. Why are you here? Lin Yuqing didn't react until she stood at the door of the maternity and baby store. Silly, your belly will be showing soon, so of course you're here to buy maternity clothes. Ah, wouldn't that be too tacky? Lin Yuqing subconsciously touched her belly. No, the styles nowadays are all very nice, but they are looser than usual. Xu Yang explained patiently. Okay, let's go in and take a look. As soon as the two entered the store, a kind middle-aged woman came to greet them. When she saw that they were both so young, she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and put on a professional smile on her face. Hello, what can I do for you? Please take my wife to look at maternity clothes. Lin Yuqing didn't expect Xu Yang to be so direct. Her face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the clerk. Go and take a look. Xu Yang gently rubbed her palm. Yeah. Lin Yuqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Lin Yuqing blushed as she walked into the maternity wear section. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the area. Little girl, you're in the early stages of pregnancy, right? You can take a look at these loose-fitting dresses. They have adjustable waistbands so you can wear them even when your belly gets bigger. She picked up a light blue cotton and linen dress. This fabric is very breathable and very comfortable to wear in the summer. The neckline is also loose, so I can wear it during breastfeeding. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she gently stroked the hem of her skirt with her fingers. This color looks so nice. Would you like to try it on? The clerk suggested with a smile. Our fitting room is over there. Lin Yuqing nodded and entered the fitting room carrying a few pieces of clothing. Xu Yang stood not far away, his eyes gently gazing towards the fitting room. After a while, the dressing room curtains opened, and Lin Yuqing emerged in her light blue dress, twirling in front of the mirror. The loose hem of her skirt fluttered gently with her movements, making her look particularly fresh and charming. Does it look good? She looked at Xu Yang shyly. Xu Yang's eyes lit up. It suits you very well. The clerk added, we also have this style in pink and off-white, both very suitable for early pregnancy. When you reach the second trimester, you can look at these stretchy leggings and belly-supporting pants. She took out a pair of black stretch pants. This one uses a special fabric that can support the abdomen well and reduce the pressure on the waist. Lin Yuqing touched it curiously. It feels so soft. For those in the late stages of pregnancy, the salesperson continued, we recommend choosing a nursing bra with a front button, which will make it easier to breastfeed after delivery. If you buy it now, you can size up so it can fit even when your belly gets bigger. She showed off a striped shirt top. This is both fashionable and practical. It looks great with belly lift pants or a skirt. Xu Yang heard this and said, then let's buy 4 or 5 sets of different stages. Lin Yuqing looked at Xu Yang with some concern. This is too expensive, right? Now. Xu Yang smiled and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I usually work part-time and have saved a lot of money. Xu Yang is a top student in the computer science department. He does have a part-time job, but he's not so arrogant. He doesn't intend to let others know about the system. Soon Xu Yang was carrying a lot of bags, and Lin Yuqing was beside him, holding his arm. When checking out, the clerk kindly reminded me, your body shape changes very quickly during pregnancy. We also have a maternity underwear section. Would you like to take a look? Lin Yuqing's face turned red again, and she quickly shook her head. No need. Xu Yang looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, earning a coquettish roll of the eyes from Lin Yuqing. In the evening, Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing came out of the maternity and baby store carrying large and small bags. Lin Yuqing looked at the shopping bags in her hands and said with some distress, buying so many clothes must have cost a lot of money, right? Xu Yang smiled and pinched her cheek. For you and the baby, it's worth spending any amount. Lin Yuqing suddenly remembered something and tugged at the corner of Xu Yang's clothes. Oh right. I heard that after pregnancy, your belly will develop stretch marks. Her voice gradually faded. Xu Yang immediately understood, then let's look for products to prevent stretch marks. The two of them arrived at the skincare section on the 3rd floor of the mall. A young female salesperson came up to them and asked, hello, what can I do for you? Xu Yang asked directly, are there any products to prevent stretch marks? I want the best ones. The clerk looked at them and saw Lin Yuqing's young face. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still introduced professionally, yes, this way, please. She led them to an inconspicuous shelf and pulled out a few affordable products. These are very cost-effective, and many expectant mothers are using them. Xu Yang glanced at the price tags. The most expensive one was less than 200 yuan. He frowned and asked, is there anything with better effects? The clerk hesitated for a moment. Actually, our most expensive item is this imported serum. It's 1,280 yuan. She pulled out a beautifully packaged golden bottle. But most customers. That's it. Xu Yang interrupted her and turned to ask Lin Yuqing, what do you think? Lin Yuqing looked at the price tag. This is too expensive. How about we just? No, I want the best. Xu Yang said firmly, and said to the clerk, I want a complete set of body lotion and massage oil. The clerk looked at Xu Yang in surprise and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll get it right away. After the clerk left, Lin Yuqing whispered, what a waste of money. I heard the cheaper ones can also be used. Xu Yang held her hand and said, don't worry about the money. You've endured so much for the baby, what does this little money mean? He gently stroked Lin Yuqing's abdomen. I don't want to see scars on your beautiful belly. Lin Yuqing's eyes suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and choked up. Why are you so nice to me? Xu Yang gently wiped away the tears from her eyes. Silly girl, if I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? The clerk returned quickly, holding an exquisite gift box. This is our top-of-the-line anti-stretch mark set. It includes serum, massage oil, and body lotion. The original price is 2,980, but now it's only 2,580. Pack it up. Xu Yang took out his phone and scanned the code. Lin Yuqing watched Xu Yang pay, feeling both touched and distressed. She quietly tugged at the corner of Xu Yang's clothes. Thank you. Xu Yang smiled and rubbed her hair. Why thank me? This is what I should do. When we left the counter, the clerk couldn't help but say, you're so kind to your wife. There aren't many young people who are so considerate these days. Xu Yang smiled but said nothing. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing were about to take the elevator down from the third floor of the shopping mall. When they passed by a lifestyle boutique, Xu Yang suddenly stopped. Wait for me here, Xu Yang said and walked quickly into the store. Lin Yuqing stood at the door of the store, tilting her head in confusion. A moment later, Xu Yang came out with a cute cartoon water cup with a straw. What is this? Lin Yuqing blinked. Xu Yang handed her the water cup and said, stupid, put it by the bed. If you want to drink water at night, you don't have to get up. You can just reach out and drink it. Lin Yuqing took the water cup and looked at the cute little rabbit pattern on it. She suddenly felt a lump in her throat and a warm feeling in her heart. Xu Yang. She called his name softly. Move your face closer. Xu Yang didn't understand why, but he still bent down and put his face close. The next second, a soft kiss with the scent of jasmine gently landed on his cheek. Bo. Xu Yang froze slightly. After the kiss, Lin Yuqing shyly lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her cheeks flushed like a little apple. Thank you. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Xu Yang came back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. He reached out and ruffled Lin Yuqing's hair. What's there to thank me for? The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became so sweet that even the air around them seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. The girls passing by saw this scene and couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Let's go home. Xu Yang naturally took Lin Yuqing's hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Lin Yuqing's passionate kiss mission. Reward, 300,000 Chinese yuan, with random rewards stacked once. The host can claim this at any time. Chapter 8. Another hard night. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing returned to the apartment carrying large and small bags. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Yuqing kicked off her shoes, ran barefoot to the sofa, and collapsed on it. I'm so tired. Then you take a break, I'll go cook. Do what? Tomato scrambled eggs, steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, and stir-fried vegetables. Xu Yang thought for a moment, and crushing carp and tofu soup. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. I want to eat sweet and sour tomato scrambled eggs. Got it. Add more sugar and less salt. Xu Yang smiled and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xu Yang put on an apron and prepared the ingredients with swift movements. Lin Yuqing washed her hands and came over. What do you need me to do? Peel this garlic. Xu Yang handed her a few cloves of garlic. Be careful not to sting your eyes. Lin Yuqing took the garlic cloves and peeled them clumsily, her nose wrinkling from the choking of the skins from time to time. Xu Yang found it funny and took the garlic from her hand. Forget it, you go sit down, I'll do it. No. Lin Yuqing puffed up her cheeks. I want to help. Then, can you help me beat the eggs? Xu Yang compromised and took out 3 eggs. Lin Yuqing took the bowl and carefully cracked the eggshell, only to have the egg white spill all over her hands. Ah, she exclaimed, frantically trying to fix it, only to break the yolk as well. Xu Yang couldn't help laughing. Miss, are you cracking eggs or defusing a bomb? Hate it. Lin Yuqing hit him with a red face. It's my first time. Okay, I'll teach you. Xu Yang put his arms around her from behind and held her hands. Tap it lightly, then use your 2 thumbs to pry it apart. Under his guidance, the second egg fell perfectly into the bowl. Lin Yuqing turned around excitedly. Success! When she turned her head, the tip of her nose almost touched Xu Yang's chin. Their eyes met, their breaths intertwined, and Lin Yuqing's face instantly turned red like a tomato. I'll go cut the tomatoes. She hurriedly broke free from Xu Yang's arms, grabbed the tomatoes and ran away. Xu Yang smiled and shook his head, continuing to process the crushing carp. After a while, Lin Yuqing exclaimed from behind, ouch. She was holding up her finger stained red by tomato juice. Xu Yang hurried over and naturally took her finger into his mouth and sucked it. It's okay, it's just a small wound. Lin Yuqing froze, the tips of her ears red as blood dripped. You. What's wrong? Xu Yang said innocently, my grandma always did this when I was a kid. Stupid idiot. Lin Yuqing turned around angrily and continued to fight with tomato, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were served. Lin Yuqing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Delicious. But a little bland. Pregnant women should eat less salt. Xu Yang poured her a bowl of soup and said, "Drink more soup. This soup is so delicious. Carp and tofu soup is the best for pregnant women. It provides protein and helps increase milk production." Producing milk? Lin Yuqing almost choked on the soup, her face flushed instantly. How do you even know this? I looked it up online. Xu Yang said calmly, I also know that in the late stages of pregnancy, you should sleep on your left side and take DHA supplements, and... Stop. Lin Yuqing covered her ears. Stop talking. Seeing her embarrassed and annoyed look, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, no more talking, let's eat. After dinner, Xu Yang cleared the dishes and found Lin Yuqing sitting on the sofa in a daze, holding her phone in her hand. What's wrong? He walked over and sat down. Summer vacation is only half a month away, and I don't know how to tell my family. Xu Yang gently held her hand. Do you need me to talk with you? Lin Yuqing shook her head and forced to smile. No. I don't really want to go home. Xu Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll say hello to my parents. Will you come back with me? Lin Yuqing nodded and suddenly yawned. Are you sleepy? Xu Yang glanced at the time. It's only a little after 9 o'clock. I don't know why, but I've been feeling particularly tired lately. Then go to bed early, you still have classes tomorrow. Okay. Lin Yuqing prepared to stand up. Let me carry you back to the room. Xu Yang said, and picked her up sideways in a princess hug. No need. Lin Yuqing struggled in panic. I can walk. Don't move. Xu Yang's voice suddenly became a little deeper. If you move again, I'll kiss you. Lin Yuqing froze immediately, burying her face in his chest, not daring to move. Xu Yang suppressed his laughter and steadily carried her into the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Just as he was about to stand up, Lin Yuqing grabbed the corner of his clothes. She said in a small voice, can you stay with me for a while? Xu Yang's heart softened and he sat down beside the bed. Okay. Lin Yuqing moved in to make room for him. Xu Yang leaned against the headboard, so she naturally leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. Xu Yang. Do you think the baby will be healthy? There was anxiety in her voice. Xu Yang gently stroked her long hair. Of course I will. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes. If it's a girl, what name do you think we should give her? Xu Yang thought for a moment and said, how about Xu Yue? A rose on a rainy day, as beautiful as you. Lin Yuqing raised the corner of her mouth slightly. What if it's a boy? Xu Yuhang? But. Lin Yuqing laughed out loud. What a tacky name. Then you pick one? Xu Mingxian? It means upright and noble. Xu Yang nodded. Not bad, more cultured than mine. The two chatted casually like this, and Lin Yuqing's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into the sound of even breathing. Xu Yang looked down at her peaceful sleeping face and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Good night, Xiao Yuqing. He turned off the desk lamp quietly, closed the door and went out. In the middle of the night, Xu Yang was sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a rustling sound. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Yuqing standing by the bed, holding a pillow. What's wrong? Xu Yang rubbed his eyes, his voice still sleepy. Lin Yuqing bit her lower lip and rubbed her toes on the floor nervously. I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep. Xu Yang lifted a corner of the quilt. Come in. Lin Yuqing immediately came in like a little rabbit, with a faint scent of jasmine. She lay down with her back to Xu Yang. Didn't you say we should keep our distance? Xu Yang teased her deliberately. Shut up. Lin Yuqing's voice was muffled. If you keep talking, I'll go back. Xu Yang chuckled and stopped teasing her. The room fell silent, with only the sound of their breathing. After a while, Lin Yuqing suddenly turned over. Xu Yang. Are you asleep? How can I fall asleep when you're talking in my ear? She whispered, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I won't be a good mother in the future. Silly boy, who was born to be a parent? Let's learn together. Lin Yuqing rubbed against his arms. Will you always stay with me? Of course. Shu Yang tightened his arms and hugged her tighter, unless you chase me away. I won't. Lin Yuqing muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously touching his body. You are so warm. Shu Yang suddenly looked bitter and grabbed her restless hand. Don't touch me, or something bad will happen. Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then reacted and her face flushed. You hooligan. Who climbed into my bed in the middle of the night? Shu Yang approached with a wicked smile. And you called me a hooligan? I just. Lin Yuqing stuttered and couldn't speak. Okay, go to sleep. Lin Yuqing took the opportunity to snuggle into his arms and whispered, Can you hold me and sleep with me, just tonight? Shu Yang held her in his arms, and could clearly feel the softness against her. Go to sleep, I'm here. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes contentedly and found a comfortable position on his chest. After a while, she whispered again, Shu Yang. Your heart is beating so fast. Lin Yuqing, if you don't go to sleep, I will kiss you. Lin Yuqing immediately shut her mouth, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She nuzzled into Shu Yang's arms again, and finally fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 9. Do you have something to do with my wife? Morning. After packing up, the two of them went out together. When they reached the teaching building, Lin Yuqing suddenly said, Shu Yang, I've noticed that my health has improved recently. I used to be out of breath just climbing the stairs, but now I can walk to school in one breath without stopping. Shu Yang pinched her little face and said, Of course, I raised her after all. Tisk. Lin Yuqing blushed and slapped his hand away, narcissist. After watching Lin Yuqing walk into the teaching building, Shu Yang turned and headed towards the dormitory. When he opened the door, he discovered that his 3 roommates hadn't attended class and were sprawled out on their beds, sleeping. What the hell? You guys all skipped class? Shu Yang was confused. Wang Hao sat up with a somersault. Bullshit. We're waiting for you. Zhang Ming and Hu Kuinqing also got up, and the 3 of them mysteriously dragged out a large cardboard box from under the bed. Here, it's for you. Hu Kuinqing pushed the box in front of Shu Yang. Shu Yang opened it and saw that it was neatly packed with various parenting books such as Must Read for Expectant Fathers, Newborn Care Encyclopedia, Pregnancy Nutrition Guide, etc., and on the top was a USB flash drive in the shape of a baby bottle. The USB drive contains a collection of parenting videos we compiled for you, Zhang Ming said proudly. From changing diapers to making milk powder, it has everything. Wang Hao added, there are also how to deal with postpartum depression and a guide to resolving parenting conflicts between couples, both of which are very useful. Shu Yang's nose felt sore. You? Stop. Wang Hao gestured for a pause. Don't go with those corny things. We only have one request. The 3 of them said in unison, taking care of the kids is one thing, but playing games cannot stop. Shu Yang was at a loss for words. Okay, come now? It's a must. Wang Hao had already turned on the computer. Hurry up. The 4 of them quickly entered combat mode. Shu Yang asked as he operated, Do you really not have classes today? There's only one ideological and political theory class in the morning, so I skipped it. Zhang Ming didn't even look up. The teacher never calls the roll anyway. That's right, playing games with my son is not better than listening to Marx? Wang Hao said in a mean way. Shu Yang felt warm in his heart, but he cursed with a smile, get lost. Who is whose son? Halfway through the game, Wang Hao suddenly asked, Lao Yang, how does it feel to live with the campus beauty? Yes. Zhang Ming and Hu Kuinqing also pricked up their ears. Shu Yang kept working on it and said calmly, That's it. It's like raising a kitten. Tisk. The 3 of them booed at the same time. Really? Shu Yang's lips curled up unconsciously. I need to be coaxed in the morning and held at night. I get angry at the slightest provocation. Fuck. Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh. You guys can't be. Shu Yang's hand trembled, and the game character died on the spot. What are you thinking? She's pregnant now. The 3 of them immediately showed an I understand expression. Hu Kuinqing patted him on the shoulder. Lao Yang, I didn't expect you to be so responsible. Stop talking nonsense. Shu Yang's ears flushed as he tried to change the subject. Are you still going to fight? We're going to lose this one. The 4 of them threw themselves into the intense game again. Suddenly, Shu Yang's phone rang. It was a message from Lin Yuqing. Shu Yang, I miss you kitten coquettish expression. Shu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, and quickly replied, I miss Xiao Qingqing too heart emoji. Wang Hao saw this with his sharp eyes and cried out in surprise, "Oh my! This is the sour smell of love." "Shut up!" Xu Yang pretended to beat him up, but ended up dying in the game again. Zhang Ming suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Lao Yang, are you really going to bring the school beauty home this summer? Will your parents agree?" Xu Yang paused. "You have to agree even if you don't agree. You can't leave her alone." The three of them looked at each other, and Hu Kuanqing gave a thumbs up. "What a man!" "Stop it!" Xu Yang scolded with a smile. "Just focus on playing the game." In the afternoon, Xu Yang was drowsily listening to the advanced mathematics class in the classroom when suddenly the back door of the classroom was pushed open. "Old Xu!" Something happened. Wang Hao rushed in breathlessly, causing all the classmates to turn around. The professor pushed up his glasses and said, "Student, what do you have?" "Professor, I'm sorry." Wang Hao bowed 90 degrees, then crouched over to Chu Yang and lowered his voice. Lin Yuqing was stopped by Zhao Ming from the school basketball team at the library entrance and confessed his love. Chu Yang stood up so suddenly that the water cup on the desk was knocked over. "Student Chu Yang." The professor frowned. "Professor, my stomach hurts." Chu Yang covered his stomach and rushed out. "It might be acute appendicitis." "Professor, you are holding your stomach." Xu Yang rushed out of the teaching building and ran towards the library. Wang Hao chased after him, panting, "Wait for me." That Zhao Ming is a key player on the school team, 1.9 meters tall. Before he could finish his words, Xu Yang had already disappeared. At the library entrance, Lin Yuqing was being stopped by a tall boy in a basketball uniform. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around her. "Yuqing, I'm serious." Zhao Ming said in a self-proclaimed handsome pose, "Date me, I promise." "I said no." Lin Yuqing hugged the book, her face flushed with anger. "I have a husband." Zhao Ming scoffed, "Who is it? Why haven't I seen it before?" "You made it up, didn't you?" "My husband is." "It's me." A strong arm suddenly wrapped around Lin Yuqing's shoulders. Xu Yang had already stood beside her, a polite but dangerous smile on his face. "Who are you?" Zhao Ming looked Xu Yang up and down with disdain on his face. Xu Yang pulled Lin Yuqing closer to him, her husband. The onlookers were in an uproar. "Fuck! Is the school beauty taken? Isn't this Chu Yang from the computer science department?" Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ugly. "What a joke! How could Yuqing? Who are you calling Yuqing?" Xu Yang narrowed his eyes. "My wife is very familiar with you?" Lin Yuqing shrank into Chu Yang's arms and whispered, "Hubby, let's go." The word husband made Chu Yang's heart tremble and he almost lost his composure. Zhao Ming was furious when he saw this and grabbed Xu Yang by the collar. "Boy, you..." Before he could finish his words, Xu Yang grabbed his wrist with his backhand and twisted it gently. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The 1.9-meter tall man bent like a shrimp in an instant. "Senior," Xu Yang leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I only need one hand to deal with you. If you are not afraid of embarrassment, you can continue." Zhao Ming's eyes widened. "You." Xu Yang released his hand and patted his shoulder. "Just enjoy your basketball." After saying this, he hugged Lin Yuqing and turned to leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Walking out of the crowd, Lin Yuqing chuckled, "Hubby, you are so handsome." Xu Yang's ears instantly turned red. Stop making trouble." "Who told you to be so devoted in your acting just now?" Lin Yuqing winked mischievously. Xu Yang was stunned. "Ah? Are you?" Lin Yuqing suddenly leaned closer, her breath as sweet as orchid. "Have you liked me for a long time?" "Xu Yang. Why doesn't this girl play by the rules?" At this time, Wang Hao finally caught up with them. Seeing the two of them being affectionate with each other, he immediately covered his eyes and said, "Fuck. Did I come at the wrong time?" Xu Yang pulled him over and said, "You've come just in time. Let's go eat." Lin Yuqing took Xu Yang's other arm and said, "I want to eat hot and sour noodles." "No, it's too exciting." Xu Yang's face turned serious in an instant. "Let's have some porridge." "Oh, my husband is so strict." "Wang Hao, I should be under the car, not inside it." Chapter 10. My husband is so handsome. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of protecting your lover. Reward, 400,000 Chinese currency. Random reward stacked 2 times. Available at any time. The three of them came to a Cantonese dessert shop called Tangshui Lao. The shop was decorated in a simple and fresh style, with a Guangdong food map hanging on the wall. Sit by the window. Xu Yang pulled out a chair, and Lin Yuqing naturally sat down next to him. Wang Hao sat opposite him, not knowing where to look. The waiter handed over the menu, and Xu Yang glanced at it: Yangji Ganlu, Shuangpi milk, ginger milk, sesame paste. What do you want to eat? I want mango sago. Lin Yuqing raised her hand. Pregnant women shouldn't eat too much cold food, Xu Yang frowned. Switch it to hot red bean paste and add small glutinous rice balls. Wu, domineering president. Lin Yuqing pouted, but still nodded obediently. Wang Hao laughed dryly. I just want a bowl of ginger milk. After placing the order, Lin Yuqing suddenly said to Wang Hao seriously, thank you for going all the way to find Xu Yang. Ah. It's okay. It's as it should be. Xu Yang patted his shoulder, good brother. At this moment, Lin Yuqing's phone rang. It was a voice message from Jiang Lingyun. Fuck. I heard that idiot Zhao Ming blocked you? Where are you? Lin Yuqing replied, at Tangshualeo dessert shop. It's okay, Xu Yang has taken care of it. Wait. I'll be there soon. Jiang Lingyun replied immediately. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lingyun rushed into the store. She was wearing a high ponytail, a midriff-bearing t-shirt, and shorts, and her long legs were dazzlingly white. Are you okay? She sat down next to Wang Hao, completely unaware of the boy's body suddenly stiffening. It's okay, Lin Yuqing pointed at Xu Yang with a smile, my husband is super handsome. Jiang Lingyun then noticed Wang Hao and raised her eyebrows. Who is this? My roommate, Wang Hao. Xu Yang introduced, he was the one who came to inform me just now. Thanks, brother. Jiang Lingyun patted Wang Hao on the back generously, almost patting him into the dessert. Wang Hao stammered, no. You're welcome. The waiter just brought the dessert, and Jiang Lingyun's eyes lit up. Wow. Ginger milk. Can I have a bite? Of course. Wang Hao pushed the bowl over in a hurry, but he used too much force and the ginger milk almost spilled out. Jiang Lingyun quickly grabbed the bowl and chuckled. Why are you so nervous? I don't eat people. Wang Hao's face turned even redder. No. No. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing looked at each other and tried to hold back their laughter. Jiang Lingyun scooped a spoonful of ginger milk and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. Much better than the one behind our school. If you like it, this bowl is for you. Wang Hao stuttered. I'm so sorry, Jiang Lingyun said this, but honestly pulled the bowl closer with her hand. I'll treat you next time. Okay. Wang Hao smiled foolishly. Lin Yuqing ate the red bean paste in small bites and suddenly said, by the way, Lingyun, that internship you mentioned last time. Oh, right. Jiang Lingyun slammed the table, frightening Wang Hao. Fashion magazine is looking for interns. I've submitted your resume for you. Xu Yang was surprised. You want to do an internship? Lin Yuqing nodded. Well, I can't let you support me forever. If you are not suitable for internship now, I will support you. Xu Yang blurted out. Jiang Lingyun made a disgusted expression. Be careful in public. Wang Hao raised his hand weakly. Well, our company is also recruiting IT interns. Jiang Lingyun's eyes lit up. Really? How's the salary? 8,000 after becoming a regular employee. Sure. Jiang Lingyun took out her phone. Add me on WeChat? I can recommend any junior students looking for jobs. Wang Hao's hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the phone, and he pressed the wrong button 3 times when scanning the code. Xu Yang couldn't bear it any longer. Lao Wang, how fast are you playing games? Shut up. Jiang Lingyun laughed out loud. You are so cute. Wang Hao, phone freezes immediately. Xu Yang and Wang Hao walked out of the dessert shop and headed towards the dormitory. Old Wang, something's wrong with you. Xu Yang nudged Wang Hao with his shoulder. Where's that tongue you usually use when you're swearing at girls? Why did you stutter just now? Wang Hao scratched his head, his ears reddening. Fuck. I don't know what's going on. As soon as I saw her, I. Love at first sight? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows. Maybe. Wang Hao suddenly stopped and said seriously, Old Xu, do you think I have no chance? I'm so beautiful. Xu Yang laughed. Don't you always brag about being the esports star Pang Yuyan? Are you scared now? Get lost. Wang Hao punched him. Seriously, What type does she like? How would I know? Shu Yang thought for a moment, but Jiang Lingyun has a very straightforward personality. If you really like her, don't do those fake things. Wang Hao suddenly pulled out his phone. No, I need to brush up on my fashion knowledge. Isn't she going to intern at a magazine? Seeing him frantically searching for fashion primer, Shu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You've never been this serious even when playing games. Shut up. Wang Hao locked the screen with a red face. Don't tell anyone about this, especially don't tell Lin Yuqing. Okay. But even a blind person could see what you did just now. The two of them joked all the way back to the dormitory. As Chu Yang was packing up his books, Wang Hao suddenly came over and said, by the way, old Chu, how did you win over the campus beauty? Can you share some of your experience? Chu Yang's hands trembled, and the book almost fell to the ground. This is a long story. Don't give me that. Wang Hao grabbed his neck and said, tell me. Did you use any tricks to seduce girls? Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. You can't say that he became a father after drinking too much. Just, let it be. Chu Yang said vaguely, you can't force love. Wang Hao looked suspicious. Could it be that you are? What is it? Could it be that the school beauty is pursuing him? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly widened. Chu Yang almost choked on his own saliva. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course. Wang Hao became more and more excited as he spoke. No wonder you were so secretive before. Holy shit. The school beauty is chasing me. Old Chu, you're awesome. Just then, Chu Yang's phone rang. It was a voice message from Lin Yuqing. Honey, what took you so long to get a book? Ling Yun and I are waiting for you at the dessert shop. Wang Hao immediately revealed a lewd smile that said, as expected, husband TSK tisk TSK. Chu Yang's ears flushed as he kicked him. Get lost. He grabbed his books and ran out. Behind him, he heard Wang Hao yelling, come on, La Yang. Try to have 2 children in 3 years. Chapter 11 Chu Yang's Mother. As Chu Yang walked to the door of the dessert shop, he heard the laughter of Lin Yuqing and Jiang Lingyun coming from inside. When I pushed the door open, I saw 2 girls looking at their phones with their heads touching each other, laughing so hard that they were falling over. What are you looking at so happily? Lin Yuqing looked up and saw him, her eyes lit up, and she immediately turned her phone screen around. Chu Yang, look. Someone posted the video of you beating Zhao Ming just now on the campus network. The screen showed a picture of Chu Yang subduing a 1.9-meter tall basketball player with one hand, with the caption, the school beauty's boyfriend is extremely powerful, and the likes exceeded 1,000. Jiang Lingyun patted him on the shoulder and said, well done, young man. You think the incident isn't big enough? What are you afraid of? Now the whole school knows that our beautiful Yuqing is taken, so those flies won't bother her anymore. Lin Yuqing had already packed her bag and naturally took Chu Yang's arm. Let's go home. Jiang Lingyun made a vomiting expression. Ugh, the sour smell of love. When they walked out of the dessert shop, the sun was setting. Lin Yuqing suddenly grabbed Chu Yang and said, wait. She carefully helped Chu Yang straighten his collar. The collar is crooked. Chu Yang felt warm in his heart, and he kissed her on the forehead. Thank you, my wife. Who is your wife? Lin Yuqing hit him with a red face, but held his arm tighter. Jiang Lingyun couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she hurriedly said goodbye and went back to school. The two of them walked towards the vegetable market in this sticky manner. The owner of the dessert shop behind them smiled and shook her head. It's great to be young. In the open-air vegetable market, Chu Yang held Lin Yuqing's hand, carefully avoiding the water stains on the ground. What do you want to eat? Chu Yang pinched her soft palm. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled, sweet and sour pork ribs. Okay, let's go buy some spare ribs first. Chu Yang smiled and led her to the meat stall. The butcher was a chubby old man. He smiled when he saw them and said, young man, are you here with your girlfriend to buy groceries today? The ribs are fresh today, I'll pick the best for you. Lin Yuqing blushed and hid behind Chu Yang. Thank you, uncle. Chu Yang took the ribs and examined them skillfully. This is a good piece, with just the right amount of fat and lean. Lin Yuqing moved closer curiously. How did you tell that? Look here, Chu Yang pointed at the lines on the ribs. This is the most tender way to make sweet and sour pork. Wow. Lin Yuqing said with admiration, you are so amazing. After buying the ribs, Chu Yang took her to the vegetable section. Boss, how much are the tomatoes? 5 yuan a pound, all freshly picked this morning. Lin Yuqing suddenly tugged at the corner of Chu Yang's clothes. This one is so red, like a small lantern. She picked up a tomato and smiled with her eyes curved. Chu Yang couldn't help but rub her head, then buy a few more and make you scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yeah. Lin Yuqing nodded happily, and suddenly saw the cucumber next to her. This one is so fresh too. Want some cucumber salad? Yes. She nodded vigorously, her ponytail swinging back and forth. Chu Yang smiled and picked a few more cucumbers. Boss, I want all of these. When passing the aquatic area, Lin Yuqing suddenly covered her nose. So fishy. Chu Yang quickly took her aside and said, let's go buy some fruit. Watermelon is great today. In front of the fruit stall, Lin Yuqing stared at the round watermelon and poked it with her hand. It's so hard. You have to tap it. Chu Yang demonstrated by tapping the watermelon. Do you hear that sound? It's sweeter this way. Lin Yuqing imitated him and tapped the watermelon carefully, with a serious expression as if she was doing an experiment. But Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Yuqing puffed up her cheeks. Nothing, I just think you're cute. Chu Yang pinched her face. Is that all? After shopping, both of them were carrying bags. Lin Yuqing insisted on helping, but after just a few steps, her hands started to sore. Give it to me. Chu Yang took the bag from her hand. No. I want to help too. Lin Yuqing stubbornly held on to the bag. Chu Yang suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, be good, I'll give you a shoulder massage tonight. Lin Yuqing's ears turned red instantly, and her hands loosened, and the bag fell into Chu Yang's hands. Rogue. She muttered softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. On the way home, Lin Yuqing suddenly pointed to the roadside and said, ah. Marshmallows. Chu Yang followed the direction of her finger and saw a small stall making colorful cotton candy. Want to eat? Chu Yang bought her a pink marshmallow. She happily took it, but the first bite was passed to Chu Yang's mouth. You eat first. Chu Yang took a small bite and squinted his eyes because of the sweetness. So sweet. Is that so? Lin Yuqing licked the marshmallow with satisfaction, and she didn't even notice that there were sugar threads on the corners of her mouth. Chu Yang reached out and gently wiped the sugar off the corner of her mouth. Little cat. Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Chu Yang on the face. Thank you, husband. Chu Yang froze in place, his ears red as if blood was dripping out. Let's go. Lin Yuqing walked forward without paying any attention to Chu Yang, who was in a daze. After dinner, Chu Yang sat on the sofa, took a deep breath and dialed the video call at home. Hey, Mom. You little bastard. You still remember to call back? Chu's mother's loud voice immediately came from the phone. Lin Yuqing sat nervously beside him, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers and biting her lips until they were white. Chu Yang quickly interrupted, Mom. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Well, I have a girlfriend and I want to take her home to stay for a while during the summer vacation. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds. What? Mother Chu's voice suddenly rose. Chu Yang, you've become quite capable. When did it happen? Whose family is this girl from? How old is she? When Lin Yuqing heard this series of questions, she was so scared that she shrank behind Chu Yang. Mom, calm down. Chu Yang helplessly put his arm around Lin Yuqing's shoulders. Her name is Lin Yuqing. She's from our school, studying fashion design. Photos. Show them to Mom. Chu Yang turned the camera towards Lin Yuqing. The girl blushed with nervousness and whispered, Auntie, hello? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Oh. Such a pretty girl. Mother Chu's voice suddenly softened. Xiaoqing, did our Yang Yang bully you? Lin Yuqing quickly shook her head. No, Chu Yang treats me very well. Mom, our summer vacation. Wait. Mother Chu suddenly became serious. Yang, does her family know about your relationship? Lin Yuqing's fingers suddenly clenched the corner of Chu Yang's clothes. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said firmly, I know. Don't worry. That's good. Mother Chu breathed a sigh of relief and warned, you can't treat the girl badly. If I find out that you bully Xiaoqing, I'll break your legs. I know, Mom. Xiaoqing, Mother Chu changed her tone to a gentle one, Auntie made you something delicious. Tell me what you like to eat? Lin Yuqing was flattered. It's all right, auntie. This child is so sensible. Mother Chu smiled from ear to ear. Then it's settled. Come back early during summer vacation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on Chu Yang. I was scared to death. Chu Yang smiled and ruffled her hair. See, my mother likes you so much. But. Lin Yuqing raised her head, her eyes full of worry. You lied and said my family knew. It's okay, Chu Yang kissed her forehead. When the time is right, I'll go home with you and tell you. Lin Yuqing's eyes suddenly turned red, and she hugged him tightly. Chu Yang. Thank you. Her voice was choked with sobs. Thank you so much. Chu Yang patted her back gently. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Lin Yuqing nuzzled into his arms and suddenly thought of something. Oh right. What does your mother like? I need to prepare a gift. Need not. Yes. Lin Yuqing said seriously, the first meeting is very important. Seeing her nervous look, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. My mom likes silk scarves, and my dad loves drinking tea. I've got it. Lin Yuqing immediately took out her phone and took a note. Anything else? Really, there is no need. Hurry up and tell me. She pulled Chu Yang's arm and acted coquettishly. Chu Yang surrendered. Okay. My mom also likes to grow flowers. Lin Yuqing wrote down each item carefully, her face tense. Why are you so nervous? My mom will definitely like you. What if he doesn't like it? Lin Yuqing muttered softly. Then let's elope. Chu Yang said seriously. But. Lin Yuqing was amused and hit him lightly. You are so rude. Chapter 12 Bringing My Wife Home. Tianhai City, Qinglin County. Chu Yang dragged the suitcase, held Lin Yuqing tightly with his other hand, stood in front of the courtyard gate, and took a deep breath. Are you nervous? He turned his head, looked at Lin Yuqing tenderly, and gently squeezed her hand. Lin Yuqing swallowed, a hint of nervousness in her eyes, and whispered, my legs are a little weak. I feel more nervous than taking an important exam. Chu Yang comforted her, it's okay, my mom is very easy to talk to. Just like when you're with your friends, relax. Just as the voice fell, the courtyard door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Wang Xiufen was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. She was obviously busy in the kitchen. When she saw them, she immediately came to greet them. Oh! Yang Yang is back. Wang Xiufen trotted over, her face almost overflowing with smiles. Is this Xiaoqing? She's even prettier than in the video. She looks like a fairy in person. Lin Yuqing's face flushed instantly, and she quickly bowed respectfully. Hello, auntie. Okay. Wang Xiufen smiled from ear to ear and grabbed Lin Yuqing's hand. She looked so intimate as if Lin Yuqing was her own daughter. Are you tired from the journey? You must be starving, right? Auntie has stewed an old hen, and will be eating soon. It's all your favorite dishes. Chu Yang couldn't help but interrupt. Mom, your son is back too. He's almost exhausted from dragging his luggage all the way. Go away, carry your own luggage. You are such a grown-up, but you are still acting like a child. Wang Xiufen didn't even turn her head and pulled Lin Yuqing into the house. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and could only drag his luggage and follow him into the house. In the living room, Chu Jiangwo was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When he heard the noise, he just raised his head slightly to take a look, then lowered his head to continue reading the newspaper, looking calm. Chu Yang walked forward and took the initiative to greet him. Dad, I'm back. Chu Jiangwo simply responded, yeah. Chu Yang paused, then added, I brought my girlfriend back. Chu Jiangwo still didn't raise his head and said slowly, I know. It's very common for young people to fall in love nowadays. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wang Xiufen frowned upon seeing this and said in dissatisfaction, Old Chu. Your son is bringing his girlfriend home for the first time, and this is your attitude? You're not enthusiastic at all. Don't scare the girl. Chu Jiangwo then put down the newspaper, pushed his reading glasses, walked up to Lin Yuqing, looked her up and down, nodded, and said in a flat tone, well, not bad. Wang Xiufen's eyes widened and she said anxiously, that's it? Can't you say a few more words and stop being so cold? Then he turned to Lin Yuqing and explained, Xiaoqing, don't mind it. He is a cold-faced person with a warm heart. In fact, he is very happy in his heart. Lin Yuqing quickly waved her hands with a sweet smile on her face. It's okay, auntie, it's good for uncle to be like this, he feels very calm. Chu Jiangwo coughed lightly, seeming a little embarrassed, and added, better than Chu Yang. This kid has been naughty since he was a child. Chu Yang was filled with grievance when he heard this. Dad, how have I been naughty? Can't you give me some face in front of Xiaoqing? Lin Yuqing burst out laughing and quickly took out the prepared gift from her bag. Uncle and aunt, this is a little gift from me. I don't know if you two like it. She first took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Wang Xiaofan. Auntie, I heard that you like silk scarves, so I picked one out specially. I think this pattern is especially suitable for you. Wang Xiaofan took it and opened it. It was an elegant printed silk scarf with a soft color. She touched it lovingly and said, oh. The pattern is so beautiful. Xiaoqing has good taste. Auntie loves it so much. You said you came here just for fun. Why would you bring a gift? Lin Yuqing took out another tea gift box and handed it to Chu Jiangwo. Uncle, this is this year's Mingqian Longjing. I heard Chu Yang say that you like drinking tea, so I thought of bringing some for you to try. Chu Jiangwo had a stern face, but when he saw the tea leaves, his eyes lit up instantly. He took the gift box, smelled it, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's good tea. The aroma of this tea is pure. You are thoughtful, girl. Wang Xiaofan was grinning from ear to ear and turned to Chu Yang and said, Yang Yang, look at Xiaoqing, she's so sensible. And look at you, you don't even know what to buy for us. Chu Yang looked helpless. Mom, bringing Xiaoqing back is the best gift for you. The family was chatting happily, and before they knew it, it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, Wang Xiaofan enthusiastically served dishes to Lin Yuqing and introduced each dish she picked up. Xiaoqing, try this braised pork ribs. Auntie made it especially for you. Yang Yang said you like it. This chicken soup has been stewed for the whole morning. It uses the old hens we raised at home. Drink more to nourish your body. Wang Xiaofan said as she served Lin Yuqing a large bowl of chicken soup. Yang Yang said you like sweet and sour food. Try eating more of this sweet and sour fish and see if it suits your taste. Wang Xiaofan picked up another large piece of fish and put it in Lin Yuqing's bowl. Lin Yuqing's bowl soon became piled with food. She felt a little embarrassed and said blushingly, Auntie, I can do it myself. You can eat too. Don't just take care of me. Wang Xiaofan said with a smile, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. From now on, just tell Auntie what you want to eat and she will make it for you. Chu Yang ate his meal silently, watching his mother's enthusiasm for Lin Yuqing, feeling like an outsider. At this moment, Chu Jiangwo suddenly glanced at him and asked, when are you two getting married? Puff. Chu Yang almost spit out a mouthful of rice. He didn't expect his father to suddenly say that. Chu Yang. Dad, aren't you too direct? Lin Yuqing's face turned red instantly, as red as if blood was about to drip out. She quickly lowered her head to eat, too shy to speak. Wang Xiaofan immediately scolded him, Old Chu. How could you be so cruel? It's Xiaoqing's first time here, and you're asking this. You've scared the child. He turned around and gently comforted Lin Yuqing. Xiaoqing, don't pay attention to him. He is just impatient and doesn't think before he speaks. Chu Jiangwo said innocently, I'm just asking, I'm not forcing them. Men should get married when they're old enough, and women should get married when they're old enough. It's normal to ask. Wang Xiaofan glared at him. How could you ask such a question? You're making the atmosphere awkward. Then she picked up another piece of fish for Lin Yuqing and said, come on, eat more and ignore him. Chu Yang sighed silently, feeling that his status in this family had dropped to 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to meet the parents. 500,000 Chinese currency. Random rewards are superimposed. You can get it at any time. Chapter 13 I can't sleep without my husband. In the evening, the family was huddled in the living room watching TV. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Lin Yuqing and Wang Xiaofan sat on the sofa, holding hands, and chatting and laughing like real sisters. Chu Yang and his father Chu Jiangwo sat at the coffee table, sipping their tea leisurely. Mom and Dad, I have something to say. Chu Yang suddenly stood up, his tone a little nervous. If you have something to say it quickly. Wang Xiaofan didn't even raise her head and didn't notice that Lin Yuqing suddenly clenched her hand. Chu Jiangwo put down his teacup and pushed his reading glasses. What's so serious? Yuqing, come here. Chu Yang raised his voice a little. Dad, please sit on the sofa. Lin Yuqing blushed and let go of Wang Xiaofan's hand. Auntie, I. What's so mysterious about this? Wang Xiaofan looked puzzled. Chu Yang grabbed Lin Yuqing's hand and found her palms were cold and her whole body was trembling slightly. He quickly put his arm around her shoulders and took a deep breath. Mom, you're going to be a grandmother. Dad, you're going to be a grandfather. Chu Jiangwo pushed his glasses calmly. Is that all? Wang Xiufen was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. You guys? You little brat. What did I teach you? Wang Xiufen was so angry that she wanted to find something to hit him. Chu Jiangwo quickly stopped him. Don't be anxious, listen to what the children say. It's just accidental. Chu Yang scratched his head and told the truth. Lin Yuqing mustered up the courage to stand up. Uncle and aunt, it's all my fault, don't blame Chu Yang. Wang Xiufen's expression changed immediately, and she grabbed Lin Yuqing's hand. Silly child, you're right, it's all because of this brat's ignorance. Mom, Yuqing is 3 months pregnant. Xu Yang added. 3 months? Wang Xiufen quickly pulled Lin Yuqing to sit down, holding her baby like a treasure. Don't worry, my daughter. Auntie will definitely take care of you. Then she remembered something and asked, do your parents know? Xu Yang saw Lin Yuqing's embarrassment and quickly responded, I know, her parents agree. Really? Wang Xiufen kicked Chu Jiangwo. Did you hear that? Don't open the shop tomorrow. Let's go meet the in-laws. Lin Yuqing waved her hands anxiously. Uncle and aunt, my parents are on a business trip. Is that so? Wang Xiufen was unwilling to give up. Then where are your grandparents? They are all gone. Lin Yuqing's voice was a little choked. Oh, my mouth. Wang Xiufen quickly hugged Lin Yuqing. I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't mean it. Chu Jiangwo cleared his throat. In that case, when do you plan to get the marriage certificate? Dad. Xu Yang was at a loss for words. Aren't you being too direct? What do you mean by direct? Wang Xiufen glared. The girl is already pregnant, how long do you want to wait? Lin Yuqing whispered, Uncle and aunt, we haven't graduated yet. What's wrong with graduation? Wang Xiufen slapped her thigh. When I was pregnant with Yan Yang, his dad was still in graduate school. Chu Jiangwo nodded. College students can get married now. Get the marriage certificate first, and then hold the wedding after the baby is born. Xu Yang watched his parents arrange the marriage in a clear and concise manner, and looked at Lin Yuqing helplessly. See, I told you that my parents would like you. Lin Yuqing burst into laughter and hit him lightly. Wang Xiufen suddenly remembered something and rushed into the bedroom, pulling out a red cloth bag. Xiaoqing, this is a gift from Auntie. When I opened it, I found it was a jade bracelet of excellent quality. This is too expensive. Lin Yuqing was at a loss. You must accept it. Wang Xiufen put it directly on her hand. This is passed on to my daughter-in-law. If you don't accept it, it means you look down on our Yang Yang. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. Take it, my mother has chosen you. After putting on the bracelet, Wang Xiufen looked left and right and said, it really suits you. Chu Jiangwo also took out an envelope. This is for you to buy a house. Xu Yang was about to refuse when his father glared back at him. You are still a student, how are you going to support your family? Take it first. Xu Yang had no choice but to keep it to himself for now. He didn't intend to tell anyone about the system. Lin Yuqing was so moved that she bowed. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Still calling you uncle and aunt? Wang Xiufen pretended to be angry. Lin Yuqing blushed and whispered, Dad, Mom. Oh. The old couple couldn't stop smiling. At night, Wang Xiufen was busy making the bed in the guest room. As she did so, she kept muttering, Xiaoqing, Auntie has changed the sheets for you. This quilt has just been dried in the sun, so it's so warm. Xu Yang stood at the door dragging his suitcase and scratched his head. Mom, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Why not? Wang Xiufen said without turning her head. This girl is visiting our house for the first time, so we can't neglect her. No, Xu Yang hesitated. Yuqing can't sleep without me at night. Lin Yuqing, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of water. Xu Yang. What nonsense are you talking about? The pillow in Wang Xiufen's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. What? Chu Jiangwo was reading a newspaper in the living room. Upon hearing this, he silently moved the newspaper down, revealing 2 gossipy eyes. No. That's not what I meant. Lin Yuqing stamped her feet anxiously and explained frantically, Auntie, please don't misunderstand me. Xu Yang quickly added, Mom, Yuqing is in the early stages of her pregnancy and tends to get leg cramps at night. I have to give her a massage. Oh, Wang Shofen stretched out her tone, revealing an I understand expression. Alright then, you guys sleep in Yang Yang's room. But she suddenly frowned and pointed at Chu Yang's nose. Behave yourself. If you dare. Mom. Chu Yang was at a loss for words. What are you thinking? Chu Jiangmo coughed lightly and said in a serious tone, young people should learn to be moderate. Dad. After a while, Chu Yang returned to the room with hot milk and found that Lin Yuqing had curled up in the quilt with only a pair of eyes exposed. Here, my mom made it hot. It's so embarrassing. Your parents must think I. What do you think of you? Chu Yan smiled wickedly and approached. Do you think you can't live without me? Get lost. Lin Yuqing threw a pillow at his face. It's all your fault for talking nonsense. Chu Yang caught the pillow and threw himself onto the bed, hugging Lin Yuqing and the quilt together. Ah! Let me go. Know who told you to hit me with the pillow? Lin Yuqing twisted and turned, struggling, her face flushed. You are cheating. How did I cheat? Chu Yang took the opportunity to kiss her on the cheek. Isn't this just bullying you openly? Hateful. Lin Yuqing was so embarrassed that she hid under the quilt, but was pulled out by Chu Yang. Don't hide. Chu Yang pinched her nose. Let me take a good look at my wife. Who is your wife? Lin Yuqing said this, but her eyes were shining. Oh? Then who was it that called mom and dad so sweetly just now? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Lin Yuqing angrily reached out to pinch his waist. You still dare to say that? Ouch. Chu Yang screamed exaggeratedly, taking the opportunity to grab her rebellious little hand. Murdering your husband? I'm going to murder you. Lin Yuqing climbed on him relentlessly, wanting to continue attacking. Chu Yang turned over and easily pinned her down. Little guy, can't I cure you? The two looked at each other, and Lin Yuqing suddenly became quiet, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Chu Yang. Your parents really don't mind me. Chu Yang lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Silly girl, they like you too much. Chapter 14 Auspicious Day. The next morning. Chu Yang woke up and found that Lin Yuqing was no longer in bed. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and walked out of the room, smelling the fragrant smell of breakfast. In the kitchen, Wang Shofen was busy frying eggs, and Lin Yuqing was helping to serve the dishes. The two of them were talking and laughing, just like real mother and daughter. Mom, you guys got up so early? Chu Yang scratched his head and walked over to try to steal a pancake. Pa! Wang Shofen knocked his hand with a chopstick. Go wash your hands. You're such a grown-up and you're still eating secretly. Lin Yuqing giggled beside him and stuck out her tongue at him. Chu Yang curled his lips and went to wash his hands obediently. Everyone was eating breakfast at the table. Chu Jiangwo was drinking soy milk when he suddenly put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. I'm going out for a while. What are you going to do? Chu Yang asked. Find someone to calculate the date. Chu Jiangwo said calmly, you two need to pick an auspicious day to get your marriage certificate. Chu Yang was stunned. Dad, do you still believe this? I'd rather believe it. Chu Jiangwo pushed his reading glasses. I'm free anyway. Wang Shofen nodded. Yes, your father knows an old feng shui master, and his predictions are very accurate. Chu Yang, feudal superstitions are unacceptable, Dad. But seeing his father's serious expression, he didn't know what to say and could only eat his meal in silence. After breakfast, Chu Jiangwo took the car keys and went out. Before leaving, he said, you wait at home, I will be back soon. Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing were sitting on the sofa, watching the morning news. Just when they were about to relax for a while, Wang Shofen suddenly came over and said, come on, girl. Let me take you out for a walk. Ah? Where are we going? Lin Yuqing was a little confused. Buy something. Wang Shofen smiled mysteriously, turned around, and glared at Chu Yang. You are not allowed to follow me. Chu Yang? No, what is going on? Mom, what do you want to buy? I'll go with you. Chu Yang tried to struggle. No need. Wang Shofen said firmly, we women are shopping, why are you, a grown man, following us? You're in the way. Lin Yuqing winked at him and whispered, I'll be back soon. Chu Yang. It's over, is my mother going to brainwash my wife? Chu Yang is the only one left at home. He collapsed on the sofa, bored, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message in the dormitory group. Chu Yang at all members, let's play together? My mom kidnapped my wife and I'm all alone now. Wang Hao, ha 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 ha. You deserve it. I'll let you show off your love every day. Jiang Ming, come on, come on. Log in. While your wife is away, let us have some fun. Hu Kuanqing, Lao Yang, did your dad really go and calculate the date? He's so particular about it? Zhu Yang, yes, my dad is more active than me now. He goes out early in the morning. Wang Hao, it's so funny. Is your dad afraid that you will regret it? Zhu Yang, get out. In the game. As soon as Chu Yang came online, Wang Hao pulled him into the team. As soon as he entered the voice chat, he heard Wang Hao's cheesy voice. Lao Yang, how was your last night? Were you interrogated by your parents? Interrogation bullshit. Xu Yang rolled his eyes. My mother only has eyes for her daughter-in-law now. I look like a foundling. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ming laughed wildly. Serves you right. You'll be allowed to show off your affection every day. Stop talking nonsense and drive. Xu Yang urged. Not long after the game started, Xu Yang's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing, picture, a beautiful dress. Lin Yuqing, my mom bought it for me. Does it look good? Xu Yang's lips curled up unconsciously, and he quickly replied, it looks good. My mom has good taste. Wang Hao, Lao Yang. Stop AFK. The enemy jungler is coming. Xu Yang hurriedly switched back to the game, but the screen was already gray and he was killed by the opposing jungler. Damn it. Xu Yang cursed. Wang Hao, damn, don't give up the opposing jungler. Xu Yang, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't take you with me next time. In the mall, Wang Xiufen was excitedly picking up a maternity dress, ready to let Lin Yuqing try it on. Lin Yuqing quickly waved her hands with an apologetic smile on her face. Mom, there's really no need to buy more. Xu Yang has already bought me a lot, and the ones you just bought. I can't wear them all. Wang Xiufen was stunned. That's just a few pieces. If you don't buy them now, it will be too late when your belly gets bigger. Lin Yuqing gently held her hand, her tone gentle but firm. Mom, I understand your feelings, but it's really enough. And the clothes I'm wearing now are very loose and won't squeeze the baby. Wang Xiufen wanted to persuade her again, but seeing her resolute attitude, she could only sigh. How come you are so sensible, child? Mom just wants to be nice to you. Lin Yuqing felt warm in her heart, and she took her arm and said coquettishly, Mom, you are already very good to me. Look, you buy me clothes and supplements. I am afraid that I will be spoiled by you. Wang Xiufen was amused by her and shook her head helplessly. Okay, then let's not buy it and go get something to drink? Okay. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and felt relieved. The two found a dessert shop and sat down. Wang Xiufen ordered 2 hot drinks and looked at Lin Yuqing with loving eyes. Xiaoqing, Mom wants to ask you something. Mom, tell me. You and Yang Yang, when are you planning to get your marriage certificate? Wang Xiufen lowered her voice, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Yuqing blushed, and her fingers unconsciously stirred the straw. We haven't discussed it in detail yet. Oh, what's there to discuss? Wang Xiufen slammed the table. Didn't old Chu go and calculate the date? Pick an auspicious day and get the certificate quickly. Lin Yuqing bit her lip and whispered, Mom, actually I haven't told my family yet. Wang Xiufen was stunned. Your parents don't know yet? Lin Yuqing lowered her head and spoke in a lower voice. Well, my family situation is a bit complicated. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it for the time being. Wang Xiufen was immediately distressed and quickly held her hand. Silly child, how could you hide such a big thing from your family? How about Mommy go back with you and tell them? Lin Yuqing's eyes were slightly red, and she shook her head. Mom, don't worry, I will find a chance to tell them. Wang Xiufen sighed and patted the back of her hand gently. Okay, Mom won't force you. But you have to remember, we are a family now. If there is anything, just tell Mom, okay? Yeah. Lin Yuqing nodded vigorously, feeling warm in her heart. On the other side, Xu Yang's house. Xu Yang had just finished playing the game and stretched when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing, hubby, my mom insists on buying me a gold bracelet. What should I do if I can't stop her? Xu Yang was amused when he saw it and replied, keep it. My mother has chosen you. If you don't accept her, she will be upset. Lin Yuqing, but it's too expensive. Shu Yang, it's okay, we just need to be filial to her from now on. Lin Yuqing sent an aggrieved emoji and added, then, should I buy her something in return? Shu Yang smiled and typed, okay, but don't buy anything too expensive. My mother doesn't like extravagance. Lin Yuqing, okay. Chapter 15, Proposal 1. At noon, the family sat around the dining table and had lunch in a happy atmosphere. Xiaoqing, eat more. This fish is so fresh. Wang Xiufen kept picking up food for Lin Yuqing, and the bowl was almost piled up like a small mountain. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly, thank you, Mom. You can eat too. After dinner, Zhu Jiangwo suddenly called out, Shu Yang, come with me. Shu Yang followed his father into the bedroom, bewildered. Zhu Jiangwo took out a passbook from the drawer and handed it to him, here, go buy a ring this afternoon. Ah? Shu Yang was stunned. What? Go! Zhu Jiangwo blared, the girl is pregnant, and you don't even have a ring? Is that ridiculous? No. Dad, I don't need this money. Shu Yang scratched his head, actually, I made a lot of money working part-time. Zhu Jiangwo looked at his son suspiciously, what part-time job do you have to earn so much? Just, helping people write programs or something. Shu Yang said vaguely, it's enough anyway. All right. Zhu Jiangwo threw the car keys to him. Drive my car. Be careful. Shu Yang. Isn't this efficiency too high? Before going out, Shu Yang peeked into the master bedroom and found that his mother was talking mysteriously to Lin Yuqing. The two of them were looking at each other as if they were plotting something. Mom, what are you doing? Shu Yang asked curiously. Go away. Wang Xiufen waved her hand without even turning back. Stop asking about women's affairs. Lin Yuqing winked at him and mouthed go quickly. Shu Yang shrugged and drove out. Shu Yang stood in front of the glass counter of the jewelry store, his brows furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the countertop. The salesgirl asked for the third time, Sir, are you satisfied with this model? Wait a little longer. Shu Yang shook his head, his eyes scanning the counter. My girlfriend, no, my fiancée is quite special. I need to find someone who is perfect for her. He thought of the simple, delicate silver jewelry Lin Yuqing usually wore, and how she always said, things that are too flashy don't suit me. The few pieces recommended by the shopping guide were sparkling, but they always felt like they were missing something. Can you show me that? Shu Yang suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous diamond ring in the corner. The salesperson was a little surprised, this main diamond is only 30 points, and... I know. Shu Yang interrupted her, but the design of the ring setting is very unique, it feels like a vine wrapped around it. The salesperson took out the ring, and Shu Yang carefully took it, examining it closely under the light. The platinum setting was dotted with delicate vine patterns, and a few small diamonds were dotted throughout. The main diamond was unassuming, but it looked particularly delicate against the backdrop of the vines. She likes plants, Shu Yang muttered to himself, last time I saw a climbing rose in a flower shop, she stared at it for a long time. The salesperson suddenly realized, I see. This one is really special. It's from the designer collection, and every pattern is hand-carved. Shu Yang placed the ring in his palm, imagining how it would look on Lin Yuqing's slender finger, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. That's it, he said decisively. Please package it nicely for me. By the way, can you engrave the inside? Sure, sir, what would you like engraved? Shu Yang thought for a moment and said, let's just carve to my sunshine. She is my little sun. After paying, Shu Yang carefully checked the packaging again, making sure every detail was perfect. As he was leaving, the salesperson couldn't help but say, your fiancé is so lucky. It's rare for a customer to choose something so carefully. Shu Yang smiled but said nothing. Half an hour later. Shu Yang stood at the door of a flower shop, his fingers gently fiddling with the petals of a pink rose, his brows slightly furrowed. Boss, can you add some baby's breath to this bouquet of 99 flowers? The florist was a kind old man who smiled and nodded. Young man, are you going to propose? It would look even better with some white daisies. Shu Yang's eyes lit up, okay. I'll do as you say. He took out his phone, took a picture of the wrapped bouquet, and sent it to the dormitory group. Picture. Shu Yang, brothers, I'm going to propose tonight. Is this flower okay? Wait online, urgent. Wang Hao replied immediately, fuck. Lao Yang, are you serious? Zhang Ming, the flowers are nice, but you're just kneeling like that? That's too tacky. Hu Kuanqing, +1 to the upstairs, we need some ceremony, bro. Xu Yang scratched his head, what should we do? Give me some constructive suggestions. Wang Hao, candles. We must put heart-shaped candles. Zhang Ming, sprinkle some more petals and make a balloon arch. Xu Yang, good idea. I'll go prepare it right away. Half an hour later, Xu Yang's car was filled with flowers, balloons, and candles. He sat in the driver's seat, watching the messages pop up in the group chat. Wang Hao, brother, although I can't be here in person, I support you spiritually. Zhang Ming, waiting for you to give out wedding candy. Hu Kuanqing, if your proposal is successful, remember to announce the good news in the group chat as soon as possible. Xu Yang smiled and replied, of course. Wait for my good news. He put down his phone, took a deep breath, and looked at the flowers and ring on the passenger seat. Xu Yang quietly pushed open the door and found Lin Yuqing sleeping soundly on the sofa, holding the coat he wore last night in her arms. Dad! Come and help! Xu Yang lowered his voice and shouted towards the study. Zhu Jiangwo pushed his reading glasses and walked out. What's wrong? I'm going to propose to Yuqing, so let's quickly decorate it while she's asleep. Xu Yang put the shopping bag on the ground and took out candles and balloons. In the gazebo in the backyard. Zhu Jiangwo raised his eyebrows, so sudden? It's better to do it today than today. Xu Yang scratched his head. Please keep an eye on her while I make the arrangements. Zhu Jiangwo rarely smiled. Okay, I'll go keep watch for you. Xu Yang crouched down and ran to the backyard, but was caught red-handed by his mother. Wang Xiufan, what are you doing sneaking around, little brat? Mom! Keep your voice down. Xu Yang quickly covered his mother's mouth. I'm going to propose to Yuqing, please don't wake her up. Wang Xiufan's eyes lit up. Oh. You finally got it? She rolled up her sleeves and said, Mom will help you. Then, a magical scene appeared in the Chu family's backyard. Xu Yang squatted in the pavilion and arranged the candles. Wang Xiufan was directing him from the side, put another one on the left. Oops, it's crooked. Xu Jiangwo stood at the door of the living room, looking back at the sleeping Lin Yuqing from time to time, and then making an okay gesture to his son. Dad! Balloon! Xu Yang shouted softly. Xu Jiangwo walked over quietly, took the air pump and started to inflate the balloon. At this moment, he was tying a knot on the pink balloon with a serious look on his face. Old Xu, can you do it? Wang Xiufan looked at her husband's clumsy appearance with disdain. Let me do it. Xu, keep your voice down. Xu Jiangwo rarely retorted, this isn't the first time I've done this. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh as he watched his parents bicker. He took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to the dormitory group chat. Photo, Xu's parents helped set up the proposal scene. Wang Hao replied immediately, fuck. Meeting the parents plus proposing? Lao Yang, you're going to do it all in one go. Zhang Ming, uncle and aunt are so cute. This assist is perfect. Hu Kuanqing, come on, brother. Waiting for your good news. Xu Yang was about to reply when he suddenly heard his father coughing rapidly. This was the code they agreed upon, indicating that Lin Yuqing was about to wake up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xu Yang hurriedly tied the last few balloons and checked the ring box again. Wang Xiufan suddenly remembered something. Wait. She ran back into the house and came out a moment later with a red silk ribbon. Tie it around the pavilion pillar. It'll be festive. Xu Jiangwo pulled out a small speaker from nowhere and asked, want to play some music? Xu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, you are quite understanding, right? Isn't that how it's played out on TV? Xu Jiangwo pushed his glasses, looking calm. Everything was ready. Xu Yang took a deep breath. Chapter 16, Proposal 2. Xu Yang tiptoed into the living room and saw Lin Yuqing rubbing her eyes and preparing to sit up from the sofa. Are you awake? Xu Yang walked over and sat down beside her. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke her slightly messy hair. Lin Yuqing burrowed into his arms in a daze. When did you go out? Just for a moment. Xu Yang lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. He could smell the faint scent of jasmine on her body. Did you sleep well? Lin Yuqing nuzzled against his chest. It's okay, but I can't sleep well without you holding me. Xu Yang's heart warmed up and he hugged her tighter. Little lazy cat, it's already afternoon and you're still sleeping. It's all because of you last night? Lin Yuqing suddenly realized something and stopped talking with a red face. Chu Yang smirked and leaned close to her ear. What happened to me last night? Ha? Hate. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have a surprise to show you, but you have to close your eyes first. Lin Yuqing looked at him suspiciously. What surprise? So mysterious. Be good, close your eyes. Chu Yang said in a coaxing tone. Lin Yuqing pouted, but still closed her eyes obediently. If you dare to tease me, you will sleep on the sofa tonight. Chu Yang stood up with a smile and carefully took her hand. Take your time, follow me step by step, and don't peek. He led Lin Yuqing slowly toward the backyard, turning back every step to check if she was peeking. Wang Xiufan and Chu Jiangwo hid at the kitchen door, covering their mouths and laughing. Are you okay? Lin Yuqing, with her eyes blindfolded, tugged at the corner of Chu Yang's clothes uneasily. It will be ready soon. Chu Yang's palms were sweating with nervousness. He finally brought her to the pavilion and said, Stand here and don't move. He walked quickly to the center of the pavilion, knelt on one knee, and took out the small velvet box from his pocket. The pavilion was surrounded by pink and white balloons, with red ribbons tied to the pillars. The ground was decorated with candles arranged in the shape of a heart, with rose petals scattered in the middle. You can open your eyes now. Chu Yang's voice trembled a little. Lin Yuqing slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw the scene clearly, she was completely stunned. Her gaze shifted from the balloons, candles, and flower petals to Chu Yang, who was kneeling on one knee. Her lips trembled slightly, and she was speechless. Chu Yang took a deep breath, opened the ring box, and revealed the diamond ring wrapped with vines. Yuqing, his voice choked, I know I can't give you a grand wedding or a luxury house or a fancy car right now, but I can give you all my love and promise. Lin Yuqing's eyes turned red instantly and she covered her mouth with her hands. This ring may not be expensive, but I picked it myself. Every pattern on it is as delicate and long-lasting as my love for you. Chu Yang continued, his voice becoming more and more firm. The inner ring is engraved with, To my sunshine, because you are the little sun that illuminates my life. Lin Yuqing's tears were falling uncontrollably, and her shoulders were shaking slightly. I want to get a marriage certificate with you first and invite some close friends and family. After the baby is born, we'll hold a grand wedding to officially announce our happiness to everyone. Chu Yang's eyes also moistened. Are you willing to marry me, a big boy who is not yet mature enough? Lin Yuqing couldn't hold it in any longer and threw herself into Chu Yang's arms, crying loudly, I do. Of course I do. Chu Yang hugged her tightly and frantically tried to put the ring on her finger, but he failed several times because he was too nervous. Lin Yuqing burst into laughter and stretched out her slender fingers. Stupid, wearing it like this. The ring finally slipped securely onto her ring finger. Chu Yang held her face in his hands and gently kissed away the tears. Don't cry, your makeup's all ruined. I'm not wearing any makeup. Lin Yuqing retorted with sobs, but hugged him even tighter. At this time, Wang Xiufan and Chu Jiangwo, who were hiding in the kitchen, finally couldn't help but come out. Wang Xiufan had already burst into tears. Oh, my two babies. When Lin Yuqing saw them, she shyly hid in Chu Yang's arms, but Wang Xiufan pulled her over and hugged her. My daughter, from now on we are a real family. Although Chu Jiangwo didn't say anything, his eyes were red. He just patted his son's shoulder, and everything was said without words. That night, at the dinner table, Wang Xiufan brought a plate of braised pork ribs to the table and greeted with a smile. Come on, eat while it's hot. Xiaoqing, Mom made some soup especially for you, drink more to nourish your body. Lin Yuqing took the bowl obediently. Thank you, Mom. She lowered her head and took a sip, her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Chu Jiangwo slowly picked up a piece of fish and suddenly said, By the way, I went to Laozhou to calculate the date the day before yesterday. Ha? Chu Yang was picking up some food for Lin Yuqing, his chopsticks pausing mid-air. Dad, did you really go to a fortune teller? Of course. Chu Jiangwo said seriously. Old Zhou said next Wednesday is a good day, perfect for getting married or having a baby. It's an auspicious day that only comes once in a century. Lin Yuqing almost choked on her soup. Next Wednesday? So soon? She subconsciously touched the ring on her ring finger and her face turned red again. Wang Xiufan immediately responded, What's the hurry? You two haven't even gotten your marriage certificate yet, and your baby is already 3 months old. Then she poured Lin Yuqing another bowl of soup and said, My daughter, Mom thought that you should get the marriage certificate first, and then have a proper wedding after the baby is born. For now, just invite a few close relatives and friends, set up 2 or 3 small tables, and have a lively occasion. Chu Yang nodded, That's fine. We're still in school, so just keep it simple. Chu Jiangwo took out his mobile phone and said, I'll create a group and send the auspicious time precautions that Lao Zhou sent to the group. Then he created a WeChat group called Chu Family Marrying Daughter-in-Law Preparation Group. Chu Yang's phone dinged, and he opened it to see besides the four of them, there were also his second uncle and third aunt in the group. Dad, isn't this too exaggerated? Chu Yang held his forehead with his hand. What an exaggeration! Wang Xiaofan snatched the phone away. Your aunt said she'd give you two a big red envelope. Lin Yuqing leaned over curiously to take a look, but was startled by the flood of congratulations and red envelopes flooding the group chat. She quietly tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve. Your relatives are so welcoming. Chu Yang hugged her helplessly. Just get used to it. From now on, you will be the darling of our Chu family. Wang Xiaofan suddenly remembered something and rushed into the bedroom, holding out an old photo album. Xiaoqing, come here quickly. Mom will show you Yang's childhood photos. Mom! Chu Yang wanted to stop her, but his father glared back at him. Lin Yuqing excitedly flipped through the photo album. The first page was a photo of Chu Yang playing in the water naked at the age of 3. She immediately laughed out loud. Ha, Chu Yang, you were so fat when you were a kid. That's baby fat. Wang Xiaofan pointed at the photo and revealed, this kid is 5 years old and still wets the bed. Mom! Lin Yuqing laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and suddenly pointed at one of the photos. This one is so cute. The little Chu Yang in the photo was wearing a birthday hat and his face was covered with cream. Wang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Oh my! This is his 6th birthday. She suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh, right. Buy a cake to celebrate the day you get your marriage certificate. Chu Jiangwo nodded. I know a well-known chef who makes cakes that are neither sweet nor greasy, and are suitable for pregnant women. Lin Yuqing was so moved that her eyes were hot. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Chu Yang took the opportunity to hold her hand. Then, it's set for next Wednesday? Lin Yuqing nodded with a red face, and suddenly thought of something. Then I have to get ready quickly. And was about to stand up. Wang Xiaofan grabbed her and said, what are you preparing for? Mom has arranged everything for you. She counted on her fingers. I bought the white dress, prepared the veil, and even ordered the bouquet for the photos. Chu Yang was stunned. Mom, you have been planning this for a long time? Of course not. Wang Xiaofan said proudly, I've been preparing since you first introduced Xiaoqing in the video. By the way, Dad, what documents do I need to bring to get the marriage certificate? Chu Yang asked. Just your ID card and 2 photos will do. So simple? The two looked at each other. Wang Xiaofan slapped her thigh again. Oh no. I forgot such an important thing. Let's go take the photos tomorrow. Mom knows a really good photo studio. Lin Yuqing was amused. Mom, how come you know everything? Of course. Wang Xiaofan raised her head proudly. For my daughter-in-law's sake, I have to know everything. Chu Yang looked at the happy scene before him and suddenly felt extremely happy. He secretly held Lin Yuqing's hand under the table and whispered, Honey, see you next week. Lin Yuqing blushed and pinched him. Who is your wife? We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet. It'll be there soon. Chu Yang proudly shook his phone, and the screen showed the appointment interface of the Civil Affairs Bureau's official website. Next Wednesday morning at 9:30, the appointment was successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the proposal mission. Reward, a Maserati Ghibli. Random rewards stacked up to 4. Available at any time. Chapter 17, Take My Wife for a Walk. The next morning, Chu Yang woke up first. He turned his head to look at Lin Yuqing, who was still sleeping soundly. She curled up in his arms, breathing evenly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, like a quiet kitten. He couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her forehead, and whispered, Wife, get up. Lin Yuqing groaned in a daze, rubbed against his arms, and said vaguely, Sleep for another 5 minutes. Chu Yang laughed and pinched her face. If you sleep any longer, the sun will burn your butt. Get up, I'll take you out for a walk. Lin Yuqing reluctantly opened her eyes and rubbed them. Where are you going? I'll show you where I lived when I was a kid. Chu Yang smiled and pulled her up. Let's have breakfast, there's a place with delicious rice noodle rolls here. When Lin Yuqing heard there was food, her eyes lit up and she immediately became more energetic. Really? Then I want to go. After a quick wash, they walked out hand in hand. The streets of the county town were sparsely populated in the early morning, the air carrying a hint of damp grassy fragrance. Occasionally, the sound of motorcycles and the calls of vendors at the morning market could be heard in the distance. Shu Yan led Lin Yuqing down an old street. The bluestone pavement was quite old, making a slight sound when stepped on. Along the roadside stood several old-fashioned arcades, with vines climbing up the mottled walls. It's right here. Shu Yang pointed to an inconspicuous little shop. There were a few low tables and stools at the door, and a few old neighbors were sitting there having breakfast. Lin Yuqing looked around curiously. This store looks so old. It's been open for over 30 years. I've been eating here since I was a kid. Shu Yang pulled her to sit down and called inside with familiarity, "Boss, 2 rice rolls, 1 with egg and 1 with meat." The boss was a gray-haired old man. He looked up at them and said with a smile, "Hey, Yunzi is back with his girlfriend?" "Yes, bring her here to taste your cooking." "Do you come here often?" "I came here almost every day when I was a kid." Shu Yang pointed to a place not far away. "My family used to live in that alley. My mom would give me 2 yuan before school, and I would come here for breakfast." The boss quickly brought out 2 steaming rice rolls, drizzled with soy sauce and chili sauce, which smelled delicious. Lin Yuqing took a bite and her eyes lit up instantly. "Wow! It's delicious. Much better than the ones in the school cafeteria. Of course, this is the taste I've been eating since I was a child." "Were you particularly naughty when you were a child?" Shu Yang tooted. "Who said that?" "I'm a very good boy." Lin Yuqing looked unconvinced. "Really? Then why did the boss look at you just now, as if this guy is here again?" "Shu Yang." The boss chuckled and interjected, "Yangzi was quite a troublemaker when he was little. He once got into a fight with the kid next door and punctured his bicycle tire. His father chased him and beat him all over the street." Lin Yuqing burst out laughing. "Is this true?" Shu Yang held his forehead with his hand. "Boss, can you please give me some face?" The boss laughed and said, Okay, I won't say any more. Just enjoy your meal." After breakfast, Shu Yang took Lin Yuqing to the alley where he lived as a child. The alley was narrow, with low old houses on both sides. The walls were covered with green plants, and occasionally a few pots of flowers and plants could be seen on the windowsills. "It's right here." Shu Yang stopped in front of an old 2-story house and pointed to a window on the 2nd floor. "That was my old room." Lin Yuqing looked up and asked, "Is there anyone living in your house now?" "They moved out a long time ago and rented it out to someone else." Shu Yang smiled and suddenly pointed to a brick in the corner of the wall. "Look there." Lin Yuqing leaned over and found a few crooked words engraved on the brick. "Shu Yang's territory." "You carved it?" She couldn't help laughing. "Well, when I was little, I was fighting with the neighbor kids for territory and insisted on carving something here to declare my sovereignty." Shu Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "My dad found out and beat me up." Lin Yuqing laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. "Why were you so childish when you were a kid?" Shu Yang was about to retort when he suddenly heard someone shout from behind him, "Yangzi?" Shu Yang turned around and saw a white-haired old lady standing not far away, holding a basket of vegetables. He was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Grandma Chen." The old lady squinted her eyes at him, then looked at Lin Yuqing and said with a smile, "It's really Yangzi. You brought your girlfriend back?" Shu Yang quickly pulled Lin Yuqing over and said, "Yes, Grandma Chen, are you okay?" Good. Grandma Chen patted Shu Yang's shoulder with a smile, and looked at Lin Yuqing again. "This girl is so pretty, Yangzi is so lucky." Lin Yuqing greeted her obediently, "Hello, Grandma." The more Grandma Chen looked at it, the more she liked it. She took out 2 oranges from her basket and stuffed them into her hands. "Here, these are from Grandma. They're sweet." Lin Yuqing quickly took it. "Thank you, Grandma." Grandma Chen chatted with Shu Yang for a few more words, and before leaving, she reminded him, "Come to Grandma's house for dinner when you have time." After Grandma Chen walked away, Lin Yuqing asked quietly, "Is this your neighbor?" "Well, when I was little, my parents were busy, so I often went to her house for meals." Shu Yang peeled the orange, broke off a slice and fed it to her. "The sweet and sour pork ribs she makes are really delicious. I'll take you to try them next time." Lin Yuqing took a bite of the orange and found it was indeed sweet. She couldn't help but smile and said, "You were quite popular when you were a kid." Shu Yang raised his chin proudly. "Of course, I'm the most handsome guy on this street." Lin Yuqing burst out laughing. "Narcissism." The two continued walking along the alley, turning a few corners. Shu Yang put his arm around her waist and suddenly pointed to a flat rock under the tree. "That was my favorite place to sit. I used to like lying here and looking at the white clouds when I had nothing to do. It was so comfortable." Lin Yuqing walked over and tried to sit down. She looked up at the shade of the tree above her head. Xu Yang sat down next to her and took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to her. Here. Lin Yuqing took the candy, peeled off the candy wrapper and put it in her mouth, mumbling, "You bring candy with you? I'm used to it. When I was little, I always carried candies in my pocket to share with my friends." Xu Yang smiled. "Now I carry candies in my pocket to coax you." Lin Yuqing blushed and kicked him lightly. "Who asked you to coax me?" Xu Yang smiled and dodged, then suddenly pointed to a place not far away. "Look, there's a small shop over there. I spent all my pocket money there when I was a kid." Lin Yuqing looked in the direction of his finger and saw an old convenience store. There were several glass jars at the door, filled with various candies and snacks. "Come on, I'll take you to see it." Xu Yang pulled her up. The shop owner was a middle-aged man, sitting at the door, fanning himself in the cool breeze. Seeing them approach, he looked up and was suddenly stunned. "Hey? Are you Yangzi from the old Chu family?" Xu Yang smiled and nodded. "Yes, uncle, do you still remember me?" The boss laughed. "Of course I don't remember. When you were a kid, you came here every day to buy spicy noodles. One time, you even bought them on credit. When your dad found out, he grabbed your ears and brought you back to pay you back." Lin Yuqing laughed so hard that she covered her mouth. "Xu Yang, how many stupid things did you do when you were a child?" "Xu Yang." The boss looked at Lin Yuqing and said with a smile, "Is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful." Xu Yang put his arm around Lin Yuqing's shoulders and said proudly, "My fiancée." The boss said yo, and quickly took out 2 bottles of soda from the counter and handed them to them. "Here, uncle will treat you to soda." "Congratulations." Lin Yuqing took it embarrassedly. "Thank you, uncle." The two of them sat on plastic stools at the entrance of the convenience store, drinking soda. Xu Yang pointed to the open space opposite. "There used to be an arcade there. When I was a kid, I often sneaked in to play games. One time, I played until dark, and when I got home, my dad beat me with a belt." Lin Yuqing bit the straw and smiled. "Did your father beat you hard?" The two of them sat at the entrance of the convenience store, drinking soda, enjoying the breeze, and chatting about their embarrassing childhood experiences. She couldn't help but lean on his shoulder and whispered, "You must have been very happy when you were a child, right?" "But I'm happier now." Lin Yuqing looked up. "Why?" Xu Yang pinched her face and said, "Because of you." Lin Yuqing blushed and turned away. "So disgusting." Chapter 18, Beach Ride. The next day at noon, Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing were cuddling on the sofa, watching a variety show. Wang Xiufen was in the kitchen, stewing soup, the aroma filling the air. Chu Jiangwo's reading glasses had slipped to the tip of his nose as he flipped through the newspaper, occasionally glancing up at the TV. Suddenly, Xu Yang's phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Who is it?" Lin Yuqing rubbed against his arms and asked casually. "I don't know, maybe it's a courier." Xu Yang pressed the answer button. "Hello? Hello, are you Mr. Chu Yang?" "Yes, I am." "Mr. Chu, the Maserati Ghibli you ordered has arrived and is now parked at the entrance of the community. Please come out and sign for it." "Ah, okay, I'll be right out." "What's wrong?" Lin Yuqing keenly noticed his abnormality. A friend asked me for a favor, I'll be out for a while." Xu Yang stood up quickly. "What friend? So mysterious." Lin Yuqing narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "It's just, a college classmate lent me something. I'll go get it." Xu Yang laughed dryly and walked quickly to the door. "I'll be back soon." Wang Xiufen poked her head out of the kitchen. "Dinner will be ready soon, don't run too far." "I know, Mom." Xu Yang responded and pushed the door open as if escaping. As soon as he walked out of the community gate, Xu Yang saw a white Maserati Ghibli parked quietly on the roadside in the sunlight. The smooth coupe lines exuded an elegant and sharp aura, and the Trident logo on the front face sparkled in the sunlight. "Mr. Chu? Here are your vehicle documents." The middle-aged man handed over a leather folder. "You can drive away after signing." Xu Yang mechanically took the folder. The 2023 Ghibli Trofeo top-of-the-line version has a landing price of nearly 1.5 million. Is this car really mine?" The man in the suit smiled slightly. "Of course. The vehicle has been paid in full and registered. Insurance and purchase tax have also been taken care of." Xu Yang took a deep breath and almost wrote the character Yang as a wavy line when signing his name. "I suggest you take a test drive first." The man in the suit thoughtfully opened the driver's door. If you have any questions, feel free to contact the delivery specialist. The phone number is on the first page of the manual. Xu Yang was lost in thought, stroking the Triton logo on the steering wheel when his phone suddenly rang. Lin Yuqing's WeChat profile picture popped up. "Hubby, did you fall into the ditch? The soup is getting cold." Xu Yang quickly replied, "I'll be right back." After lunch, Xu Yang leaned lazily in his chair, watching Lin Yuqing sip her soup in small sips. "Wife," he suddenly said. "Lin Yuqing looked up, with a little soup stain on the corner of her mouth. Xu Yang reached out to wipe it off for her and said with a smile, "I'll take you for a ride later." Lin Yuqing blinked. "Going for a ride? Where to?" "Just take a look around." Xu Yang stood up, took out his car keys from his pocket and shook them. "I just bought this car. Let me show you around." "You bought a car? When did it happen?" "Just a few days ago. I wanted to give you a surprise." "Wait, these are the keys to a Maserati? You bought a Maserati? Ghibli, 3.0T. Where did you get the money?" Xu Yang pretended to be mysterious. "I made money from investing." Lin Yuqing looked at him suspiciously. "What kind of investment can make so much money?" Xu Yang pinched her face and said, "Don't worry, it's legal income." "Let's go, I'll show you the car." In the yard, Xu Yang pressed the key, the car lights flickered elegantly, and the frameless doors unlocked automatically. "How is it? Are you worthy of my wife?" Lin Yuqing widened her eyes. "How much does this car cost?" "It's probably over $1 million. Xu Yang said casually, opening the passenger door. "Please get in, my princess." Lin Yuqing suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, "When did you get your driver's license?" "I'll take the exam in my freshman year." Xu Yang started the car, and the 3.0T engine emitted a low and powerful roar. As the car drove onto the coastal highway, Lin Yuqing looked out the window in amazement at the scenery speeding by. "It's so stable. I can't feel the bumps at all." "Do you like it?" "Great. This feels completely different." Xu Yang stepped lightly on the accelerator, the engine humming pleasantly as the car's speed steadily increased. Lin Yuqing stared at the dashboard in surprise. 100 so quickly? I didn't feel it at all. This is the charm of luxury cars. Xu Yang said with a smile, "It's so stable that it feels like it's gliding." The two parked the car by the roadside of the viewing platform, took off their shoes, and stepped barefoot on the soft beach. Fine sand leaked out from between their toes, making them feel itchy, and Lin Yuqing couldn't help laughing. "It's so itchy." She skipped forward like a happy little rabbit. Xu Yang followed behind her, looking at her excited back, and couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and secretly took a few photos. Lin Yuqing turned around and saw him holding up his phone. She immediately ran over and said, "You're taking a sneak shot of me." Xu Yang smiled and raised his phone high. "No, I'm taking pictures of the scenery." Lin Yuqing jumped up and grabbed it. "Liar. Let me see." Xu Yang teased her deliberately, raising his phone higher. "No." Lin Yuqing couldn't reach it, and stamped her feet in anger. "Xu Yang." Seeing her puffed cheeks, Xu Yang was so adorable that he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. "Okay, let me show you." Lin Yuqing blushed as she took the phone and looked through the photos. Sure enough, it was her, along with a few side profiles. She muttered quietly, "Not bad. Of course, my wife looks good in any photo." "Humph, who is your wife?" Xu Yang smiled and put his arm around her waist, then suddenly pointed to the distance. "Look, there are shells." Lin Yuqing looked in the direction he pointed and saw a few small shells washed ashore by the waves. She trotted over, squatted down, picked them up, and excitedly showed them to Xu Yang. "Look. They are so beautiful." Xu Yang walked over and squatted beside her. He watched her picking up shells as if she had found a treasure. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You like it so much?" "Yeah." Lin Yuqing nodded. "I liked picking up shells when I was a kid, but there's no sea near my home, so I rarely have the chance." Xu Yang ruffled her hair and said, "Then I'll bring you here often." Lin Yuqing looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Really?" "Of course." Xu Yang nodded. "When the baby is born, our family of 3 will come together." Lin Yuqing blushed, lowered her head and continued to pick up shells, muttering softly, "Who wants to follow your family of 3? Xu Yang smiled and stopped teasing her. He accompanied her to pick up shells. The two of them walked slowly along the coastline. Before she knew it, it was getting dark. Lin Yuqing held a small pile of shells in her hands and sighed contentedly. "I'm so happy today." Shu Yang stood beside her, looking at her in the sunset. Her profile was coated with a soft golden light, making her incredibly beautiful. He couldn't help but whisper, "Yuqing." Lin Yuqing turned to look at him. Shu Yang reached out and straightened her hair that was messed up by the wind, and said seriously, "I will make you always happy like this in the future." Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes felt hot. She lowered her head and whispered, "Why are you suddenly saying such cheesy things?" Shu Yang held her face, rested his forehead against hers, and chuckled, "Because I'm serious." Lin Yuqing pursed her lips, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly on the lips. "I know." Shu Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. After a long while, Shu Yang finally let go of her and said softly, "Go home." Good. Chapter 19, Our Marriage Certificate. Inside the photo studio. Shu Yang and Lin Yuqing were sitting in front of the makeup mirror in the photo studio, and the makeup artist was gently applying blush to Lin Yuqing. "Close your eyes and don't move," the makeup artist said gently. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes obediently, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and asked Shu Yang in a low voice, "Husband, is this too thick for me?" Shu Yang sat beside her, holding his chin and looking at her. "No, she's very beautiful." The makeup artist also smiled. "The bride has a good foundation, so light makeup is enough for her to be beautiful." Lin Yuqing blushed and secretly glanced at Shu Yang in the mirror. "Don't smile foolishly when you take pictures later. Be serious." Shu Yang raised his eyebrows. "When did I smile foolishly? You just kept laughing. You never stopped." "That's because my wife is going to have a baby." Makeup artist and photographer. "Come on, both of you, come a little closer, and the groom should tilt his head a little towards the bride. Yes, keep going." Snap. The photo was frozen. Shu Yang was smiling brightly, Lin Yuqing was smiling lightly with pursed lips, and there was sweetness in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. The photographer looked at the finished film and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, this one can be used directly without any retouching." Shu Yang leaned over to take a look and said proudly, "Of course, my wife is on camera." Lin Yuqing pinched his arm. "Stop showing off." At the same time, the Chu family. Wang Xiufen held her phone and spoke in a booming voice, "Yes, yes, yes, 3 tables for lunch tomorrow. Serve the best dishes. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, so we need something lighter. Oh, and we'll bring our own drinks." Xu Jiangwo sat on the sofa, writing and drawing in a small notebook, muttering to himself, "I've notified my relatives, I've notified my friends, and I still haven't called the Zhou family yet." Wang Xiufen hung up the phone and said, "Old Chu, have you prepared the red envelope? It's for Shaoqing." "Xu Jiangwo, it's ready. 8,800. Good luck." Wang Xiufen nodded in satisfaction, then remembered something. "Oh, right, I have to go buy some wedding candy and give a box to each guest who comes tomorrow." "Xu Jiangwo, go buy it now?" "Wang Xiufen, let's go now. And buy some sunflower seeds and peanuts to make the table more lively." In the evening, Shu Yang and Lin Yuqing returned home. As soon as she entered the door, Lin Yuqing smelled the fragrance. "Mom, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Wang Xiufen poked her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Preserved vegetable braised pork." "Have you taken your ID photo?" Shu Yang shook the photo in his hand and said, "I've taken it. I'll take it to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." At night, in the bedroom. Lin Yuqing sat on the bed, looking at the marriage certificate photo over and over again, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Shu Yang came over and hugged her from behind. "What are you looking at? Why are you so happy?" "I just feel, it's so magical. Tomorrow we will be a legal couple." "Why, do you regret it?" Lin Yuqing turned around and punched him. "Who regrets it?" "I'm a little nervous." Shu Yang held her hand and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? After we get the certificate tomorrow, we will go to the restaurant together to introduce you to, and then." Lin Yuqing blinked. "Then what?" Shu Yang smirked. "Then go home and formally exercise your husband's rights." Lin Yuqing blushed instantly and threw a pillow at him. "Shu Yang, what are you thinking about all day long?" Shu Yang caught the pillow and laughed. "I miss my wife." The next morning. Shu Yang woke up early in the morning and got out of bed very quietly, afraid to wake up Lin Yuqing who was still sleeping soundly. He stood by the bed, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her forehead. Lin Yuqing opened her eyes drowsily and saw Shu Yang already dressed and looking at her with a smile. "Awake?" Shu Yang reached out and ruffled her hair. Hurry up and get up. Today is a big day. Lin Yuqing rubbed her eyes, her voice still soft and sleepy. What time is it? It's 7:30, and the Civil Affairs Bureau opens at 9 o'clock. We have to line up in advance. When Lin Yuqing heard this, she immediately sobered up a bit and quickly sat up. Ah. That has to be quick. Xu Yang smiled and pinched her face. Don't worry, take your time, I cooked some glutinous rice balls, we'll leave after we finish eating. Breakfast time. On the dining table, Wang Xiufan brought a bowl of steaming dumplings and placed it in front of Lin Yuqing. Come, my daughter, eat dumplings, and be reunited in sweet. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mom. Xu Jiangwo sat opposite him and took the initiative to speak. After getting the certificate today, go directly to the Hongyun Hotel. The relatives are waiting. Xu Yang scooped a dumpling into his mouth and said vaguely, Dad, who have you informed? Your uncle, second aunt, third aunt, and your cousin's family are all here. When Lin Yuqing heard this, she paused with her chopsticks and asked Xu Yang in a low voice, Are there so many people? Xu Yang noticed that she was a little nervous and gently held her hand under the table. It's okay, we are all family. They like you very much. Wang Xiufan also smiled and comforted, Xiaoqing, don't be nervous. Our relatives are all easygoing. You just take care of Mimi today. Mom will take care of the rest. Lin Yuqing felt warm in her heart and nodded, yeah. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xu Yang parked the car and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau holding Lin Yuqing's hand. Nervous? He turned his head to look at her. Lin Yuqing took a deep breath and clenched his hand. A little, my heart is beating so fast. Xu Yang chuckled, me too. Lin Yuqing looked at him in surprise. You get nervous too? Nonsense, this is my first time getting married, how can I not be nervous? It's not the first time for everyone. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, filled out forms, took photos, and stamped their documents. The process went more smoothly than they had imagined. The door of the Civil Affairs Bureau was pushed open, and sunlight poured in. Xu Yang subconsciously squinted his eyes, clutching the two red books that still smelled of ink in his hands, feeling a little dazed. He looked down and saw the three gold-plated words marriage certificate on the red cover shining in the sun. Lin Yuqing stood beside him, gently stroking the marriage certificate with her fingers, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if to confirm whether it was true. She pursed her lips, then relaxed them. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, but her eyes were a little red. Wife. Xu Yang called her in a low voice. Whom? She looked up, her eyes shining as if filled with water. From now on, you can't run away. Lin Yuqing burst out laughing and punched him. Who's trying to run away? But the next second, she looked down at the marriage certificate again and muttered softly, they really got the certificate. Xu Yang's heart softened as he looked at her like this. He reached out and gently pinched her face. Why, do you regret it? No, she retorted immediately, but her voice was trembling. It's just, it feels magical. Yeah, magical. It was clearly just a stamp and a signature, but from then on, their names were tied together by law. Her emergency contact would be him, his insurance beneficiary would be her, and their children would call them Mom and Dad. Xu Yang suddenly felt his throat tighten. He reached out and hugged Lin Yuqing in his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head and taking a deep breath. The faint jasmine scent on her body, mixed with the smell of sunshine, made him feel at ease. Wife. He called again. Call me husband again. Lin Yuqing's ears instantly turned red, and she buried her head in his chest and said sullenly, no. Just once. He coaxed her in a low voice, just now at the Civil Affairs Bureau, when the staff asked you to sign, didn't you scream? That's a process requirement. I need it now. Xu Yang said, otherwise, how can I confirm that I am really married? Husband. She called softly. Xu Yang's breathing stagnated, and the next second, he lowered his head and kissed her. After a long while, Xu Yang finally let go of her, resting his forehead against hers, and chuckled softly, now it's confirmed, it's true. Lin Yuqing glared at him with a red face, hooligan. Xu Yang smiled and took her hand, let's go home. Well, go home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the marriage certificate. Reward, a rose garden property. Random rewards stack up to 5. You can get it at any time. Chapter 20, How Many Flowers Have Fallen? Hongyun Hotel. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I heard a lively greeting. Hey! Here comes the bride. Yang Yang is great, he found such a beautiful wife. Xiaoqing, right? Come here, let Auntie take a look. Lin Yuqing was surrounded by the enthusiasm and was a little overwhelmed. Xu Yang immediately stood in front of her and introduced them with a smile. This is uncle, this is second aunt, and this is third aunt. All the relatives were smiling and holding Lin Yuqing's hands, asking about her well-being. Xiaoqing, if Yang Yang bullies you in the future, tell your aunt and I'll help you beat him up. My daughter is so pretty, even prettier than in the photo. I heard you're pregnant? Oh, you need to take good care of yourself. Lin Yuqing blushed at the compliment, but her heart felt warm. She quietly tugged at Xu Yang's sleeve and whispered, your relatives are so welcoming. Xu Yang smiled proudly, of course, my wife is so outstanding, how could they not like her? Wang Xiaofan came over and pulled Lin Yuqing to sit down. Come on, let's eat first, the dishes are all here. At the banquet, relatives took turns to give blessings, and Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing were coaxed to drink the wedding wine of course. Lin Yuqing drank juice. The uncle raised his wineglass and said with a smile, Yang Yang, you will have a family in the future, so you have to be more stable. Xu Yang nodded, don't worry, uncle, I will definitely treat Yuqing well. Second aunt took Lin Yuqing's hand and said earnestly, Xiaoqing, we are a family from now on. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't be shy. Lin Yuqing nodded with emotion, thank you, second aunt. The meal was very lively. Before leaving, the relatives stuffed a bunch of red envelopes into Lin Yuqing's hands, leaving her at a loss. This is too much. Wang Xiaofan smiled and helped her put it away. Take it, this is a gift from the elders. On the way home. In the car, Lin Yuqing looked through the red envelopes, counted them quietly, and said in surprise, isn't this too much? Xu Yang held the steering wheel with one hand and held her hand with the other, smiling, how is it? Do you feel the warmth of the Chu family? Lin Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled, well, your family is really nice. Xu Yang squeezed her hand and said, it's your home now. Lin Yuqing looked at the scenery passing by outside the window and suddenly felt that everything that happened today was like a dream. She turned to look at Xu Yang and said softly, husband. Thank you. Xu Yang raised his eyebrows, thank me for what? Thank you, for giving me such a wonderful home. Xu Yang's heart warmed up, he held her hand tightly and said with a smile, silly girl, this is just the beginning. In the evening, red candles were burning brightly in the Chu family's living room, and on the coffee table were wedding candies, red dates, peanuts, and 2 cups of hot tea. Wang Xiaofan and Xu Jiangwo sat on the sofa, their faces covered with smiles. Xu Yang walked over holding Lin Yuqing's hand, and they knelt in front of their parents. Dad, Mom. Xu Yang spoke first, his tone unusually serious. Yuqing and I got our marriage certificate today, and we'll be a family from now on. Lin Yuqing was a little nervous. She gently pinched the teacup with her fingers and whispered, Dad, Mom, please have some tea. Wang Xiaofan's eyes suddenly turned red, and her hands were shaking as she took the teacup. Hey! My good daughter! She took a sip of tea, quickly pulled out a thick red envelope from her pocket, and stuffed it into Lin Yuqing's hand. Here, the money for changing your words. From now on, you are my biological daughter. Lin Yuqing took the red envelope, her eyes wet. Thank you, Mom. Although Xu Jiangwo usually spoke little, he was unusually gentle today. He took the tea, took a sip, and also handed over a red envelope. Live a good life in the future. Lin Yuqing nodded vigorously, yes. Thank you, Dad. Xu Yang watched from the side, and couldn't help but smile. From today on, his wife and his parents were a real family. Wang Xiaofan wiped her eyes, then suddenly remembered something and said quickly, oh, by the way, according to custom, the newlyweds have to eat glutinous rice balls together tonight, to celebrate the reunion. Xu Yang smiled and squeezed Lin Yuqing's hand, did you hear that? Mom asked you to eat more, so that our family will be happy in the future. Lin Yuqing blushed and said but her heart was sweet. As the night deepened, when Xu Yang returned to the bedroom after taking a shower, Lin Yuqing had already changed into pajamas. She was wearing a light apricot silk suspender dress. The soft fabric clung to her slightly bulging belly, outlining a gentle curve. She sat on the edge of the bed, lowering her head and fiddling with the hem of her skirt. Under the light, her skin was as smooth as jade, her collarbone was slender, her shoulders were round, and her long hair was scattered on her shoulders, with a little dampness at the ends of her hair. Xu Yang's Adam's apple rolled. He walked over and sat next to her, gently touching the ends of her hair with his fingers. Why don't you blow dry your hair? Wait for you to help me. Lin Yuqing's voice was small, and the tips of her ears were red. Xu Yang chuckled, took the hairdryer, and ran his fingers through her long hair, letting the warm wind blow through her hair. Lin Yuqing sat obediently and could feel his fingertips occasionally rubbing the back of her neck, which made her feel tingling and numb, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Itchy? Xu Yang turned off the hairdryer and asked her with his head down. Lin Yuqing looked up and met his eyes. His eyes were too hot, like a flame, burning her heartbeat. She subconsciously clenched the bedsheet. Don't look at me like that. Xu Yang put the hairdryer aside, reached out to hold her face, and gently stroked her cheek with his thumb. My wife is so beautiful, and you won't let me see her? Lin Yuqing's face was red as blood, her eyelashes trembled, and she muttered softly, hooligan. Xu Yang smiled and leaned closer, nuzzling his nose against hers, their breaths mingling. Today is our wedding night. If I act too much like a gentleman, wouldn't that be a waste of such a beautiful night? Lin Yuqing was amused by him and wanted to laugh, but she was also shy. She reached out and pushed him away, the doctor said. I have to be careful in the first 3 months. I know. Xu Yang held her hand, interlocked their fingers, and lowered his head to kiss her fingertips. No. It's just a little strange. ? You're too gentle. She said in a muffled voice, like you're treating something fragile. She whispered, okay. 10,000 words. The night was still long, and occasionally there were a few insects chirping outside the window, but no one was in the mood to listen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful acquisition. Reward, a clothing company. Random rewards stacked up to 6. Available at any time. Chapter 21 Taking my wife to visit. The next morning, Xu Yang woke up and found that Lin Yuqing was no longer in bed. He rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom, and saw his mother busy in the kitchen. Mom, where's Yuqing? They're hanging clothes on the balcony. Don't bother them. Xu Yang was confused. How did I provoke her? Wang Xiufen turned around and gave her son a slap on the face. There was such a big commotion last night. Do you think I'm deaf? That little girl is so shy that she didn't even dare to look up when she saw me this morning. No, Mom, we are a legal couple. Shut up. Wang Xiufen picked up the spatula and pretended to hit him. Hurry up and buy your wife some soy milk. Get the freshly ground soy milk from the place on Old Street. When Xu Yang came back after buying soy milk, he found Lin Yuqing sitting at the dining table sipping porridge. When she saw him come in, she immediately lowered her head even lower, and the tips of her ears were so red that blood seemed to drip out. Wife, I bought you soy milk. Xu Yang leaned over. Lin Yuqing shrank back like a frightened rabbit. You stay away. Wang Xiufen immediately pulled Lin Yuqing behind her like a protective child. Didn't you hear me, little brat? I told you to stay away. Xu Yang was at a loss for words. No, I. What are you talking about? Wang Xiufen glared. Can't you see that they don't want to pay attention to you? Get out of here. Lin Yuqing hid behind her mother-in-law and secretly made a face at Xu Yang. Xu Yang, this girl is so bold because she has someone backing her up. In the afternoon, Wang Xiufen instructed, Yang, take your wife to your second uncle's house and give him some wedding candy. Lin Yuqing immediately shook her head. I can go by myself. Xu Yang smirked. How can that be possible? I have to accompany my wife. Mom. Lin Yuqing pulled Wang Xiufen's sleeve anxiously. Wang Xiufen immediately understood. Xu Yang, you're itching for trouble, right? I told you not to mess with Xiaoqing. Xu Yang then carried several large bags of wedding candy and took Lin Yuqing to visit his second uncle's house. As soon as they reached the downstairs of his second uncle's house, they heard lively laughter coming from upstairs. Second uncle has quite a lot of family members? Lin Yuqing pinched Ling Chen's sleeve nervously. It's okay. Second uncle's family is very popular. They probably heard that we were coming and came to see you, their new daughter-in-law. As soon as I rang the doorbell, it flew open. Second aunt's enthusiastic voice came out immediately. Hey! The bride is here. Come in, come in. The living room was indeed full of people. Second uncle Chu Weiguo was making tea and immediately put down the teapot and came over to greet them. My cousin Li Mei was lying on the sofa holding her 6-month-old baby. My cousin Xu Ming and his wife Zhang Li were peeling oranges at the dining table, and my second uncle's neighbor Aunt Wang also came to join in the fun. Second uncle, second aunt. Xu Yang greeted with a smile. Lin Yuqing said obediently, hello, second uncle, hello, second aunt. Okay. Second aunt grabbed Lin Yuqing's hand and looked her up and down. Oh, so pretty. Yang Yang is such a lucky kid. Second uncle took the wedding candy from Chu Yang's hand and said with a smile, come on, don't stand around, sit down and talk. As soon as I sat down on the sofa, my cousin Li Mei came over with the baby in her arms. Xiaoqing, this is my son Hao Hao, he is 6 months old. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she reached out and gently touched the baby's little hand. So cute. The baby suddenly grinned at her, revealing 2 small baby teeth. He likes you. Li Mei said happily, he usually cries when he sees strangers. Cousin Xu Ming interrupted, Xiaoqing, I heard you studied fashion design? My wife works at a clothing company, so you two must have something in common. Zhang Li came over immediately, yeah, I heard that Chinese fashion design is popular now. Lin Yuqing then started chatting with Zhang Li enthusiastically. My neighbor Aunt Wang suddenly came over mysteriously and said, Xiaoqing, I have something to ask you. You go ahead. Lin Yuqing turned to her politely. When are you going to have your wedding? This belly. Aunt Wang glanced at Lin Yuqing's belly meaningfully. The living room suddenly fell silent for a moment. Lin Yuqing's face flushed red, and her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Xu Yang immediately put his arm around her shoulders and said, Aunt Wang, we plan to hold the wedding after the baby is born, so let's get the marriage certificate first. The second uncle cleared his throat and said, hey, young people nowadays are very efficient. It's better to get the certificate first and then hold a grand ceremony. That's right, cousin Li Mei chimed in, my husband and I got our marriage certificate first, too. Aunt Wang smiled awkwardly, I'm just asking. At this time, second aunt came over with a fruit plate, come on, eat some fruit. Xiaoqing, try this mango, it's very sweet. Lin Yuqing gratefully accepted it and whispered a thank you. Xu Yang took the opportunity to whisper in her ear, don't mind it. Aunt Wang just loves gossip. As he was speaking, the doorbell rang again. Second uncle went to open the door. It turned out to be third uncle Chu Weidong with his 2 twin grandsons. Oh! The bride is really here. Uncle San laughed heartily as he entered the room. I'm Chu Yang's uncle, and these are my 2 precious grandsons, Huan and Lei. The 2 4-year-old boys hid behind their grandfather's legs a little shyly, looking at Lin Yuqing curiously. Lin Yuqing squatted down and said softly, hello, my name is Yuqing. The older twin brother mustered up the courage to ask, are you brother Yang Yang's bride? Yes. Lin Yuqing nodded with a smile. My brother suddenly said, are you pregnant? The living room fell silent again. Lin Yuqing blushed again, but nodded, yes, I do. The older brother immediately said excitedly, then I can be your older brother. The adults were all amused. At this time, second aunt came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of dumplings fresh from the pot. Come on, stop talking, try the dumplings I made while they're still hot. Second aunt's cooking skills are amazing. Xu Yang quickly changed the subject, picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and passed it to Lin Yuqing's mouth. Try it, second aunt's leek and shrimp filling is amazing. Lin Yuqing took a bite with his chopsticks, and her eyes immediately lit up, it's delicious. Second aunt was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, if you like it, eat more. You are eating for 2 now. The younger twin brother suddenly asked, Sister Yuqing, can I touch your belly? Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, sure. The little boy carefully reached out and gently touched Lin Yuqing's belly, then opened his eyes wide in surprise, is there really a baby? Why isn't it moving? My cousin Li Mei explained, it's still small now. It will take a few more months before it can feel movement. The younger brother said oh in disappointment, and then asked, will it be a younger brother or a younger sister? Second aunt smiled and said, how can we know now? We have to wait until the baby is born to find out. The older brother immediately raised his hand, I hope it's my younger brother. He can play cars with me. Xu Yang teased them, what if it's my sister? The twins said in unison, then take her to play with cars. Before leaving, second uncle stuffed a big red envelope into Lin Yuqing's hand, take it, this is a little gift from second uncle. Third uncle also handed over a thick red envelope, here, this is from third uncle. Take good care of yourself. My neighbor Aunt Wang also took out a red envelope and said, Xiaoqing, this is a little gift from auntie. Use it to buy some nutritional supplements. Lin Yuqing looked at Chu Yang at a loss, and the latter smiled and nodded, accept it, this is everyone's blessing. On the way home, Lin Yuqing held the full red envelope and said with emotion, your relatives are so nice. Chu Yang held her hand and said gently, you are also a relative of our family now. Chapter 22 Pregnancy Checkup 3 months. Shu Yang was woken up by his biological clock and found that Lin Yuqing was no longer in bed. He rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom, smelling the aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Mom, good morning." Shu Yang yawned as he walked into the kitchen and saw Wang Xiufen frying an egg. "Where's Yuqing?" Without even turning around, Wang Xiufen said, "I'm watering the flowers on the balcony." "You've got a prenatal checkup today, and you're still sleeping so late." She banged her shovel loudly as she spoke. "Go wake up your dad. Breakfast's almost ready." Shu Yang turned around and almost bumped into Chu Jiangwo, who had been standing behind him for some time. He was startled and said, "Dad. Why are you like a ghost?" Chu Jiangwo pushed up his reading glasses, still holding the morning paper in his hand. "I got up at 6 o'clock. He lowered his voice and said, "Xiaoqing was so nervous that she woke up early this morning. Your mother chatted with her for a long time." Through the glass door, Shu Yang saw Lin Yuqing standing on tiptoe to water the green radish. A soft curve was faintly visible under her light blue maternity dress. When she turned around, she found Shu Yang looking at her, and immediately made a gesture to go wash up quickly. In the bathroom, Shu Yang was holding a toothbrush and flipping through the notes on his phone: ID card, medical insurance card, prenatal checkup book. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yuqing poking her head in from the mirror. "Your phone's been vibrating." She handed over the still vibrating phone, and the screen showed 99 plus messages in the dormitory group chat. "They lost badly last night and are asking when you're going to play with them." Shu Yang mumbled with foam in his mouth, "Tell them to wait until I take good care of my wife and children." "Bah!" Lin Yuqing threw the towel on his head with a red face. "Who is your child?" After saying that, she was about to leave, but Shu Yang grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "Why are you running?" Shu Yang finished rinsing his mouth and suddenly leaned close to her ear. "Who said last night that they wanted a daughter who looked like me?" "Huh?" Lin Yuqing's ears instantly turned red, and she frantically covered his mouth. "Shu Yang, Mom and Dad are here." At the dining table, Wang Xiufen served Lin Yuqing a bowl of red date porridge. "Drink more, it replenishes your qi and blood." She turned and glared at Chu Yang, who was secretly picking up pickled cucumbers. "Eat less pickles. It's not good for Xiaoqing's prenatal education." Shu Yang retracted his chopsticks in grievance. "Mom, what kind of perverse logic is this?" "Mom is right." Lin Yuqing suddenly stood up and handed the fried egg in her bowl to Chu Yang. "Eat this to supplement your protein." Chu Jiangwo put down the newspaper and suddenly took out a red envelope from his pocket and pushed it to Lin Yuqing. "Here, it's the inspection fee." "Dad, I have money." Shu Yang was about to refuse. "I didn't give it to you." Chu Jiangwo turned to Lin Yuqing and immediately softened his tone. "Xiaoqing, if there's anything you want to eat, let Yang Yang take you to buy it after the examination." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Yuqing happily accepted it and gave Chu Yang a provocative look. 10:30 a.m. Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Shu Yang held the pregnancy test information bag in one hand and carefully supported Lin Yuqing's waist with the other hand. "Slow down, the floor tiles here are a bit slippery." Lin Yuqing slapped his hand away, her cheeks slightly red. "Don't be so nervous, I'm only 3 months pregnant, it's not like I can't walk. I'm just worried that you'd fall." Shu Yang withdrew his hand aggrievely, but couldn't help staring at her slightly bulging belly. The waistline design of the light blue maternity skirt is very clever, just outlining a soft curve. The waiting area was full of expectant mothers. As soon as Lin Yuqing sat down, she noticed the pregnant woman next to her holding a pregnancy guide in her hand. She whispered to Chu Yang, "Should we also buy a pregnancy book? I've prepared it long ago, have you forgotten?" Chu Yang took out a book called Must Read for Expectant Fathers from his information bag. The short-haired pregnant woman in the front row suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "It's rare to see such a caring expectant father nowadays." Lin Yuqing was about to speak when the radio suddenly sounded. "Please ask number 36 Lin Yuqing to go to Clinic 3. In the clinic, Dr. Zhao, wearing round-framed glasses, looked at the ultrasound report and smiled. "The fetus is developing well, and the heartbeat is strong." She pointed to the small, flickering light on the screen and said, "Look, that's the baby's heartbeat." Shu Yang leaned in close to the screen, his nose almost touching it. "Really? Such a small heart, and it's beating so fast." He suddenly grabbed Lin Yuqing's hand, his voice trembling a little. "Wife, this is our child's heartbeat." Lin Yuqing's eyes welled up, and her other hand unconsciously touched her lower abdomen. The little bean-like life on the screen was now thriving in her body. "Doctor," Shu Yang suddenly remembered something, "can you tell now if it's a boy or a girl?" Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses up. Theoretically, we can only make a preliminary diagnosis after 16 weeks, but. She deliberately dragged out her tone, looking at the couple's bodies that instantly straightened up, looking at the shape of the gestational sac, it's most likely a. Lin Yuqing suddenly covered Chu Yang's ears. Don't listen. I want to keep the surprise. Huh? Chu Yang was stunned by her grip and protested incoherently. Why? I want to know. Dr. Zhao was amused. It seems that Mom wants to keep it a mystery. So we should wait until 20 weeks for the fetal anomaly screening? When they walked out of the clinic, Chu Yang circled around Lin Yuqing like a large dog. Honey, just tell me, did the doctor just tell you something in secret? No. Lin Yuqing was so frustrated by him that she suddenly pointed to the end of the corridor and said, Hey, look over there. While Chu Yang turned his head, she quickly hid in the women's restroom. Through the door, she could still hear him wailing outside, Lin Yuqing, you are cheating. While washing her hands, Lin Yuqing looked at herself in the mirror. Her skin had improved since her pregnancy, a healthy glow. She gently touched her belly when she heard the sound of retching coming from the cubicle. Are you okay? She knocked on the cubicle door. A pale pregnant woman came out, holding onto the wall. It's okay, morning sickness. I'm used to it. Lin Yuqing quickly handed over a tissue, suddenly feeling thankful that she had barely had any morning sickness. Thinking of the light meals Chu Yang's mother prepared in various ways every day, she felt a warm glow in her heart. Back in the corridor, Chu Yang was studying the test results. Isn't this HCG value a bit low? Mr. Chu? A nurse from the nurse's station suddenly poked her head in. Please come to the nutrition department. The doctor needs to give us some instructions. When Chu Yang came back with 3 pages of handwritten notes, Lin Yuqing was surrounded by a group of pregnant women who were sharing their experiences. Calcium supplements should be taken early. Stretch mark cream must be applied regularly. I've made a list of my maternity bag. Chu Yang hurriedly squeezed in and quickly opened the memo on his phone. Ladies, please take your time and talk. I'll take note. On the way back, Lin Yuqing remembered something. Someone said goose eggs can remove fetal toxins? This is. Superstition is not to be trusted. Chu Yang turned the steering wheel with a serious face. I just made an appointment for a pregnancy yoga class. It will be held 3 times a week starting next week. Lin Yuqing's eyes widened. I don't even know how to do yoga. I'll practice with you. The instructor said couples yoga is especially helpful for childbirth. While waiting at a red light, he suddenly leaned over and put his forehead against hers. Can you tell me now? Did the doctor say it was a boy or a girl? Lin Yuqing looked at the handsome face so close to her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She kissed him quickly. Guess? While Chu Yang was stunned, the car behind him had already honked its horn impatiently. He hurriedly shifted gears and started. This is not fair. I'm the child's father. Chapter 23 Lemon Fish Housekeeper. In the car, Lin Yuqing's stomach growled. She rubbed it a little embarrassedly. Hubby. I'm hungry. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Are you hungry? Isn't it time yet? We only have 30 minutes to go home. Lin Yuqing looked at him pitifully, rubbing her stomach. I'm just hungry. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. Maybe it's because of the checkup, and I've consumed a lot of energy? Chu Yang looked at her expression, then glanced at her belly even though it was only 3 months and not very obvious, and immediately softened his heart. Okay, the little greedy cat is the hungriest. Chu Yang quickly shifted the gear back to neutral and took out his phone. I'll call Mom and tell her, otherwise her efforts will be in vain. The call was connected, and the sizzling sound of cooking could be heard in the background. Hello, Mom? Yeah, I finished the checkup, everything's fine. Chu Yang tried to speak casually. Yuqing said she was hungry and couldn't wait to go home to eat, so she wanted to eat outside. Yeah, right. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang looked at the passenger seat. Alright, done. Tell me, great gourmet, which restaurant would you like to visit? The car drove into the commercial street, with restaurants lined up on both sides. Lin Yuqing leaned against the car window and looked intently, scanning the signs of each restaurant. Ha! Honey. Look! She suddenly pointed excitedly at a small, modernly decorated shop. There's a new pickled fish place that just opened. It looks so tempting. That promotional picture, the juicy red fish and the juicy green pickled beans. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Sour fish? Yeah. It's sour and spicy, perfect with rice. Shall we go eat that? Shu Yang paused his grip on the steering wheel and chose his words carefully. Wife, pickled fish, isn't it too spicy? And pickles, preserved foods. His tone was a little hesitant, and he secretly glanced at Lin Yuqing's face. Lin Yuqing instantly wilted, her lips pouting. Yes, but I really want to taste that spicy and sour taste. Shu Yang quickly searched for nearby food maps in his mind, and his eyes lit up. Got it. The restaurant next door has lemon fish. It's also sour, not spicy, and the seasoning is very mild. As he spoke, he observed the changes in Lin Yuqing's expression. Lemon fish? Lin Yuqing tilted her head and imagined it for a moment. It sounds okay? Sour? Yes. It's guaranteed to be refreshing and appetizing. And nutritious. Let's go and try it? Shu Yang started the car and quickly turned around, fearing that his wife would change her mind and want to go back to eat pickled fish. Well, okay. Lin Yuqing compromised. Although she was still reluctant to give up the pickled fish, she thought that for the sake of the baby in her stomach, it would be nice to eat something healthy and fresh. However, if it doesn't taste good, you have to buy me some mildly spicy pickled pepper chicken feet as a consolation prize. Deal. If it doesn't taste good, I'll take the blame. But I have confidence in that lemon fish. We arrived at the restaurant and sat down. The lemon fish arrived quickly. As expected, the milky white broth was filled with slices of green and yellow lime, and the tender white fish flesh was also in the broth. It looked very refreshing. Lin Yuqing took a bite and her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. She took a big sip of the soup with satisfaction. Really? It's just the right amount of sour, very refreshing, and the fish is tender. Honey, you ordered the right thing. Shu Yang watched Lin Yuqing put down her chopsticks contentedly and asked with a smile, how is it? Did I lie to you? It's much more refreshing than pickled fish, right? It's really delicious, the sourness is just right, and the fish is tender. After a while, Lin Yuqing was full and she touched her stomach. Seeing this, Shu Yang subconsciously looked at the time. It was not even 1 in the afternoon. Honey, do you want to go shopping at a big supermarket? We're already out and have nothing to do this afternoon, he suggested. And buy some snacks, fruit, and other things to stock up. Great. I just happen to want to buy some yogurt and nuts. I tend to get hungry at night lately, so I need to prepare some healthy snacks. She paused and added, and I also need to buy some moisturizer for pregnant women. My skin has been a little dry lately. It wasn't the weekend, so the mall wasn't crowded. Shu Yang pushed the shopping cart, carefully avoiding children running in the aisles and pedestrians looking down at their phones. Let's go to the second floor, the daily chemical area first. Lin Yuqing had a clear goal and walked towards the elevator holding the shopping cart handrail. The salesgirl saw Lin Yuqing's slightly bulging belly and immediately understood, pregnant mother's skin needs special care. Our additive-free Bird's Nest Essence Moisturizer is very effective in moisturizing and locking in moisture. Many expectant mothers have reported that it can relieve dryness and prevent stretch marks. She took out a sample pack and squeezed a little on her fingertips. Lin Yuqing leaned in to smell it, discovering a light, soothing plant fragrance. It seems pretty good, she said, reaching out to test the texture. Let me do it. Shu Yang immediately stretched out his finger, carefully dipped a little, and gently spread it on the back of her hand. How is it? Does it feel moisturizing? He lowered his head and felt it carefully. Not greasy, absorbs quickly. Lin Yuqing looked at his serious profile and felt warm in her heart. Well, it's quite comfortable. This is it. The shopping guide swiftly packed a new box and handed it to Chu Yang, who naturally took it. Wait. Lin Yuqing held down his hand that was reaching for his wallet, a look of smugness and unquestionable determination on her face. I'll pay for this myself. She shook the small bag on her arm, which contained the red envelope given to her by her father-in-law Chu Jiangwo. Okay, my housekeeper is the biggest. After paying for the lotion, the two of them went to the fresh produce section. Chu Yang picked out 2 boxes of fresh blueberries and a box of sugar-free yogurt and put them in the shopping cart. These were the snacks that Lin Yuqing had been craving recently. Then, he took out a few individually wrapped packages of mixed nuts. This is good. I can have a pack anytime I'm hungry. Chu Yang pointed to the ingredient list and showed it to Lin Yuqing. Look, it's low in salt and has no additives. Let's buy some more kiwis. Lin Yuqing was a little tempted when she saw the green fruits. Try one? Xu Yang quickly picked up a toothpick that had been cut for tasting and handed it to Lin Yuqing. Hiss, a little sour. Lin Yuqing frowned and swallowed it, her expression wrinkled. Sour is better, it stimulates appetite and is high in vitamin C. Xu Yang laughed instead and decisively put the whole box of golden kiwi fruit that had been packed next to him into the car. After buying the food, the shopping cart was almost full. Lin Yuqing put her arm around Xu Yang's arm with satisfaction and said, "Okay, shopping mission completed, let's go home." The two of them pushed the cart towards the cashier. As they passed the appliance section, Xu Yang casually glanced at the razor counter and slowed down his pace. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuqing followed his gaze. "Oh, your razor? It's time to change yours. The last time I saw you using it, it sounded like a tractor." "Haha, it's not that exaggerated," Xu Yang said, but he picked up the latest matte black model and took a look at it. Xu Yang was about to pay. "I'll pay for this." Lin Yuqing's tone was both coquettish and arrogant. She quickly pulled out her bank card from her delicate little wallet and walked straight past Xu Yang. Honey, what are you doing? I can do it myself." "No." Lin Yuqing raised her chin slightly. "I have to give you this today. You've taken such good care of me, now it's my turn to buy you something." She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Xu Yang's ear, and lowered her voice. "Besides," her eyes were filled with sweet cunning, "next time when you kiss me, shave your chin clean, it will be so comfortable, it's my bonus." As soon as these words came out, Xu Yang suddenly felt a warm current rushing from his ears directly to his face. He was a little caught off guard by her straightforward love words. Ahem. Xu Yang cleared his throat strategically. Okay, you're right." After paying, the two of them pushed the cart forward again. Xu Yang couldn't help but stretch out his arms and gently put his arm around her waist. He tilted his head and whispered in her ear. This time, his hot breath brushed against her cheek. "The housekeeper has been promoted again. Is she now also the image director?" Lin Yuqing didn't say anything, but just moved her body closer to his arms, unable to hide the smile on her lips. As she passed the refrigerator section and saw rows of yogurt on the shelves, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, honey, could you get me 2 more boxes of low-sugar yogurt with oats? I forgot to get them just now." "Yes, my dear wife." Chapter 24, Partner Yoga. Location, Qinglin County, Zhanghai City Yunyu High-End Pregnancy and Infant Center. Time, Wednesday at 2:15 p.m. Xu Yang was driving the Maserati, while Lin Yuqing, sitting in the passenger seat, was looking down at the navigation on her phone. "Turn right at the intersection ahead." "Yes, it's under the big blue sign of maternity and baby home. Lin Yuqing gave instructions while holding up her phone so that Xu Yang could see the destination of the map on the screen clearly: Yunyu High-End Maternity and Baby Center. The car slowly drove into a quiet and green community and stopped in front of an independent 3-story building. "Wow, this looks quite classy." Xu Yang parked the car and looked around. It was quiet and comfortable here, some distance away from the bustling main road. Lin Yuqing unbuckled her seatbelt, and Xu Yang had already walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for her, his movements natural and smooth. "Be careful with your head." He placed one hand on her waist and the other on the roof frame. "Come down slowly. Don't worry, it's only 14 weeks, there's no problem with movement." Although she said this, she still felt sweet in her heart for Xu Yang's meticulous protection. The two walked hand in hand into the hall. The cool, comfortable air conditioning blew in their faces, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of plant essential oils, perhaps lavender or citrus. The receptionist, wearing a light blue uniform, smiled warmly. "Welcome to Yunyue. Are you the expectant mother who made an appointment? What's your name?" "Lin Yuqing, I have a reservation for a relaxing yoga session for 2 at 2:30 p.m. "Okay, Ms. Lin, please wait a moment." The receptionist skillfully operated the computer. "Mr. Xu Yang, right? We need both of you to sign a health commitment form. It's very simple." Soon both of them signed. The receptionist handed Lin Yuqing an induction bracelet and an eco-friendly cloth bag with the words "Love Pregnancy Home" written on it. "This is the locker key and a small gift for you. The classroom is in the Oasis Yoga Hall on the 2nd floor." Soon, the two changed into yoga clothes and went up to the 2nd floor to find a classroom marked Oasis. The door of the classroom was half open. A calm and gentle female teacher, wearing off-white professional yoga clothes, saw them and came over with a smile. Welcome. Is this Miss Lin Yuqing? I'm Teacher Ruoya. Hello, teacher. I'm Lin Yuqing, and this is my husband, Chu Yang. Hello, Miss Lin. Hello, Mr. Chu. Welcome to our yoga family of prospective parents. I'm the instructor for this two-person course. It's your first time participating, so are you feeling a little nervous? Lin Yuqing nodded a little embarrassedly, a little bit, and She glanced at Chu Yang, completely zero foundation. Chu Yang immediately straightened his back. Teacher, don't worry, I will study hard and be a strong support for my wife, and a qualified human cushion. Ruoya and several other prospective parents who heard it smiled kindly. Very good, Mr. Chu's attitude is great. Our course focuses on helping expectant mothers relieve common pregnancy discomforts, increase body strength and flexibility, and prepare for natural childbirth through gentle postures and breathing exercises. Ruoya gently explained, as for the fathers-to-be, your role is to support and protect. During the practice, you help expectant mothers maintain balance, gain strength, and most importantly, provide a sense of security and a loving connection. Your presence itself is the greatest support for expectant mothers. Chu Yang nodded seriously, his eyes firm. Understood. Okay, you two can find a comfortable place, spread out the mat, and put the water cup next to you. Today's class is about 70 minutes long, focusing on activating the body and learning some basic partner-coordinated poses and breathing techniques. Ruoya pointed to a spot near the wall. There's more space over there. You can go there. The two of them laid out adjacent blue and light purple yoga mats in a spot against the wall. In class. Accompanied by soft guiding music, Teacher Ruoya's voice flowed soothingly. Let us first find a comfortable sitting position and extend our spine upwards. Mr. Chu, you can sit behind Miss Lin, let her back gently lean against your chest, completely relax, and feel each other's body temperature and breathing. Chu Yang carefully moved to sit behind Lin Yuqing, bent his legs, and let Lin Yuqing relax in his arms. Chu Yang's arms naturally wrapped around her, lightly embracing her, making her feel extremely at ease. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Feel the breath filling your lungs and your belly, gently expanding like a small balloon. Then, exhale slowly and deeply as if all the tension and stress are being released from your body with the exhalation. Lin Yuqing slowly relaxed in Chu Yang's embrace, her breathing becoming longer and longer. Chu Yang focused on feeling the rise and fall of her breathing, adjusting his own breathing to try to synchronize with hers. This is followed by some gentle spinal mobilization. Ruoya asked the expectant fathers to stand behind the expectant mothers, gently placing their hands on both sides of their hips as a stable support point. Ms. Lin, when you inhale, feel the top of your head extending toward the sky. Exhale and gently lean back a little, allowing Mr. Chu to support your weight as you lean back. Chu Yang was fully focused, holding Lin Yuqing's waist firmly with both hands. Come closer, I'm standing very steadily. When Lin Yuqing leaned back slightly, they smiled at each other, and sweetness flowed silently. It was time for Chu Yang's supporting move, a bridge variation. Lin Yuqing lay flat on the mat, knees bent, and Chu Yang knelt behind her hips. Following the teacher's instructions, Chu Yang carefully used his knee to firmly press against the support point below Lin Yuqing's sacrum. He gently supported the back of her knees with both hands, trying to feel the angle of force. Is this okay? Will the force be too strong? Just right, a little higher. Lin Yuqing felt it for a moment. Honey, can you push a little further back? I feel like you're going to push me and make me roll over, huh? Chu Yang was a little embarrassed by what she said and quickly adjusted his posture. Oh, how about this? Pfft, so stupid, a little higher up. Yes, right here. Lin Yuqing couldn't help laughing, but her heart was warm. Okay, it's very comfortable to support like this. After Chu Yang found the correct position, his steady strength made it much easier for Lin Yuqing to activate her core. When Lin Yuqing successfully lifted her hips a short distance off the mat with Chu Yang's support, she was as excited as a child. Look, honey. I did it. You're so steady. In the second half of the class, Teacher Ruoya taught some simple double breathing exercises. End of course. The 70-minute class ends with a final deep relaxation and gentle gratitude ceremony. Walking out of the classroom, both of them were sweating slightly, but they felt light and relaxed. Walking to the public changing room area in the corridor, there are separate doors for men and women. Chu Yang handed Lin Yuqing a small bag containing her clean clothes and said, "Wife, go change first. Take your time. I'll wait for you outside." He pointed to the sofa in the waiting area next to the women's locker room. "Well, I'll be quick." Lin Yuqing took the bag and walked into the women's area. Shu Yang sat down on the soft and comfortable sofa, next to other expectant fathers waiting for their wives. He took out his phone and sent a message to the dormitory group. Shu Yang, just finished a prenatal yoga class with my wife. I feel like my waist is about to break. But my wife said I was a very competent tool. Proud.jpg. Wang Hao? Yoga class? Lao Yang? You? Broken waist? So much information. Zhang Ming, what the hell? Such a big deal? Hu Kuanxing, isn't the point that the tool man is very competent? Doghead, brother Yang, for my sister-in-law, this waist is worth it. Shu Yang looked at the teasing in the group, smiled helplessly and shook his head, but his smile was full of pride. After a while, Lin Yuqing came out, wearing a clean dress. Her hair had been slightly combed, and her face had a unique glow and flush after exercise, which was more beautiful than any blush. She also had a small bottle in her hand. Husband. She trotted over. Run slower. It's okay. Look. Lin Yuqing held up the thing in her hand in front of Chu Yang. Teacher Ruoye gave it to me. She said this soothing essential oil smells really good. I can rub it on my waist before bed or have my husband massage it. It relieves aches and pains and helps me sleep. Then, let me try my hand tonight? Your new personal masseur? Lin Yuqing blushed, and she stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Reward you for your excellent performance in class today. You'll be promoted from a tool to a royal masseur. The royal masseur demands a pay raise. He lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Want to try my new essential oil craft tonight? I guarantee, the service will be excellent." Lin Yuqing's face flushed instantly, and she nudged him gently with her elbow. Shu Yang. You, a technician, have ulterior motives. You're always trying to find a side job wherever you go. Chapter 25 Late Night Hungry Cat Wife. Time, 3:17 a.m. Shu Yang was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone gently pushing him. Husband, husband. Lin Yuqing's voice was soft and aggrieved. Shu Yang opened his eyes drowsily, and in the dim light of the street lamp outside the window, he saw Lin Yuqing half lying on his chest, her eyes wet, like a hungry kitten. Ha? What's wrong? He subconsciously reached out and touched her face. Are you having a nightmare? Lin Yuqing shook her head, poked his chest lightly with her fingers, and said in a coquettish voice, I suddenly want to eat the radish and Odin. Shu Yang? He blinked, his brain still slowly starting up, and it took him a few seconds to understand what she meant. Now. His voice was still hoarse from waking up. He turned his head and looked at the digital clock on the bedside table, 3:18. Lin Yuqing nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. It's that kind, the white radish that's cooked soft and soaked up the broth. When you bite into it, it's warm. Shu Yang. He took a deep breath, slowly sat up, rubbed his face, and tried to wake himself up. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. But, at this time, is there anything for sale outside? Shu Yang had already rolled over and got out of bed, grabbing a coat and putting it on. The 24-hour convenience store should have it. I'll go check it out. Lin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed and whispered, how about, forget it. It's so late. Shu Yang looked back at her and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and pinched her face. It's okay, pregnant women are the most vulnerable, eat whatever you want. Ding. System prompt, satisfy pregnant women's late-night cravings, mission triggered. Reward, mysterious baby raising gift package. Location, 24-hour convenience store. When Shu Yang pushed the door open, there was only one clerk on night shift in the store, dozing off behind the cash register. Hello, do you have Odin? Shu Yang asked. The clerk rubbed his eyes and pointed to the Odin machine in the corner. Yes, but there may not be much left. Shu Yang walked over and took a look. Sure enough, most of the boxes were empty. Only a few strings of fish tofu, 2 eggs, and 2 pieces of white radish remained. I want all of them here, he said immediately. The waiter walked over slowly, put the food in a paper cup, and poured some hot soup on it. Anything else? Shu Yang thought for a moment and said, get another box of hot milk, and these pregnancy vitamin gummies. The clerk glanced at him with a subtle look. Is your wife pregnant? Shu Yang nodded. Yeah, I suddenly want to eat Odin. The clerk showed an understood expression and quickly packed the things. I understand. When my wife was pregnant, she still wanted to eat stinky tofu in the middle of the night. Shu Yang suddenly felt that his wife's request was reasonable. The other side. Lin Yuqing was tossing and turning in bed, hugging her pillow, her stomach growling, her mind full of fantasies of boiled radish. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open, and Chu Yan walked in holding a steaming paper cup. "I bought it," he whispered, afraid of waking up his parents next door. Lin Yuqing instantly jumped up from the bed, her eyes shining like stars. "Really?" Xu Yang handed her the paper cup and took out some hot milk and soft candy. "I was afraid you'd want something sweet after eating something salty, so I bought some milk." Lin Yuqing was so moved that she almost cried. She took the oden and couldn't wait to take a bite of the radish. So delicious. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, like a cat that had eaten dried fish. Xu Yang sat on the bed, watching her eat with gusto, and couldn't help but smile. "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself." While eating, Lin Yuqing said vaguely, "Husband, you are so nice." Xu Yang reached out and ruffled her hair. "Next time, just tell me what you want to eat, don't hold it back. By the way, is there anyone on the road so late?" It was just the convenience store guy. He even chatted with me for a few minutes. Lin Yuqing was curious. "What did you talk about?" "Xu Yang, he said his wife wanted to eat stinky tofu in the middle of the night when she was pregnant." Lin Yuqing. "Then, if I suddenly want to eat stinky tofu?" she asked tentatively. "Xu Yang, silence for 3 seconds, I'll try my best." Lin Yuqing chuckled, leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "I kid you. This carrot is enough." Xu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and hugged her. "Okay, can we go to sleep now, pregnant lady?" Lin Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, ate the last bite of radish, and crawled into bed. "Yeah. Sleep." Xu Yang turned off the desk lamp and lay down. Lin Yuqing habitually rubbed against his arms, found a comfortable position, and soon her breathing became even. Xu Yang sighed softly, lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, thinking silently in his heart. This girl is really getting more and more troublesome. But he is happy. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards distributed. Mysterious baby care gift pack. Contains premium anti-stretch mark cream plus 600,000 Chinese yuan. Subsequent mini theater. At breakfast the next day, Wang Xiufen looked at her son's dark circles and frowned. "Yang Yang, what did you do last night?" Xu Yang yawned. "By Odin." "Wang Xiufen?" Lin Yuqing was drinking porridge beside him with her head down, her ears red, pretending not to hear. Zhu Jiangwo silently put down the newspaper and pushed his reading glasses. "It's great to be young." Chapter 26. Chu Qing Clothing. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing were cuddling on the sofa watching a variety show. Lin Yuqing was nibbling at a sliced apple when Chu Yang's phone suddenly rang. There was an unfamiliar local landline number on the screen. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Chu Yang?" A calm and polite male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chu. The handover procedures for Chu Qing Clothing Company, Limited, which is wholly owned by you, are ready." The other party's tone was warm and formal. Xu Yang didn't react immediately and was a little confused. "Wait, what company? He really hasn't been interested in this lately." Lin Yuqing, who was standing next to him, also heard the words company and handover and looked up at him curiously. Xu Yang suddenly remembered, yes. This was one of the rewards given by the system before. Clothing company. He covered the microphone, lowered his voice, and said excitedly, "Wife. We're here." Then he said into the microphone, "Oh. I see. Chu Qing Clothing, right?" Yes. Look at my memory, I've been busy lately." "I understand. Mr. Chu is a very busy man." The manager on the other end of the phone was very helpful. "When is a convenient time for you? Once you sign, the company will be yours." Tianhai. Xu Yang's heart moved. He was mainly staying in Qinglin County to take care of Lin Yuqing, but the company was indeed in Tianhai, so recruiting from Tianhai was definitely more convenient. Besides, it would be a good opportunity to take Yuqing back to relax. He subconsciously looked at Lin Yuqing's belly. It was more than 14 weeks pregnant, so it wouldn't be a problem to take a car back. He immediately said to the person on the phone, "Okay, let's arrange a trip back to Tianhai in the next 2 days." "No problem. Mr. Chu, you can give me instructions at any time." Lin Yuqing came over, her eyes sparkling. "Husband. Did you really take over a company? Is it a clothing company in Tianhai?" "Well, why would I lie to you?" Xu Yang nodded excitedly. "How did you do that?" "Secret, hee hee. Dad, Mom, we have to go back to Tianhai tomorrow, Xu Yang said after drinking a sip of soy milk at the breakfast table. Wang Xiufen was peeling eggs when she heard this and looked up. Back to Tianhai? What for? Xu Yang put down his chopsticks and said in a calm tone, a friend of mine recommended a project for a clothing company, and I want to take Yuqing to take a look. Xu Jiangwo was puzzled. Clothing company? When did you start this? Lin Yuqing was sipping porridge beside him, her eyes secretly glancing at Xu Yang. This guy doesn't even think before he lies. Xu Yang remained calm and said, we've been discussing this recently. The venue and equipment are ready. We just need a design team. It just so happens that Yuqing is studying this, so I'll take her to find some inspiration. Wang Xiufen's eyes lit up. Oh. This is good. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Lin Yuqing and said, my girl, you are heavy now, don't get too tired. Lin Yuqing nodded obediently. Don't worry, Mom, I'm just going to take a look. Xu Jiangwo pondered for a moment. Are all the company's procedures complete? Everything is ready. Xu Yang took out his phone. I just received a text message. I'll go sign the contract tomorrow. Xinglin County, Tianhai City on the highway. Xu Yang was driving the Maserati Ghibli, and Lin Yuqing was sitting in the passenger seat, holding a box of washed strawberries in her hand, and occasionally putting one into his mouth. Honey, are you sure you really have a company? Lin Yuqing still couldn't believe it. And it's a clothing company in the city center? Xu Yang chewed a strawberry and said vaguely, why would I lie to you? You'll know when we get there. Lin Yuqing narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You didn't rent a shell company to put on a show just to cheer me up, did you? Do I look like someone who has so much free time? Picture. Xu Yang. 2 hours later, Tianhai City CBD Business District. The car slowly pulled into the underground parking lot of a modern office building. Lin Yuqing leaned against the car window, looking at the various luxury cars parked around her, and muttered quietly, the rent in this place isn't cheap. Xu Yang parked the car, took her hand and walked towards the elevator. Come on, I'll show you our company. Hello, Mr. Chu. Manager Li, dressed in a well-tailored suit, came over quickly. I'm the property manager of Tianhai Business Center. Please follow me. Lin Yuqing stared at Xu Yang with wide eyes. You bought it? Xu Yang coughed dryly. Rented, rent first and then buy. Inside the office. A thick stack of contracts was spread out on the conference table. Manager Li pointed at the document and said, Mr. Chu, you and your wife need to sign separately. Xu Yang quickly signed his name and put the pen in her hand. Boss, please sign. Under the witness of a lawyer, when Lin Yuqing signed her last name, the handover was officially completed. The two-person elevator goes directly to the 8th floor. When the door opens, you will be greeted by a simple and elegant logo wall that reads Chu Qing Creative Clothing. This is really your company? Xu Yang smiled. To be precise, it's our company. Pushing the door open, I saw the spacious and bright office area was empty. The workstations for 500 people were neatly arranged, with computers, desks, and conference room equipment all available, but the entire floor was quiet, with no one in sight. Lin Yuqing. Xu Yang. The two stood at the door in silence for 3 seconds. Lin Yuqing turned her head slowly. Husband, where are your employees? Xu Yang laughed dryly. Maybe, everyone is taking a leave today? Lin Yuqing? Xu Yang bravely led Lin Yuqing inside, introducing them as they walked. Look, this office area, this conference room, this tea room, they are all top-notch. Lin Yuqing touched the brand new coffee machine and asked quietly, so, there are only 2 of us in this company now? Xu Yang scratched his head. For now. Lin Yuqing. Walking into the design studio, dozens of high-configuration computers and digital tablets are neatly arranged. There is a row of empty hangars in the sample room, and sewing machines and pattern-making tables are all available, but it is also empty. Lin Yuqing picked up an empty hanger and shook it. Honey, where is your designer? Xu Yang, maybe working from home? Lin Yuqing. Xu Yang sat in the boss chair, turned around, and pretended to be deep. Well, not bad, this chair is quite comfortable. Lin Yuqing sat across from him, holding her chin and looking at him. Mr. Chu, what is your company's next development plan? Xu Yang said seriously, the first step is to recruit people. Lin Yuqing. Back in the car, Lin Yuqing finally couldn't help herself. Xu Yang. Tell me the truth, what's going on with this company? Xu Yang smiled mysteriously. A friend gave it to me. Lin Yuqing? Xu Yang rubbed her head and said, don't worry about how it came from us. It's ours now. If you want to design clothes or open a brand store in the future, you can do whatever you want. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled. Then, can I be the chief designer? Xu Yang leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. You can be the boss lady and be responsible. Lin Yuqing pushed him away with a red face. Hooligan. Chapter 27 Rose Garden. Xu Yang was driving, and the familiar streets outside the window gradually evoked memories. Lin Yuqing looked at the passing street scene, with a gentle nostalgia on her face. Hubby, I suddenly want to go back to the small apartment next to our school. The home where we first started? Xu Yang smiled knowingly, his tone doting. Okay, of course. It's only about 10 minutes drive there. He skillfully turned the steering wheel, changed direction, and drove towards the nest that carried their initial ignorance and sweetness. The car had just driven a short distance, about a minute or two, when Xu Yang's phone on the center console began to vibrate. Honey, please help me check who's calling. It's not convenient for me to drive. It's a local number, I don't recognize it. Do you want to answer it? Please help me answer it. Xu Yang said casually. Lin Yuqing swiped the answer button and pressed the hands-free button to make sure Xu Yang could hear her too. Hello, is this Mr. Xu Yang? A calm and polite voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. Well, he's my husband, Lin Yuqing answered for him. He's driving right now. It's okay if you tell me if you have anything to say. Oh, hello, Mrs. Chu. Sorry to bother you. The other party immediately became more respectful and enthusiastic. I'm the property manager of Rose Garden Community. My last name is Zhang. I'm calling you today to confirm with Mr. Chu and you about the property inspection. Rose Garden? Lin Yuqing looked at Xu Yang subconsciously with a confused look on her face. Xu Yang seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately explained, Yes. Hello, Manager Zhang. I remember that. Look at my memory. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot. The person on the other end of the phone was enthusiastic. I understand. Mr. Chu is a very busy man. It's like this, you previously gave full authority to the agent to handle the house collection. Let's set up a time. Can you two come over and take a look in person? Just sign and get the keys, and the process will be complete. Xu Yang glanced at Lin Yuqing out of the corner of his eye and saw that the confusion on her face had deepened, but it was not convenient to elaborate at the moment. He immediately said into the phone, Manager Zhang, we're in the city right now. Isn't it far to the Rose Garden? How long will it take to get there? Not far. Manager Zhang said confidently, could you tell me your approximate location? We are driving on Jianxi Road towards University Town. Oh. That's very close. It'll only take another 7 or 8 minutes to reach the west gate of our complex. Just drive directly to the west gate, I'll be waiting there. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing, who was confused and a little curious, and asked for her opinion with his eyes. Okay, Manager Zhang, please wait a moment. We'll be at the west gate in about 10 minutes. No problem. Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu, please drive slowly. Safety first. See you later. The car returned to silence. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing and before she could ask, he quickly explained. That's right, my dear. Do you remember that I mentioned to you a little bit before, some small investments and plans I made? Lin Yuqing nodded, but still didn't fully understand. Xu Yang continued to make up while driving, about this matter, I originally wanted to give you a big surprise after everything is settled. This apartment in Rose Garden was actually given to me by a partner in the project I invested in. Lin Yuqing was skeptical, okay. Another surprise? She glanced at Xu Yang in a reproachful manner, but, is the partner so generous? Houses in good locations in Tianhai aren't cheap these days. Xu Yang nodded quickly. Yes. That's why we are so lucky to have caught up with a good cooperation project. The quality of this community is said to be good. If you don't like it or think it's too nouveau riche, we can just not use it. Lin Yuqing was amused by him. Let's go and take a look first. But, honey, next time you have something like this, can you give me a heads up in advance? My little heart is always being surprised by such surprises, it's really scary. Okay, I'll definitely give you an advance notice next time. Xu Yang agreed with a smile, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The car slowly drove into a high-end residential area Rose Garden with a very beautiful environment and shaded trees. A middle-aged man with a healthy figure and a very friendly smile Manager Zhang. He was already standing there, looking around. He was wearing clean work clothes. When he saw Chu Yang driving the Maserati, he was more certain of his identity and strode towards him with a beaming face. Chu Yang parked the car, opened the door for Lin Yuqing himself, and carefully helped her out of the car. Manager Zhang walked over quickly and said, "Mr. Chu. Mrs. Chu. We're so glad to see you. Welcome home." As he led the way, he enthusiastically introduced the overall environment of the community. The area of single-family garden houses is just ahead. The location reserved for you is particularly good and very quiet. Manager Zhang led them to an independent 3-story building with cream-colored exterior walls, a red roof, and simple European lines. The most eye-catching thing is the backyard of the house, which is a fenced garden of about 100 square meters. Although it is in rough condition, the soil has been leveled. "Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu, this is it. Building 18. Here are the complete set of smart keys and access cards for your 2 houses." After signing the contract, Manager Zhang left. Chu Yang held Lin Yuqing's hand tightly, interlocking their fingers. "Come on, honey, I'll take you to visit our real home." Chu Yang took Lin Yuqing by the hand and walked towards the most attractive highlight, the floor-to-ceiling glass sliding door that connected to the back garden. He pressed the button next to the door, and the huge glass door slid open silently. A fresh air with the scent of grass and soil blew in her face. She pulled Chu Yang and stepped into the pristine garden that belonged to them, which was covered with sunshine. "Look, honey." She excitedly took a few steps on the flat dirt ground. "Here. We can put a big outdoor table and parasol here. When the weather is nice, we can have breakfast in the garden." She gestured with her hands, "This way. You can plant roses. The climbing kind. Let them cover that half of the fence. It will be so beautiful when they bloom." She pointed to one side of the garden, her eyes sparkling. "Well, we can also build a small sand pool in the corner for the baby to play in." The 2 of them spent a long while imagining in the garden before reluctantly returning to the warm living room. Chu Yang pointed at the open kitchen with a central island bar. "Here, from now on, I'll cook, and you can supervise at the bar. By the way, can you keep me company?" Lin Yuqing wrinkled her nose, but her eyes curved into crescents. "Then I'm going to pick the most fragrant coffee beans. I grind them here every day. You'll be envious." She walked into the spacious living room. "Here. I have to have a super big sofa. I want one I can sink into. And a super big projection screen." Chu Yang hugged her from behind, and the faint scent of jasmine filled her. "No problem. The bigger the sofa, the better. The whole family can curl up inside and watch a movie. In winter, covered with a blanket, it's warm. Let's go upstairs and take a look at our exclusive space." Chu Yang took Lin Yuqing's hand and walked up the wooden stairs step by step. The master bedroom suite on the 2nd floor was particularly eye-catching. The large floor-to-ceiling windows let in wonderful light and offered a panoramic view. Lin Yuqing walked to the window, imagining what it would feel like to be awakened by the morning sun. The master bedroom also comes with a bathroom that is not particularly large but exquisite enough and a walk-in closet. "Wow!" Lin Yuqing stood at the cloakroom door and turned back to smile at Chu Yang. "Honey, this is my battlefield. Your territory, well, that little corner over there is enough, right?" She pointed mischievously to the innermost position. Chu Yang smiled and pulled her into his arms. Okay, Her Majesty the Queen has the largest territory. But..." He lowered his voice and said with an ambiguous smile, "This bed in the master bedroom is a shared space between the 2 of us." Chu Yang deliberately pinched her waist, leaned close to her ear, and his hot breath sprayed on her sensitive earlobe. His voice was low and teasing. "I remember the bed I bought last time. Some people say that a comfortable mattress can help someone perform better." "Chu Yang. You're so annoying." Lin Yuqing's ears turned red with shame, and she gently hit him. "It's so bright in here." "Don't talk about that." There was another spacious and bright room and several guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Chu Yang pulled Lin Yuqing over and said, "How about leaving this room for our chief designer?" His tone was serious. "Your studio? This has the best lighting. You can put in a large workbench and fabric racks. You can create your own little creative space." Lin Yuqing looked at the room. "Yeah. Let's go. I'll take you to see the best place I think." Chu Yang led her to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Lin Yuqing was curious and excited. "Open the door leading to the rooftop." Suddenly, the view opens up. A vast, unobstructed terrace instantly reveals the vast expanse of sky. The warm afternoon sun bathes the entire terrace. Wow! Lin Yuqing couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, spinning around on the terrace happily like a child. Oh my god, husband! You can see so far from here. The whole neighborhood, the street view outside. And the sky. Shu Yang smiled and embraced her spinning body. Do you like it? When the weather is good, put out a comfortable lounge chair. On the weekend, grab a blanket and bask in the sun and look at the stars here. Lin Yuqing leaned in his arms. Honey, can we have an outdoor barbecue here in the future? Or, invite Jiang Lingyun and Wang Hao to have dinner together? Make some skewers in the evening? Anything is fine. Shu Yang hugged her tighter, resting his chin on her head, his voice extremely gentle. As long as you like it. This is our sky city, a place that belongs only to us to enjoy the scenery. She turned around, hugged Shu Yang's waist tightly, buried her face in his chest, and said sullenly, Hubby, I'm so happy. Really, with you and this family. I feel like I'm the luckiest person in the world. Shu Yang lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. Silly words. As long as you are by my side, I am the lucky one. This is our eternal home. Chapter 28. Back to the school apartment. Evening. Pushing open the door of the rental house that couldn't be more familiar, a smell of home mixed with dust and memories hits me. Although it is simple, it does carry the youthfulness, confusion and sweetness of their initial cohabitation. Lin Yuqing almost fell into the small fabric sofa as if she was exhausted. She kicked off her flat shoes and rubbed her sore calves and back. I've been sitting in the car all afternoon and walking so much. I feel like my whole body is falling apart. She stretched tiredly, and her loose maternity skirt rose slightly with the movement, revealing a small part of her fair and flexible waistline. Shu Yang changed into slippers and walked over, putting down the vegetables and fruits he had just bought. Seeing his wife's exhausted look, his brows immediately furrowed, feeling both distressed and a little amused. I told you to take a nap in the car, but all I heard was you chattering excitedly out the window the whole way. He complained, but he had already squatted naturally beside the sofa, and his big hands accurately covered the stiff and tense muscles on her lower back. Ah! Lin Yuqing was caught off guard by the warm palm pressing on her. The feeling of soreness and numbness rushed through her nerves, and she couldn't help but let out a short cry of surprise. Here? Shu Yang's hands were steady, and his strength was controlled just right. The warmth penetrated the thin fabric and ironed his skin. Right here, husband, be gentler. Lin Yuqing's body jumped as if she had been electrocuted, and she immediately begged for mercy. However, the pleasure of having the pain rubbed away made her unable to help but hum and command, a little more to the left, yes. Right here. It's so painful, use a little more strength. Shu Yang was amused by her fear of pain yet eagerness for comfort. While adjusting the pressure on her, he teased her in a low voice, who was that person jumping around on that big terrace just now, wanting to take off on the spot? Are you tired now? He deliberately used his knuckles to press against the acupuncture point near her waist. Ah! Lin Yuqing turned around suddenly and tried to hide like a cat whose tail was stepped on, forgetting that she was still on the sofa and almost fell down. Shu Yang quickly grabbed her and brought her into his arms, letting her sit sideways on his lap, facing each other. Ah! Shu Yang, what are you doing? Lin Yuqing blushed and punched his shoulder with her little fist. Don't you have back pain and leg soreness? Change the position and I'll press your front. Shu Yang smiled a little wickedly, his big hands sliding from her slender waist to the slightly raised side of her belly, whose flexible lines could be felt even through the clothes. Lin Yuqing felt a little weak, and the fatigue she had just felt was mostly dispelled by his perfect massage and sudden intimate posture. Instead, a warm, itchy throbbing spread across her heart. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and a beautiful blush appeared on her cheeks. What are you looking at? Is it not okay to look at you and see how pretty you are? Okay, of course. Shu Yang laughed softly. The living room suddenly became quiet, with only the slight breathing sounds of the two people remaining. The humming and conversation during the massage just now disappeared. There was a silent tension in the air, stuck in their gazes. Lin Yuqing's heartbeat quickened as she was stared at, like a deer throbbing in her chest. She pursed her lips slightly, her pearly teeth subconsciously nibbling on her soft lower lip. In Shu Yang's eyes, this tiny action was the most tempting invitation in the world. The distance is slowly closing. Shu Yang slowly lowered his head, and his forelips touched. Goo! Lin Yuqing's stomach made an unpleasant sound. Lin Yuqing was amused by the rumbling sound of her stomach and burst out laughing. Her face turned even redder, like a ripe peach. She quickly buried her face in Chu Yang's chest and said in a muffled voice, "It's all his fault. The atmosphere is gone." Chu Yang chuckled softly, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. "Well, it's all its fault. But it reminds us of something more important." He loosened his arms and held her waist to steady her. "It's time to eat. You can eat whatever you want today. Your husband will pay." "Real? More real than pearls." Then she rolled her eyes. "I want to go to Yulaishan. That's the place where we had our first official meal. I want to try their sweet and sour pork. And that fried rice with pineapple. Let's go." Chu Yang took her hand. It was dinner time and the restaurant was almost full. They were lucky because a small double table in the corner by the window was empty. "Look, that seat." Lin Yuqing tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve and pointed to the small square table covered with a red checkered tablecloth. It was exactly where they sat the first time they came. Fate. Yes, my wife is so lucky." Chu Yang smiled and protected her as he squeezed through the crowd. As soon as I sat down, the waitress in red work clothes and with a sweet smile came over with the order book. "Good evening, sir and madam, what would you like to eat today?" The words Mr. and Mrs. made Lin Yuqing feel slightly sweet in her heart, and Chu Yang also raised his eyebrows, obviously very pleased. "Let's have the signature sweet and sour pork first." Lin Yuqing couldn't wait and pointed at the menu picture with her finger. "I want the sweet and sour one with lots of pineapple." "Okay. 1 serving of sweet and sour pork. And another pineapple seafood fried rice." Lin Yuqing stared at the golden rice and fresh shrimp and squid in the picture. "I want a large portion." "A large portion of seafood fried rice," the waiter noted down promptly. Chu Yang added, "Let's have some steamed sea bass, something lighter. Blanch some lettuce, with less oil and salt. Oh, and bring a pot of hot corn juice first." Lin Yuqing muttered, "Actually, I still want to drink iced sour plum juice." Chu Yang immediately rejected the idea. "No. Drinking something too cold at night is not good, especially since you're so heavy now. Drink something hot." His tone was gentle but uncompromising. He turned to the waiter and said, "Corn juice, please." Lin Yuqing pouted slightly, but did not insist any more and acquiesced to her husband's dictatorship. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Yuqing lay on the table, resting her chin on her arm, looking at the endless stream of car lights outside the window with a dazed look in her eyes. Chu Yang poured her a cup of warm corn juice and said, "Are you tired? After dinner, go home and take a shower and go to bed." Lin Yuqing picked up the cup and took a sip. The sweet aroma of corn melted in her mouth. It feels like a dream today." She turned her head and looked at Chu Yang with a little emotion. "During the day, I was still looking at the new home that looked like a castle, with a garden and a terrace, and at night, I returned to our little nest. It was magical." Chu Yang reached out his hand, crossed the small dining table, and took her hand, which was placed on the edge of the table. His fingertips gently stroked the back of her hand. "Home is not about the size of the house. This little nest can accommodate you, me, our busy beginnings, and now our daily necessities. It means more to us." The steaming hot dishes arrived quickly. "Wow! Sweet and sour pork." Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. The golden red, crispy pork belly was coated in a translucent, thick amber sweet and sour sauce, mingled with chunks of crisp bell peppers and fresh yellow pineapple, exuding a captivating sweet and sour fruity aroma. Chu Yang immediately picked up the small bowl and gave her a few of the largest and most beautiful pieces of meat and pineapple. "Be careful, it's hot." Lin Yuqing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat, blew on it carefully, and took a big bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside, with just the right ratio of sweet and sour, mixed with the fragrance of pineapple. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. This is the taste. So delicious." A little sweet and sour sauce accidentally got on the corner of her mouth. Chu Yang smiled and took out a tissue, then naturally reached out to wipe it off for her. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." He didn't eat much and spent most of his time picking food for Lin Yuqing. He carefully removed the bones from the fish before putting it into her bowl, and also picked the tender leaves of the vegetables for her. The pineapple seafood fried rice is rich in ingredients, with distinct golden rice grains and the sweet aroma of pineapple, mixed with chewy shrimps, squid rings and crab sticks. "Honey, open your mouth. Lin Yuqing ate by herself but did not forget to feed him. Xu Yang accepted it happily and asked while chewing his food, "Do you remember the first time I brought you here to eat this? You also liked to feed me like this back then." Lin Yuqing tilted her head and recalled, "Really? Why do I remember that it was you who insisted on snatching my shrimp? You definitely fed me first." Xu Yang denied it flatly, saying seriously, "Your rice looks even better with the sauce." The two of them had a childish argument about who feeds whom first and finally smiled at each other. When we were almost done eating, there were only bones and bell peppers left of the sweet and sour pork. Lin Yuqing used chopsticks to dig in the plate, feeling a little aggrieved. "The pineapple is gone." Xu Yang looked at her unsatisfied eyes and sighed, feeling helpless yet doting. He raised his hand and called the waiter. "Pretty girl, please give us another helping of pineapple," he emphasized. "Only pineapple? Ha?" The waiter was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Okay, sir, I'll add a serving of fresh pineapple for you right away." Hee, my husband understands me the best." Lin Yuqing, whose wish was fulfilled, immediately smiled like a kitten stealing some fish. When the plate of crystal clear, golden pineapple chunks piled up like a hill was served, Lin Yuqing was extremely happy. Long live my husband. She couldn't wait to pick up a big piece and put it in her mouth, chewing it with satisfaction. It was juicy, sweet and sour and refreshing. Sour boy, spicy girl. She suddenly thought of something and muttered vaguely. Xu Yang heard it, leaned closer to her, blinked, and asked in a low voice, "So, is our little princess who loves pineapples a sour boy or a sour girl?" Lin Yuqing blushed and stuffed a large piece of pineapple into his mouth. Even eating can't stop your mouth. Who cares about the sour boys and girls? Let me, your greedy mother, be satisfied first. Chapter 29 Pleasant Goat. After the meal, Xu Yang scanned the QR code to pay the bill and took Lin Yuqing's still slightly cold hand. "Let's go for a walk, let's get some fresh air outside so we don't have to complain of bloating when we get home." "I know." As night falls, the city loses the hustle and bustle of the day, and the evening breeze brings a hint of coolness, making people feel very comfortable. Xu Yang naturally let Lin Yuqing walk on the inside of the sidewalk, while he stood on the outside to protect her. They didn't choose a direction deliberately, they just walked aimlessly in the direction of the streetlights. Burp. Lin Yuqing burped softly. "Are you feeling better?" Xu Yang turned his head to look at her. "Yeah," Lin Yuqing nodded and shook their hands. "But honey, did you say that sweet and sour pork just now had more sugar than the first time we ate it?" "It felt sweeter." "Really?" Xu Yang tried to recall. "Your taste has changed since you got pregnant, right?" "No." Lin Yuqing gently bumped his shoulder. "It was my first time, so I was nervous and didn't want to eat too much. Today, I ate as much as I wanted. No, I feel like I'm craving that pineapple again." "Look at your lack of ability, just go home and eat an apple." His eyes fell on the convenience store sign on the roadside. He stopped walking. "I need to stock up on some food for you, so you don't end up starving while lying in bed later." "How can we make trouble every day?" Lin Yuqing retorted softly, but she followed him to the convenience store. The light-sensing door at the entrance slid open with a ding-dong. "Look, what do you want to eat?" It's so hard to choose." She picked up a bag of crispy dried vegetable chips, looked at it, and put it down. "No, it's too irritating." Her eyes fell on the chocolate. "No, I'm afraid the baby will be too excited and make a fuss at night." "What about the sour plum candy?" She picked up a small bag. Xu Yang looked at her troubled expression and acted decisively. "Get a small bag of dried vegetable chips, eat some occasionally to satisfy your cravings. Get a bag of sour plum candy. And get some other healthy and filling foods." He walked straight to the refrigerator. Xu Yang opened the refrigerator door with familiarity and accurately picked up a bottle of plain yogurt. "This is a must. It can be a snack tonight or breakfast tomorrow morning. It's low in sugar and helps digestion." He took 2 individually wrapped whole wheat breads and a small box of washed mixed berries. "I have to keep up with the vitamins, too." Lin Yuqing looked at the health reserves that were rapidly piling up in the shopping cart, narrowed her eyes, picked up the bag of potato chips she had abandoned, and shook it. "Then can I?" "Small package." Xu Yang defined the scope before she finished speaking. "Deal." Lin Yuqing happily put the small bag of potato chips in, and also grabbed a few small bags of nuts of different flavors. "Supply complete, I feel more energetic to walk home." She picked up the shopping bag, which had become a little heavy, and weighed it. While checking out, Xu Yang's phone was bombarded with messages from Wang Hao, asking him to go online and play with the gang. Xu Yang glanced at the message, but before he could reply, Lin Yuqing had already snatched the phone away. I have to accompany my dear wife and I'm busy, Lin Yuqing typed quickly. Wang Hao replied immediately, Lao Yang. You've changed. You abandoned me for your sister-in-law. Xu Yang wanted to scan the code for the clerk and took the phone from him. He lowered his head and typed a few words on the keyboard, then handed it to Lin Yuqing to read. Lao Yang, take a walk with my wife and recharge your batteries at night. Don't worry. Is this okay, leader? Snort. The two walked out of the convenience store, carrying shopping bags, and walked hand in hand towards the apartment. When Lin Yuqing came back home in the evening, she felt sleepy and wanted to go to bed. Xu Yang suggested that she take a shower before going to bed, after all, she had been out all day. In a daze, Lin Yuqing said, I don't want to take a shower. Can you help me, honey? Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing in his arms, whose eyelids were starting to droop like a sleepy kitten that couldn't open its eyes, and felt both angry and amused. Okay, little ancestor, today I will let you enjoy VIP treatment. Stand still, and let your husband serve you. He held Lin Yuqing's soft hand and walked to the bathroom door. Lin Yuqing was really sleepy and let him do whatever he wanted, just humming, good husband. Take off your coat first to avoid it getting wet. Xu Yang's voice was low, with a hint of barely noticeable tension. He stood behind her, his arm around her chest, his warm fingertips resting on the zipper of her coat. Lin Yuqing cooperated by tilting her head slightly to facilitate his movements. The zipper slid down, revealing the soft knitted long skirt underneath. As Xu Yang carefully took off his coat, the faint fragrance belonging to her mixed with a little bit of dust brought back from outside penetrated into his nostrils. Xu Yang's Adam's apple rolled silently, and he forced himself to focus only on her hair. A long skirt is easier to take off than a coat. The zipper is on the side of her waist, and Xu Yang's fingers inevitably brush against the side of her slightly bulging belly. Lin Yuqing seemed oblivious, simply leaning lazily against him for support. Xu Yang's fingertips trembled, and he quickly expelled the soft, slippery touch from his mind, like throwing away something hot. He took a deep breath, and moved more gently and quickly, deftly pulling the skirt off her shoulders. Now, Lin Yuqing was only wearing a thin, tight-fitting dress. Under the bright light of the bathroom, her white and smooth body was dazzling. She leaned slightly sideways against him, revealing her beautiful shoulder blades and slender, smooth waist and back lines to him. Her skin glowed with a pearly soft luster under the light, and after pregnancy, her body lines became fuller and softer. Xu Yang felt his nose dry and his ears starting to feel hot. He almost immediately looked away, reaching for the shower head and letting the warm water wash over him. Wife, lift your feet. His voice was a little hoarse, and he tried to stay calm. Lin Yuqing cooperated dazedly, like a puppet on a string. Xu Yang squatted down, helped her take off her shoes and socks, and tested the water temperature. Is this temperature okay? Comfortable. Lin Yuqing was finally awakened a little by the warm water vapor. She sighed comfortably and her slender white toes tentatively touched the water. Xu Yang helped her into the shower room. The water curtain fell, soaking both of their hair and clothes. He was still wearing them. Lin Yuqing yawned slightly and subconsciously wanted to raise her hands to wash herself, but was held down by Xu Yang. His big hands squeezed some shower gel, starting from her shoulders and moving down her arms, applying and rubbing with moderate force. 500 words here. The water washed over the area where he had squeezed the shower gel, bringing up rich foam. Lin Yuqing had her back to him, her soaked hair plastered to her fair shoulders, the graceful lines of her neck and shoulders submerged in the mist. Turn around. Xu Yang's voice was a little muffled amid the sound of water. Lin Yuqing obediently turned around and let the warm water hit her face and forehead. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly with water droplets. Xu Yang's hand reached her, his movements a bit faster, and he quickly applied the shower gel to her collarbone and arms. He lowered his gaze, fixed on a certain empty space below her shoulders, his eyes on her nose, his nose on her heart. Xu Yang watched her with his eyes half closed. He only made sure the foam was rinsed away, especially around her soft abdomen, and his movements were as gentle as possible. Okay, he announced in his calmest voice, feeling that the few minutes he had just spent felt longer than a kilometer. As he said that, he quickly picked up the towel, not caring that most of his body was wet, and wrapped Lin Yuqing up like a dumpling. Lin Yuqing was wrapped in a large towel, revealing only her small face. She looked a little confused. Hubby, you're so fast. Xu Yang's mouth twitched, thinking that speed is a must. If it's any slower, something might go wrong. We're so trapped, of course we have to end this quickly. he tried to maintain a serious tone. He carried her out of the shower, tucked her into a towel to dry her off, and then neatly helped her into a long, soft cotton nightgown. Only after Lin Yuqing was wearing a dry nightgown and was tucked into the bed and covered with the quilt by him did she finally regain some consciousness. She sighed comfortably and rubbed her cheek against the back of his hand unconsciously. Husband is so good. Xu Yang's heart softened at her unconscious dependence, and he leaned over and kissed her forehead hard. Go to sleep, my little lazy cat. I'll reward you with a VIP customer when you wake up. Lin Yuqing had sunk into the pillow, mumbling something vaguely, only a few syllables of VIP, and soon fell asleep. Midnight. Xu Yang was confused, and he felt his arms go empty, and then a pillow hit him in the face, neither lightly nor heavily. His Xu Yang subconsciously turned his head to avoid the attack, covered his face with his hands, and sat up. All sleepiness was gone, and he looked to the side in the dim light. Wife? What are you doing? Lin Yuqing sat in bed, her cheeks slightly flushed. The moonlight outlined the slightly rising and falling contours of her chest. Her eyes held a hint of sleepiness, a lingering irritation. It's all your fault. Why do you blame me? You last night. Lin Yuqing seemed a little embarrassed to speak. She grabbed the pillow she had just thrown and wanted to attack again. Her voice was filled with a bit of naive accusation. Who told you to wash for so long? She remembered. Last night, when Xu Yang had carried her into the bathroom while she was half asleep, those delicate wiping and kneading. She was so sleepy at the time that she only felt comfortable. Now that I'm awake in the middle of the night, all the details are flooding back to me, and my face is getting hotter and hotter. Where was this guy's hand? Xu Yang finally understood and laughed. My dear aunt, can you please be reasonable? I was just providing good service. Besides, didn't you ask me to help you wash? I was doing it out of kindness, and now I'm getting beaten? I asked you to help me take a bath. I didn't ask you. Lin Yuqing was stuck. She couldn't say the word, so she could only turn into a little cannonball again, rushing over and trying to hit him in the face with a pillow to make him shut up. Xu Yang reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist while she was swinging the pillow. His other hand went around her waist and with a little force. Ugh! Lin Yuqing exclaimed, and the pillow in her hand was dropped long ago. She was held tightly in his arms. You didn't ask me to do anything? Ha! Xu Yang lowered his head, rubbing his chin against the top of her soft hair. You didn't ask me to help you wash it properly? Or didn't ask me to? These words were like a small hook, bringing back the blush that had just faded from Lin Yuqing's face. Xu Yang! You rascal! She twisted and struggled in his arms, pounding his chest gently, more like a spoiled child. Let me go. I hate you so much. What's so annoying about it? Xu Yang's voice became even lower. Lin Yuqing's body trembled slightly in his arms, and the hand that was beating his chest softened unconsciously. Xu Yang stopped talking. He lowered his head and gently kissed the slightly parted lips. Lin Yuqing moaned, her body completely softening. Her fair arms obediently rose and softly wrapped around his neck. I sleep through the spring without waking up. Birds can be heard everywhere. The sound of wind and rain at night. How many flowers have fallen? The above 20,000 words are omitted. Chapter 30 Planting Flowers. On the dining table, there were still traces of soy milk in the bowl, and Lin Yuqing touched her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction. Honey, I'm full. When are we going to go buy flowers? I can't wait. Little greedy cat just finished his meal and is now thinking about the garden? I'll be leaving after I finish cleaning the dishes. Go change into some sun-protective clothes and put on your hat. The sun is starting to blaze outside. Yes, Boss Chu. Lin Yuqing jumped up with a smile and ran back to the bedroom lightly. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a loose light pink maternity dress. He was wearing a wide-brimmed beige woven straw hat on his head and holding a black baseball cap in his hand. He ran over and put it on Xu Yang's head. Even my personal gardener has to be careful with the sun. Xu Yang lowered his head to let her put her hat on properly. Let's go, garden planner. Your knight and driver are ready. The car drove out of the residential complex and headed for a large plant and flower market on the outskirts of the city. The early morning traffic was relatively smooth, and soft prenatal music played on the car stereo. Honey, do you think we should buy seeds or seedlings? Lin Yuqing leaned against the car window, watching the trees passing by outside, and began to imagine their garden. It feels like we'll have to wait a long time for the seeds. It's July now and the weather is hot, so it's not suitable to buy seeds and sow them. Not only is the cycle long, but the germination rate is also affected by the high temperature. Let's just pick some healthy seedlings, like roses and roses. Those with soil balls or small pots are more likely to survive this season. If you take good care of them, you might even see a few flowers in the fall, and they'll definitely bloom next year. Wow! Honey, you know so much. Lin Yuqing looked at him with admiration. Did you do your homework secretly? Chu Yang's ears turned slightly red, and he pretended to be serious. Ahem, of course, is the title of Chu the Great Gardener for nothing? Lin Yuqing was amused by him, and her heart was sweet. I know, Mr. Chu Yuan, I am counting on you. Sunshine Green Plant and Flower Market. As soon as you step into the market, you feel like you have entered a huge green oxygen bar. The air is filled with the fragrance of soil, grass and light flowers, which is refreshing. Although it was morning, the market was already bustling with stalls everywhere, displaying a wide variety of green plants, flowers, and bonsai. Wow! Honey, look at that pink flower. And that green plant with such big leaves. Ah! There are so many beautiful potted plants over there. Slow down, Chu Yang was pulled by her. He had to take into account her excitement and carefully protect her from being bumped by flower pots or people on the roadside, like a competent bodyguard and guide. Let's be clear about our goal. Today we're here to purchase the main ingredients for Rose Garden number 18, the roses and Rosa caninis. Oh, right. Lin Yuqing reacted and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I was almost dazzled by all these flowers and plants. Roses. Roses. Go find them. They headed straight for the section dedicated to climbing and shrub roses, often collectively referred to as roses in the market. In front of a stall displaying a wide variety of roses, young roses of all colors and shapes were neatly arranged. Boss, could you please introduce some climbing roses and small shrub roses that are suitable for planting now, easy to grow and love to bloom? Chu Yang took the initiative to ask, protecting Lin Yuqing in a cool place inside the stall. The proprietress was very enthusiastic. Young man, you are very knowledgeable. It's hot now, so it's best to choose some hardy and prolific flowering varieties. For climbing vines, take a look at this rainbow vine. The flower color changes and it blooms more. There's also this Grand Parade, a classic bright red and pink variety with huge blooms and fast growth. For something more subtle, this pink dragon sandgem has incredibly beautiful flower shapes. Honey, they're all so beautiful. I want to plant pink dragon sand gemstones on the arch, and a big parade on the fence, so it's crawling all over. And some juice balcony and true sky in the corner? Okay. My wife has the final say. Boss, I want the ones she said. 2 each of pink dragon sand gem and Grand Parade, and 1 each of juice balcony and true universe. Chu Yang made the decision, then lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lin Yuqing. If there are more, I'm afraid you'll get tired. Let's plant these first, and then add more in the fall or next spring depending on the situation. Well, I'll listen to you. Oh, boss, please give me 2 bags of special rose soil and some slow-release fertilizer, Chu Yang added. He didn't want his beloved seedlings to suffer in their new home. The proprietress neatly packed the seedlings, soil, and fertilizer, then smiled and handed over a business card. You're so thoughtful, young man. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions about gardening in the future. I packed it sturdily so it can fit in the trunk. Chu Yang picked up the heavy bag of seedlings, soil, and fertilizer with one hand, and held Lin Yuqing's hand with the other. Let's go, my dear wife, our flower babies need to go home. Don't let them wilt in the sun. Gardener Chu, you've worked hard. I'll reward you with iced juice when we get back. 1 cup isn't enough, I need another, a kiss from my wife. Make a deal. Rose Garden number 18 garden. Back at Building 18, Chu Yang couldn't wait to move the seedlings to the shade of the back garden. He first took out the special nutrient soil for roses that he bought at the flower market and said, Wife, look, there's perlite in this soil. It must be more breathable, better than using the soil directly from the yard. Come, I'll mix the soil and you can just watch, or you can find a comfortable little stool and sit down and give instructions. I won't give you orders, Lin Yuqing said excitedly, I want to plant with you. Don't worry, I promise I won't take over the hard work. I'll just be responsible for supporting the seedlings. Or you can dig the hole and I'll put the seedlings in and then add some soil, okay? Unable to persuade her, Chu Yang had to compromise, okay, Your Majesty. So, the two of them started a romantic planting project on this piece of land that was still a blank sheet of paper. Xu Yang was responsible for the physical and technical work of digging the hole, filling it with soil, and compacting it. He followed his boss' instructions strictly, making the hole deep and wide to allow the seedlings to take root. Lin Yuqing untied the bag that wrapped the roots of the flower seedlings and put them into the dug hole. The couple worked together to add soil and compact it. Finally, Xu Yang poured rooting water on it. When the last small Jinzhou shrub was firmly planted in its designated corner and watered thoroughly, Xu Yang straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lin Yuqing, who also had sweat on her forehead, a healthy blush on her cheeks, and eyes full of a sense of accomplishment and happiness. The garden is still bare, but these tender green little lives, carrying their hope and love, have already taken root here. Alright, it's done. Xu Yang took Lin Yuqing's muddy hand. From now on, I'll be responsible for watering, fertilizing, and spraying. You'll be responsible for supervising and admiring the work, and directing me to adjust the layout, okay? Good. Hubby, I can already see this place turning into a sea of flowers next spring. It's wonderful to have flowers, a home, and you. Chapter 31, Lying Down Designer. Rose Garden 18 Restaurant. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing sat across from each other at the dining table, having just finished a small reclamation campaign. Xu Yang took a few gulps of water from his glass, a hint of sweat still etched on his forehead. Lin Yuqing breathed a sigh of satisfaction, and rubbed her stomach habitually with her small hands. Hubby, my stomach is crying out, I feel like I can eat a whole cow's worth of tomato risotto. He picked up the phone on the table and handed it to Lin Yuqing. Leader, please take a look. What do you want to eat? Just order whatever you want. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she took the phone and started poking at it. Really? Then I want it. Yeah. Pickled fish with small peppers. Wide noodles with enoki mushrooms. Stop. No way. Pickled fish, heavily oiled, spicy pickled foods, 3 mountains weighing on your head, do not meet the dietary standards for pregnancy. Oh. Lin Yuqing pouted, her voice drawn out with reproach, just this once. Slightly spicy. Less salt. Is that okay? My stomach wants it very strongly. She blinked her big eyes at him, trying to shake his will. Seeing her eagerness and efforts to reason, Xu Yang's heart softened, but the principles could not be broken. He took the phone and swiped his fingers expertly. No, that's not possible. Let me show you some Yumixiang, multi-grain rice balls, tomato beef brisket soup. Nutritionally balanced, sweet and sour, appetizing. How about that? Or 30 minutes later. 2 large takeout bags emblazoned with the Yumixiang logo sat on the dining table. Lin Yuqing eagerly lifted the lid of her tomato and beef brisket soup, and the rich, sweet and sour aroma instantly filled the air. She scooped a big spoonful of tender beef brisket and plump, juicy tomatoes, mixed them into the steaming multi-grain rice ball, took a big bite with satisfaction, and her eyes narrowed with happiness. Hubby, Lin Yuqing swallowed a mouthful of rice and pointed her spoon at the left rear corner of the back garden outside the window. Look at that piece of land now. It's bare. I'll put 2 bamboo egg roll chairs there later. And add a small rattan coffee table. The floor is covered with a thick, soft bohemian rug. On a sunny afternoon, I'd make a cup of black tea, grab a book, and curl up there. Just thinking about it makes me feel so comfortable. She described the scene with a look of longing on her face. Xu Yang put down the soup bowl, propped up his chin with his elbows on the table, and watched her beaming expression with great interest. When she finished her outlook, he raised a meaningful smirk. The leadership's planning is indeed very comfortable. However, I think there's a more urgent and core project related to quality of life that needs to be put on the agenda immediately before that. Huh? What project? Xu Yang leaned forward slightly, moved closer to the other side of the dining table, and lowered his voice. Silly wife, think about it, that big bed in the master bedroom that's big enough to roll around on, isn't it still naked? This is our strategic rest area. Shouldn't I choose a set of high-quality bedding that's skin-friendly, aesthetically pleasing, and durable? Comfort is directly related to sleep quality and work efficiency the next day. Lin Yuqing's face flushed red all the way to her ears, like a ripe tomato. She was so embarrassed she wanted to kick him across the table, but the table was too big for her to reach. Xu Yang. I'm eating right now. Can't you fill your head with some healthy and green thoughts? You filthy scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Xu Yang laughed triumphantly. When it comes to building a happy home, bedding is of paramount importance. How can it not be green and healthy? Besides, He raised his hand and gestured towards the spacious living room and windows. Do you want new sofa covers? Do you want to change the curtains? These are the core features of the home, and they need to be carefully selected. He had a good reason. Lin Yuqing wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any flaws. She could only glare at him with a red face. It's a farce. After dinner, Lin Yuqing contentedly put down her cutlery, sipped her water, and watched Xu Yang neatly pack up the takeout boxes. Outside the window, sunlight streamed down onto the newly planted flower garden. Honey, Lin Yuqing held her chin in her hand, looking at the prototype of the garden outside the window. Are we really going to buy bedding this afternoon? And dishes and chopsticks? Of course. Xu Yang wiped his hands and sat back down across from her. Think about it, a new house and a new bed. How can you live without a set of top-notch combat uniforms? Sleeping comfortably and feeling refreshed is a must. And by the way, buy some dishes as well. This new kitchen is just missing dishes. Lin Yuqing was amused by his description of top-notch battle robes. Okay, Director Chu is right. This afternoon's itinerary is set, bedding store and home furnishings area. No problem. Xu Yang agreed, and then added mischievously, don't worry, I will definitely help you pick out a comfortable and good-looking set, a battle robe. Lin Yuqing pretended to hit him, but he dodged with a smile. Oh, right, Lin Yuqing suddenly thought, our Chuqing company, it's such a big empty shell. Are you really planning to just leave it like that? Or, do you have any specific ideas? The company has to keep running. But I have to face reality, honey. Think about it, Xu Yang spread his hands, what's the most important thing for us right now? Lin Yuqing subconsciously touched her belly, rest assured and take care of the baby, and have a smooth birth? Right. Xu Yang slapped his thigh, so I was thinking about finding a reliable acting CEO. Acting CEO? Lin Yuqing was a little new to this term. Well, Xu Yang explained seriously, we need to find a professional manager who understands the clothing industry, has experience and connections, and will be fully responsible for the company's daily operations, recruitment, management, and direction. I'll just give you the general direction and manage the finances. To put it bluntly, I'll be a hands-off boss, focusing on serving you, the Empress Dowager, at home. As for you, he looked at Lin Yuqing, his eyes gentle and a little doting. You are our company's most distinguished chief designer and boss lady. When you're in a good mood and inspiration strikes, you can design a few designs. If you don't feel like designing, just lie down and be a supervisor, or simply travel around the world. Lin Yuqing was delighted by the lying flat blueprint he described, but she still said something arrogant. Comrade Xu Yang, isn't your company's management philosophy too frivolous? A hands-off manager and a laid-back designer? Hey! This is called people-oriented. No matter how big the company is, isn't it serving our family? At this stage, my dear wife, your physical and mental health is the company's highest strategic goal. Besides, he winked at Lin Yuqing, with a little cunning, our company was originally a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect it to punch Zara and kick Uniqlo immediately. Take it slow and steady, save an education fund for your future baby, buy you peace of mind, and fulfill your design hobby at the same time. Isn't that great? Lin Yuqing felt warm inside as she listened to his words. She knew that although Xu Yang seemed unfocused, he was actually very thoughtful and always put her and the baby first. Then, how are you going to find that acting CEO? Don't hire a scumbag. Lin Yuqing thought of the key issue. Don't worry, Xu Yang had already made plans. Let a headhunter find him. Spend some money to find a reliable headhunting company, and find a senior manager with a good reputation in the industry. The contract terms are clear, we have financial control, and with regular reports, there shouldn't be any problems. When the interview comes, can we review it together? Okay. Lin Yuqing nodded, feeling a little excited about participating. At least I have to find someone I like. Then, she rolled her eyes, looking expectant. What if I come up with some really great ideas in the future, like something about home? Or maybe we could design some cute and comfortable home clothes or parent-child outfits for the baby and ask the company to make them? That's a must. But this character hasn't even been written yet. Chapter 32 The Housekeeper is online again. Tianhai City Yoja Large Home Living Museum. Xu Yang pushed an oversized shopping cart, Lin Yuqing holding his arm as they wandered through the dazzling home goods section. The air was filled with the scent of new fabrics and incense. Leader, this way. Xu Yang had a clear goal and headed straight for the betting area. Get the core strategic supplies first. In the huge display area, 4-piece and 6-piece betting sets of various materials, colors and patterns are laid out, dazzling the eyes. Wow, this tencel is so smooth. Lin Yuqing touched a set of lavender bedding, which felt cool and silky. Pure cotton brushed ones are also good. They will definitely keep you warm in winter. Xu Yang was more concerned about practicality, twisting a piece of thick dark gray cloth with his fingers. The print on this washed cotton is so fresh and clean. Lin Yuqing was attracted by another set. The salesgirl appeared at the right moment, smiling professionally. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Would you like to choose bedding? Do you need any recommendations? Xu Yang nodded. Yes, it needs to be skin-friendly, breathable, safe, and formaldehyde-free, suitable for, long-term use. Got it. The salesperson understood. Then I recommend these. This one is 100-count long staple cotton satin. It's almost as smooth as silk, extremely breathable, and Ecotex certified, making it safe for mothers and babies. This one is made of natural colored cotton with a natural light beige color. It's undyed and printed for added peace of mind. And this tencel modal blend is moisture wicking and suitable for all seasons. Xu Yang listened attentively and touched the fabric carefully. Wife, feel this satin, it is indeed comfortable, like a second skin. Lin Yuqing also touched it carefully and nodded. Well, this is slippery. I feel like it will be very cool to sleep on in the summer. But will it be a bit cold in the winter? We can get a fleece-fitted sheet or blanket in winter. Xu Yang had already made plans. The salesperson added, we have a matching brushed fitted sheet for this satin fabric, but you can buy it separately. What about the color? Lin Yuqing hesitated between lavender and a gentle champagne color. Xu Yang pointed at the champagne color. This one is versatile and looks warm and elegant. Purple, well, I'm afraid it will affect my sleep quality if I look at it for too long. He raised his eyebrows at Lin Yuqing meaningfully. Lin Yuqing's face flushed. Knowing what he was hinting at, she quickly decided, then we'll go with the champagne satin set. Plus a matching brushed fitted sheet. Okay, the salesperson noted it down quickly. Do you need a pillow core or quilt core? We also have matching high-quality goose down quilts and latex pillows. Xu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing and said, Wife, our new mattress is top-notch. The pillow and quilt should also match the quality, right? The latex pillow is good for the cervical spine, and the goose down quilt is light and warm. I'll listen to you. Lin Yuqing also attaches great importance to sleep quality. So, he added 2 top-grade latex pillows and a light and fluffy 95% white goose down quilt to his shopping cart. Xu Yang looked at the pile of battle robes and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the strategic core equipment is taking shape. Pushing the cart to the exquisite ceramic tableware area, the scene instantly switched from a cozy bedroom to a food channel. Wow, this bone china set is so beautiful. Lin Yuqing picked up a rice bowl with a gold-rimmed glaze as smooth as snow. It's so thin and translucent. Look at it, honey. Xu Yang took it, weighed it, and tapped it gently. The sound was crisp. Well, bone china is good. It's light, transparent, and crisp. But he changed the subject. Wife, are you sure you want to use such a fragile bowl? Think about our future together. What if one day you're in a bad mood and want to smash a bowl to make a loud noise? Xu Yang. Lin Yuqing was both angry and amused. Who wants to throw a bowl? Do I have such a bad temper? Hee hee, it's better to be safe than sorry. Xu Yang smiled and picked up a set of thicker, underglaze-colored reinforced porcelain bowls next to him. This set is also good. The glaze is smooth, thick, and durable, and the patterns are simple and elegant. Most importantly, it's durable. It can withstand the possible slip of our future little ancestors' hands. Lin Yuqing imagined the future baby banging on the bowls and thought Xu Yang made sense. She compared the 2 sets of bowls. While bone china looked more attractive, the practicality and safety of reinforced porcelain seemed more suitable for their upcoming new life. Okay, I'll listen to you and choose this thick set. Lin Yuqing put down the bone china bowl and picked up a reinforced porcelain bowl. Well, it feels good and warm. Where are the chopsticks? Wooden chopsticks? Alloy chopsticks? Xu Yang asked. It's made of alloy. It's easy to clean and doesn't get moldy easily. Lin Yuqing is very pragmatic. Okay. And a few soup spoons and small plates. Shu Yang deftly put things into the shopping cart. Oh, and I have to buy some cute baby bowls. Even though I can't use them right now, they make me happy just looking at them. Lin Yuqing watched Shu Yang enthusiastically pick out 2 silicone bowls with bear and bunny prints, and her heart warmed. This man, even thinking about his future baby, was thinking about his bowls and chopsticks. In front of the checkout counter, the shopping cart was piled high. The salesperson was scanning the code while Shu Yang took out his wallet. Wait. Lin Yuqing suddenly held his hand and took out a card from her exquisite little bag. Her eyes were filled with a little pride and unquestionableness. I'll take this today. Shu Yang raised his eyebrows. Huh? The housekeeper is online again? What housekeeper? Lin Yuqing said coquettishly, this is an investment in family building. Bedding and dishes are the warmth of home, and I have to pay for it. Shu Yang looked at her serious expression and smiled as he took back his wallet. Okay, the boss lady is the boss. Please. Lin Yuqing swiped her card with satisfaction and entered her password. Looking at the long bill, she muttered softly, this thermometer is quite expensive. Shu Yang leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and smiled, it's better to be more expensive. More expensive things are more durable and can support us, well, a long and happy life. Lin Yuqing's face turned red again, and she nudged him gently with her elbow. At this time, the shopping guide in charge of the bedding area came over with the receipt. Ms. Lin, Mr. Chu, the bedding and pillows have been settled for you. Because it's a new bed, a particularly large, high-end custom mattress, we'll arrange a special vehicle for delivery and installation, so you'll need to schedule an appointment. When would it be convenient for you two to receive it at home? Shu Yang immediately replied, we'll go back this afternoon, either after 4 p.m. or tomorrow morning. Okay, no problem. The salesperson nodded. Then please leave your specific address and contact number. We'll call you an hour in advance to confirm after we've made the arrangements. Shu Yang neatly left the address of number 18 Rose Garden and his mobile phone number. The salesperson continued, as for these dishes and the latex pillow and goose-down quilt you just bought, you can take them now. Do you need us to help take them to your car? Okay, thank you for your help. Shu Yang nodded. The 2 shop assistants immediately and skillfully helped pack the items that could be taken away. Shu Yang opened the trunk of the Maserati. The clerk quickly put in the large and small packages of household items. Lin Yuqing sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, her face showing a mixture of satisfaction and fatigue after the purchase. I feel like our new home is a little more complete. The car started and drove towards the Rose Garden. Chapter 33 First Night in the New Home. The car stopped steadily in front of the garage at Rose Garden number 18. Shu Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and glanced at Lin Yuqing, who was dozing off in the passenger seat. She was more than 3 months pregnant and easily tired. He gently pushed her. Wife, we're home. Lin Yuqing opened her eyes dazedly and rubbed her belly. Well, we're finally here. Are all the treasures we bought in the back seat? Here, Shu Yang smiled as he got out of the car, walked around to the passenger door, opened it, and carefully helped her out. Be gentle, don't hurt your waist. Because of plot requirements, all bedding has been delivered to the new home in advance by the mall's special vehicle and installed. Let's move the dishes in first, Lin Yuqing stretched, I can't wait to eat with them. Shu Yang put down the last few cups, put his hands on his hips and looked around the spacious and bright kitchen. Wife, let us cook in our new house tonight. I'll cook our first meal. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Really? I want to order some food. Of course it's real. Shu Yang put the bone china bowls and plates he bought into the brand new sterilizer. What do you want to eat? Just tell me. My husband is showing off his cooking skills today to celebrate our official move into our new home. Well, the weather is a bit stuffy. I want to eat something appetizing. The sweet and sour spare ribs I made at your house last time. No, it's the tomato baked spare ribs and the crispy lettuce with oyster sauce. Add a loofah and vermicelli soup to clear away heat and relieve summer heat. After she announced the names of the dishes, she swallowed her saliva and looked at Shu Yang eagerly, looking like a greedy cat. Okay. Remember, tomato and pork ribs, oyster sauce and lettuce, loofah and vermicelli soup. Shu Yang agreed happily and counted out the ingredients swiftly: pork ribs, cherry tomatoes, lettuce, loofah, vermicelli. Wait, husband is going to the supermarket to buy some. Be careful on the road. Lin Yuqing leaned against the entrance and watched him change his shoes and go out, giving him instructions like a young wife, with an expectant and happy smile on her face. Then Lin Yuqing walked briskly to the large glass door connecting the living room to the backyard and pushed it open. The roses, Chinese roses, and a few tomato seedlings that Chu Yang and I planted today all had their leaves drooping wilted, and the soil looked a little dry. "Oh, poor little seedling, it must be very thirsty," Lin Yuqing murmured with heartache. Carefully avoiding her stomach, Lin Yuqing filled a pot with water. She gripped the long handle of the watering can and adjusted the water outlet, spraying the water evenly onto the roots of the rows of delicate seedlings. The water droplets fell on the dry soil, making a small sizzling sound, and were quickly absorbed. Lin Yuqing had a satisfied and gentle smile on her face. Just then, Chu Yang's car pulled into the garage. He walked quickly into the living room, carrying several supermarket shopping bags. The living room was empty. "Wife," he called out, but there was no response. He glanced at the open glass door. Chu Yang put down his shopping bag and tiptoed to the backyard. She was concentrating on watering the seedlings, her slender fingers holding the watering can, her movements as gentle as if she were caring for a baby. "Wife, didn't you say that I would do the heavy work when I came back?" Chu Yang walked over quickly, took the spray bottle, and pinched her slightly red fingers. Lin Yuqing stuck out her tongue. "They seem to be almost wilting, and it's not really hard work. The doctor said that proper exercise is good for the baby." My wife is right." Chu Yang put the spray bottle aside and suddenly leaned closer mysteriously. "Guess what good stuff I bought?" "What?" Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. She became particularly greedy after pregnancy. Chu Yang pulled out a box of strawberries from his shopping bag like magic, imported, big and sweet, already washed. "Ah! My husband is the best." Lin Yuqing took it happily, couldn't wait to put one into her mouth, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The two returned to the kitchen, and Chu Yang put on an apron and began to work. Lin Yuqing wanted to help, but he pressed her down in front of the dining table. "Queen, please sit down and supervise. Today, I will let you see Chef Chu's cooking skills." The sound of a spatula stirring food soon rang out in the kitchen, and the sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes filled the air. Lin Yuqing held her chin and looked at Chu Yang's busy back, and suddenly said, "Hubby, I think it's really good for us now." Chu Yang turned around and winked at her. "This is just the beginning. Once the baby is born, our family of 3 will be even happier." Lin Yuqing's eyes felt warm, and she lowered her head to touch her slightly bulging belly. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a video call from Jiang Lingyun. "Xing. Why didn't you ask me for help when you moved to your new home?" Jiang Lingyun's loud voice came from the video. "When that idiot Wang Hao heard about it, he insisted on dragging Zhang Ming and the others to help you warm up the house." Chu Yang leaned over and said, No, we'll invite you over after we've cleaned up. The house is still a mess." Lin Yuqing added with a smile, "Besides, I want to spend a few days alone with Chu Yang." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang came over with a bowl of fragrant tomato and pork ribs. "It's time to eat. My dear wife, please enjoy our first meal in our new home." Lin Yuqing picked up a piece of lettuce with chopsticks and suddenly frowned. "Husband, why is this lettuce bitter?" "Ah." Chu Yang quickly took a bite and immediately frowned at the bitterness. "Oh no. I think I bought chrysanthemum instead of lettuce." In the master bedroom of Rose Garden number 18, the newly laid satin sheets shone with a pearly luster under the warm yellow bedside lamp. Lin Yuqing, wearing loose maternity pajamas, jumped onto the bed like a child who had discovered a new toy. "Wow!" She rolled halfway on the large double bed and buried her face in the fluffy goose down quilt. "This bedding is so comfortable. It's 100 times better than the hard bed in my dorm." Chu Yang had just come out of the shower and was wiping his hair when he said with a smile, "Be careful, don't roll onto the floor." He walked to the bed and sat down, and the latex pillow immediately sank into a comfortable arc. Lin Yuqing stood up and suddenly frowned. "Hubby, help me get a pillow to support my waist. I walked a lot today and my waist is sore." Chu Yang immediately took out the maternity pillow he had prepared long ago from the closet and carefully placed it behind her waist. "Is this angle okay? Do you want to adjust it?" A little higher, yes, that's it." Lin Yuqing sighed comfortably and patted the place beside her. "Come lie down and try this pillow. It's like lying on a cloud." After Chu Yang lay down, Lin Yuqing immediately clung to him like a koala and rested her head on his shoulder. Chu Yang gently stroked her slightly bulging belly. "Are you exhausted today? Shopping in the home furnishing store and packing things?" Not tired, Lin Yuqing rubbed his shoulder. "Decorating a new home with the one I love. No matter how tired I am, I'm happy." She suddenly laughed. Do you remember how small the bed was in that rental house when we first lived together? I felt like I would fall off if I turned over. Chu Yang frowned in mock seriousness. How could I not remember? Someone snatched my quilt in the middle of the night and caused me to catch a cold for several days. Oh. Lin Yuqing hit him with a red face. Now that the bed is so big, you can't say anything, right? Chu Yang smiled and hugged her tighter. Yes, now no matter how you roll, I won't fall. The two of them lay quietly for a while, and Lin Yuqing suddenly said, Honey, shall we go buy some green plants tomorrow? The balcony is empty, and putting a few pots of succulents or green radish will make it very cozy. Okay, but buy those that are easy to raise. Isn't the cactus I raised alive and well? That's because cacti don't need to be grown. Chu Yang's mouth was covered before he could finish his words, and the two of them burst into laughter. After laughing and joking, Lin Yuqing yawned and her eyelids began to twitch. Chu Yang patted her back gently. Go to sleep, wife. Lin Yuqing responded dazedly, finding the most comfortable position in Chu Yang's arms. Good night, husband. Good night, have a sweet dream. Chu Yang kissed her forehead lightly and reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. Chapter 34 5 million. Early in the morning, Chu Yang pushed the door open, carrying a freshly prepared nutritious breakfast for pregnant women. Honey, try this avocado. The doorbell suddenly rang. Chu Yang put the plate on the bedside table. Who's here so early? Is this a delivery? Lin Yuqing shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Chu Yang rubbed her head and walked towards the door. Through the peephole, he saw a well-dressed middle-aged couple standing outside the door. The man had a frown on his face, and the woman was nervously adjusting the collar of her cheongsam. Excuse me, are you looking for? Chu Yang had just opened the door when he heard a bang behind him, and Lin Yuqing's chopsticks fell to the ground. She stood at the end of the corridor with a pale face, her lips trembling as she uttered two words, Mom and Dad? Before Chu Yang could react, the dignified middle-aged man had already strode into the room. Lin Yuqing. Do you know how long we've been looking for you? He glanced at his daughter's visibly bulging belly and his voice suddenly rose. What's going on? Hello, uncle and auntie, I am. Chu Yang was about to introduce himself when Father Lin raised his hand to interrupt him. Shut up. Father Lin pulled out a black card from his suit pocket and slapped it on the entrance cabinet. Here's 10 million. Leave my daughter immediately. Lin Yuqing suddenly rushed over and grabbed Chu Yang's arm. Dad. He's my husband. She pointed at the wedding photo on the cabinet with trembling fingers. We've already got the marriage certificate. The air froze instantly. Mother Lin gasped, and Father Lin's face turned from red to blue. He suddenly grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it to pieces. Nonsense. How old are you? And you. He pointed at his daughter's belly, too angry to speak. Chu Yang instinctively protected Lin Yuqing behind him, but he noticed that Lin's mother quietly pulled her husband's arm. The elegant woman said softly, Old Lin, look at Qingqing's eyes. Father Lin followed his wife's gaze. His daughter was unconsciously protecting her belly, and when she looked at the young boy, there was a dependence and tenderness in her eyes that he had never seen before. Uncle and Aunt, Chu Yang took the opportunity to speak. I know this sudden meeting is hard for you two to accept, but Yuqing and I are truly in love. He stepped aside to make way. You've come a long way, would you like to come in and sit down first? Father Lin snorted coldly, but was dragged towards the living room by his wife. Lin Yuqing's tense body trembled slightly, and Chu Yang quietly held her cold fingers. In the living room, Lin's mother looked around this small but thoughtfully appointed home, the non-slip floor mats, the maternity pillow in the corner, the nutritional recipes posted on the refrigerator. She suddenly asked, How long have you known each other? 3 years. Chu Yang made up a white lie and felt Lin Yuqing's fingers gently pinching his palm. Father Lin sat on the edge of the sofa, looking at his daughter with complicated eyes. Half a year ago. Dad was wrong. His voice suddenly dropped. The company's funding chain was broken, and I was so desperate that I wanted you to. Is the jade market picking up? Lin Yuqing suddenly asked, her tone carrying a business acumen Chu Yang had never heard before. Father Lin nodded slightly in surprise. Last month, a new vein of ore was discovered in the Myanmar mines, and the market price tripled. He paused. You didn't come back during the summer vacation, and I thought you, until Lao Zhou saw you at the mall yesterday. Mother Lin's eyes were red as she grabbed her daughter's hand and said, Qingqing, I shouldn't have forced you to marry the young master of the Zhou family. In the past 6 months, we Lin Yuqing suddenly threw herself into her mother's arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xu Yang wisely retreated to the kitchen. I'll go make tea. When he returned with the tea tray, the atmosphere in the living room had calmed down considerably. Father Lin was frowning as he looked at the pregnancy nutrition chart Xu Yang had prepared, while Mother Lin gently stroked her daughter's hair. When is the due date? Lin's father suddenly asked, his tone stiff but unable to hide his concern. Next February. Xu Yang quickly replied and placed the teacup in front of his father-in-law. Father Lin stared at the young man for a long time, then suddenly stood up and said, I have a meeting at the company. He walked towards the door, then turned back and said, when you have time, go home and visit. Lin's mother hurriedly handed her daughter a business card. This is Mom's new private number. You can call me anytime. She secretly pointed at her husband's back and whispered, he heard that you were found last night and flew back from Yunnan overnight. After seeing her parents off, Lin Yuqing collapsed on Xu Yang's shoulder. Xu Yang was about to offer some comfort when he suddenly noticed a check under the coffee table. The amount clearly read 5 million. This. Xu Yang just opened his mouth when Lin Yuqing covered his mouth. Keep it, she said, tears in her eyes, this is my dad's way of apologizing. Xu Yang stuffed the check back into her hand and said, keep it for the baby's education fund. He kissed his wife's moist eyes and said, but before I see my parents next time, can you give me a heads up? Lin Yuqing burst into laughter and gently hit him. Who told you to marry the eldest daughter of a Jade family? Chapter 35 Warm Connection. The night deepens. Soft light enveloped the cozy master bedroom. Lin Yuqing leaned sideways on a soft maternity pillow, her bulging belly contoured by the thin blanket. Xu Yang half leaned against the head of the bed, one hand gently placed on her abdomen, a tablet was propped up in front of them, and the screen was connected to the video call interface. Beep beep, the waiting tone sounds. Within seconds, two familiar smiling faces appeared on the screen. They were Xu Yang's parents, Xu Jiangmo and Wang Xiufan. The background was their somewhat plain living room, yet it was overflowing with warmth. Yang Yan. Xingqing. We're finally connected. Wang Xiufan's voice was filled with anxiety and joy, and her face was almost sticking to the camera. Oh my dear. Let Mom take a good look. Look at your complexion, so fair and rosy. Yang Yang is taking good care of you. Dad, Mom. Xu Yang greeted with a smile. Yeah. Xu Jiangmo responded with a serious expression, but there was a smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. It's good, it looks good. Good evening, Mom and Dad. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and gently, her voice soft and a little coquettish. Mom, I really miss the braised pork you made. Hey. That's hard to say. When you come back, I'll make as much as you want. But you can't eat too much fatty food now, you need a balanced diet. Yang Yang, have you read the recipe I sent you? Did you put lotus seeds in the multi-grain porridge you made this morning? Xingqing needs to nourish herself now, but she can't do it randomly. As soon as Wang Xiufan mentioned her daughter-in-law's diet, she started talking and she wanted to jump out of the screen to supervise it herself. Don't worry, Mom. We are strictly following the maternal nutrition Bible that you gave us. Xu Yang quickly assured. Then he remembered something, and with a hint of excitement as if sharing a secret, he said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I want to tell you something. Yuqing's parents came over unexpectedly this morning. Huh? The two people on the other end of the screen exclaimed at the same time. Wang Xiufan's smile froze for a moment, becoming uneasy and worried. Xu Jiangmo's brows immediately knitted together. They vaguely knew that the Lin family was not ordinary, but they had never met them. They were even more worried that if the news of their daughter-in-law's pregnancy was exposed, the other party's parents would make things difficult for Xu Yang and their daughter. They're here? Xu Jiangmo asked in a deep voice. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Lin Yuqing immediately shook her head and spoke before Xu Yang. They didn't make things difficult for us. At the beginning, there was a little, misunderstanding. My father has a quick temper and got a little angry. She lowered her voice, and seemed to be still a little scared. Xu Yang took over at the right time, hugged her shoulders tightly and offered comfort. It was a bit sudden. Uncle Lin was quite angry and threw a cup. But Auntie was very calm and kept trying to persuade him. The key is that Yuqing was very brave. He lowered his head, looking at his wife with eyes full of love. She just stood up and said I was her husband and pointed to our wedding photos to show them. Wang Xiufan covered her chest with her hands and said, oh my god. This is really. What happened next? What happened next? Her heart was beating fast as her son narrated. Later, Xu Yang said, his tone relaxed, with a hint of manly pride, "My mother-in-law is very sensible." She held Yuqing's father back. I quickly invited them in to sit down. Auntie's expression brightened up after she saw the non-slip mats, pillows, and the nutrition chart on the refrigerator. Uncle Lin still had a stern expression, but he also asked about Yuqing's due date. Then, what is their attitude? Xu Jiangwo asked immediately. This was the most crucial question. It's considered preliminary approval? Lin Yuqing took over the conversation with a faint smile on her face. When my father left. Oh, all fathers are like this. Sharp tongue, but kind heart. Wang Xiufen sighed, slapping her thigh. A relieved smile finally appeared on her face. I told you, it's natural to love your own flesh and blood. Whether rich or poor, parents are all the same. Xu Jiangwo was also obviously relieved and nodded seriously. That's good. It's not easy for Yuqing's parents either. You two should be sensible in the future. He looked at Xu Yang. Especially you have to be better to her daughter. You have to have strong shoulders and carry the burden firmly. I know, Dad. Xu Yang agreed solemnly. Then Wang Xiufen focused her attention on the most important thing. Qingqing, how do you feel now? Are you having any fetal movements? Let me take another look at your belly. Yang, don't block it. The baby is very good, Lin Yuqing responded with a smile, and turned sideways, taking Xu Yang's hand and placing it on her belly. Xu Yang cooperated and gently stroked the bulge that was nurturing new life. Dad, Mom, look, it's here. Wang Xiufen smiled widely across the screen. Oh, so sweet. The baby knows Grandpa and Grandma are watching. Yang, touch him gently, don't scare him. Look. The child is happy too. Lin Yuqing said to the screen with a smile. Wang Xiufen's voice was choked with excitement. Good, as long as you're happy. Safe and sound is the most important thing. Yang, take good care of Qingqing. Xu Jiangwo also warned in a deep voice, well, be careful in everything. Chapter 36. A husband's honor depends on his wife. Ding dong. Ding dong. The urgent ringing of the doorbell broke the silence in the room. Who is it? It can't be my parents again. Lin Yuqing subconsciously grabbed Xu Yang's arm. Xu Yang patted the back of her hand and said, Don't be nervous, I'll go check it out. He walked towards the entrance, took a look through the smart cat eye screen, and laughed, wow, it's them. He opened the door and saw 3 big boys standing outside, with their heads poked out and faces full of curiosity and gossip. They were his roommates Wang Hao, Zhang Ming, and Hu Kuanxing. Wang Hao, who was peeking out from the front, was carrying a bag of fruit that looked like it was bought from the discount section of a supermarket. Surprise! Boss Chu, congratulations on your new house. Brothers, let's invest. Wait. Zhang Minggang shouted with a playful smile, looking over Xu Yang's shoulder. When I saw the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind the living room and a corner of the exquisite garden outside, my jaw almost dropped. What the hell? Old Chu, don't tell us you rented a museum living room? Hu Kuanxing looked at the obviously expensive decoration in front of him and said, Is this the house you said you were renting? This is a rented villa, right? Xu Yang, have you made a fortune? Wang Hao was also stunned, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Yang, brother Yang, with this location and this house, you couldn't have really skipped 20 years of hard work, could you? Xu Yang rolled his eyes helplessly and called them in. What are you yelling about? Come in first. He saw Jiang Lingyun sticking her head out from behind Wang Hao with a smirk on her face. Qingqing. We're here for a surprise inspection. Jiang Lingyun bypassed the 3 stunned boys and flew in like a butterfly, rushing towards Lin Yuqing, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a clear goal. And by the way, let's see where the hell this guy who keeps his pregnant wife hidden away lives. Xu Yang walked into the living room with the 3 country bumpkins who were still in a state of shock. Wang Hao's eyes scanned everywhere like radar, the oversized TV, the leather sofa that looked soft at first glance, the uniquely shaped chandelier. Oh my god, brother Yang, if you sit on this sofa, will you sink into it? Is this carpet from Persia? I feel like I'd be committing a crime if I even stepped on it. That's a crime, you deserve to be stepped on. Zhang Ming had already tentatively sat down on the single sofa chair next to him. It's comfortable. Lao Chu, tell me the truth. What's going on? Did you win the lottery? Or Hu Kuanqing walked to the glass door leading to the garden and looked at the flowers and plants outside. And there's a big garden, am I dazzled? Xu Yang, with your standard of living, you've jumped straight from a rental apartment in University Town to a rose garden. Tell me, has your house been demolished? Xu Yang was getting a headache from their chattering, and he saw that Lin Yuqing was a little at a loss after being asked such questions. Jiang Lingyun also had an expression of anticipation. He felt it was time to lift the lid. This was a good opportunity to keep the system secret. Ahem, he cleared his throat, and amidst the curious or teasing gazes of the crowd, he walked to Lin Yuqing and naturally put his arm around her shoulders. His tone was a bit helpless and a bit proud. All right, stop guessing. It's not like I won the lottery, and it's not like my house was demolished. He paused, his eyes swept across the three eager to learn roommates' faces, then looked at Jiang Lingyun's understanding eyes, and finally fixed on Lin Yuqing's somewhat nervous and shy face. Purely, my wife. Xu Yang deliberately emphasized the word wife with obvious intimacy. She's a well-heeled young lady. Her family is indeed powerful. He gestured towards the house and the garden outside. Here, this is what my father-in-law and mother-in-law said. Hiss. What? Holy crap! Is this true? 3 gasps and exclamations rang out simultaneously. Wang Hao nearly lost control of the fruit bag, Zhang Ming bounced halfway off the sofa, and Hu Kuanqing whipped his head around so hard his glasses nearly flew off. The 3 of them stared with their eyes as big as copper bells, staring at the school beauty Lin Yuqing, who was usually weak and frail and only knew how to draw designs. Lin Yuqing's cheeks flushed red as she patted Xu Yang lightly in an angry tone. Don't talk nonsense, what rich young lady. But she had nothing to hide in front of her bestie, so she could only quietly admit, it's just, my family does have some business. Wow! Sister Yuqing is such a hidden talent. Zhang Ming finally found his voice, and his eyes were instantly filled with awe when he looked at Lin Yuqing. Before that, you were all crammed into that tiny rental house, were you, experiencing life? Damn! That's too low-key. Hu Kuanqing adjusted his glasses and muttered, I understand. I was wondering, old Chu, how come you're suddenly so confident in running a company, driving a nice car, and living in a big villa? This isn't just 20 years of effort saved, it's just winning without any effort. TSK, I told you so. Jiang Lingyun raised her chin proudly and patted Lin Yuqing. See, honey, the truth will come out sooner or later. Now everyone knows about it, and you can't pretend to be rich any longer. She turned to the 3 boys who were still digesting the information and said, don't make a fuss. Our Qingqing is being low-key and reserved. She doesn't flaunt her wealth. Do you understand? I understand. I must understand. Wang Hao nodded immediately, looking at Xu Yang with eyes filled with complicated envy, jealousy, and hatred. Brother Yang, from now on you are my real brother. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me, brother. He looked at the luxurious living room, then at Lin Yuqing who was sitting gently beside Xu Yang, and felt a huge shock in his heart. Thinking back, I was a little silly for complaining about Xu Yang's special situation before, but now it seems I'm the fool. He clearly found the right track. All right, stop flattering me. Xu Yang interrupted their exaggerated performance with a smile. Since we're here, why not do it today? How about we have a rooftop barbecue tonight? It's just the perfect time to consecrate our new home. This proposal received an immediate and enthusiastic response. Barbecue. A must. Great. Congratulations to Lao Chu and his sister-in-law on moving into their new home. Celebrating the exposure of my sister-in-law's wealthy identity. Jiang Lingyun was also very excited. Good idea. But we are not familiar with this place. Where are the ingredients and tools? Xu Yang's mind raced. How about this? I'll take Haozi, Zhang Ming, and Kuanqing to buy a barbecue grill, charcoal, skewers, and the meat and vegetables we'll need. We guys need to act quickly. He looked at Jiang Lingyun and said, Sister Yun, you and Yuqing, the 2 beauties, will take charge at home. Be responsible for getting some fruits and drinks, and see if there are any seasonings or dishes we need at home. We'll start preparing them when we get back. No problem. Jiang Lingyun agreed immediately and winked at Xu Yang. Don't worry, I promise to take good care of your wife. Wang Hao wailed, Sister Yun. We can only pay our respects at best. Zhang Ming, that's right. We are here to show our support with sincerity. Xu Yang smiled as he led Wang Hao, Zhang Ming, and Hu Kuanqing out. Okay, let's go shopping. Honey, if you need anything at home, just send me a WeChat message. Sister Yun, thank you for your hard work. He bent down and gave Lin Yuqing a quick kiss on the forehead, and then the three boys hurried out. You could still hear their heated discussions. What brand of stove should we buy? Will the one from the supermarket work? Must order a large portion of mutton kebabs. There are also beer and drinks. Lao Yang will treat us. At the same time, inside the house. After the three impetuous boys left, the villa became quiet instantly, with only the faint sound of the air conditioner being heard. Zhang Lingyun pulled Lin Yuqing back to the comfortable big sofa. Come on, tell me quickly, what happened? Did your uncle and aunt really come? She could see at a glance that Lin Yuqing's expression was different. Lin Yuqing sighed and told her best friend everything about the dramatic scene of her parents' sudden visit in the morning, including the check for 5 million. Oh my god, this is more exciting than TV. Zhang Lingyun was amazed. Black card. Smashing teacups. 5 million check. Uncle's domineering boss style. TSK. Ching, your daddy's aura. She changed the subject and looked at Lin Yuqing, who was still a little depressed. But, did they finally accept reality? Lin Yuqing nodded, revealing a relieved smile. Well, although my father is still very uncomfortable, he didn't strongly object. My mother loves me. The key is. She lowered her head and touched her belly, and thought of how Chu Yang protected her. Xu Yang, he performed very well. There was pride and relief in her tone. Jiang Lingyun patted her shoulder. I told you. Your Chu Yang looks silly, but he doesn't let down at the critical moment. Asking for money is a test of a person's character, and he passed it. TSK, you still have a sharp eye. She laughed mischievously. Lin Yuqing blushed at her bestie's teasing and said angrily, What are you talking about? Just tell the truth. Jiang Lingyun stood up. Okay, the emotional storm is over. Boss Chu has given us a task. Let's go see what's missing from your rich woman's kitchen. And by the way, make some pretty fruit plates to dazzle those boys tonight. She pulled Lin Yuqing towards the kitchen. With her bestie's company and banter, Lin Yuqing's mood brightened completely, and she began to prepare fruits and drinks with great enthusiasm. Supermarket barbecue food area. Xu Yang was pushing a packed shopping cart, which contained a new portable stainless steel barbecue grill, 2 large bags of smokeless charcoal, and several boxes of bamboo and stainless steel skewers. Wang Hao, Zhang Ming, and Hu Kuanqing transformed into humanoid purchasing robots, shuttling back and forth between the refrigerated area, meat area, and beverage area. Howsy? Lamb leg. The snowflakes are so beautiful. Xu Yang commanded. Got it. Wang Hao picked up a box of lamb legs on special sale and studied it carefully. Zhang Ming ran over with a bunch of chicken wings, some with the meat still attached to the bones, and several large bags of vegetarian chicken and sausages. Brother Yang. Is this enough? Xu Yang, another box of chicken wings, please. Kuan Shang. 1 beer? And some drinks too. Hu Kuanqing's voice came from the beverage area, a dozen of Coke and Sprite. Beer, straight or on ice? Xu Yang, take that imported wheat beer, it tastes better. My wife only drinks sugar-free cola and orange juice, remember to take it. I understand. Hu Kuanqing responded. Hey, did you notice? Zhang Ming said to Wang Hao while throwing things into the car. Brother Yang's way of speaking is completely different now. He's so commanding, my wife drinks Diet Coke. Wow, this son-in-law is becoming more and more skilled. Wang Hao agreed deeply, that's right. This eye for picking things, this sense of detail, are definitely the result of being influenced by upper-class life. He picked up a box of imported steak that was obviously much more expensive and marveled at it. Xu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up an extra long barbecue skewer and pretended to poke them. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that only the 2 of you will be allowed to grill skewers tonight? The kind that's smoky and hot? The 2 immediately raised their hands in surrender. We won't do that anymore, Brother Yang. We're just showing our respect to our sister-in-law. Xu Yang smiled and shook his head. Hurry up. Don't let the 2 queen mothers at home wait anxiously. Oh, there's oyster sauce, cumin, and chili powder in the seasoning section. Grab a few bottles. There's also lettuce leaves to wrap the meat in. He was still thinking about the lettuce with oyster sauce that Lin Yuqing ordered, but unfortunately they had barbecue instead in the evening. When checking out, the cashier looked at the pile of ingredients and the older boys and said with a smile, "Are you having a party?" "Yeah, to celebrate moving to a new house." Chu Yang smiled brightly and scanned the code to pay neatly. For boys were carrying large and small bags and walking towards the garage almost as if they were moving house. "Hurry, hurry," Chu Yang urged, "try to fight back before they finish setting the dishes. Show off your skills and don't let the two queen mothers at home look down on us." "Got it, Brother Yang," the three roommates said in unison, full of energy. Chapter 37 Open Air Barbecue. Rose Garden Number 18 Living Room. When Chu Yang, carrying a heavy shopping bag, led three breathless coolies carrying barbecue stoves, charcoal boxes, and beer. When they opened the door, the four boys were instantly overwhelmed by the sight and fragrance. On the kitchen island, two carefully arranged huge fruit plates exude an attractive glow, truly works of art. One of them has a bright watermelon base, with scooped red spherical flesh and so on, piled up, like a small summer garden. The other fruit plate is more refreshing, with snow-white yogurt topped with snow-thin apple slices, etc. The color combination is pleasing to the eye. Lin Yuqing was using tweezers to carefully place the last whole, stemmed red cherry on top of the watermelon ball. Zhang Lingyun was carefully sealing the plate of yogurt and fruit with plastic wrap to ensure that the flavor would not be lost when refrigerated. "Wow!" Zhang Ming was the first to shout out, almost dropping the carbon box in his hand. "Sister-in-law! Sister Yun! What you two have done is so beautiful. Oh my god, Sister Yuqing, it would be a waste if you don't open a shop with your skills." Hu Kuanqing also stared in amazement. Wang Hao carefully put the beer box down and looked at the two fruit plates with a burning gaze. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhang Lingyun, who was still busy, and sighed sincerely, "This looks even more upscale than the ones in the boutique counter at the supermarket." Lin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and put down the tweezers. "I was just doing it casually. It just so happened that everything I wanted to eat was right here." Zhang Lingyun raised her eyebrows proudly and patted the plastic wrap on her hands. "Of course. Look who helped me choose it. With the two of us joining forces, we have to make a great debut." She looked at Chu Yang. "Have you bought all the ingredients?" "We're all set. Lamb shanks, chicken wings, steak, bone and meat, various vegetarian skewers, and diet cola, orange juice, and some low-alcohol fruit wine that you girls might like." Chu Yang placed several large bags of food on the empty space on the counter, his eyes falling on the fruit plate made by Lin Yuqing, his eyes full of appreciation and tenderness. He walked over naturally, raised his hand and gently wiped away the small amount of watermelon juice stain on Lin Yuqing's cheek with his fingertips. His voice was very gentle. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear. It looks really good and must be delicious." This intimate gesture without paying attention to others and the call of wife made the three roommates standing nearby feel as if their mouths were stuffed with food, and they all made funny noises such as "tisk, oh my," and "I can't bear to look at it." "Ahem." Zhang Ming covered his eyes and yelled exaggeratedly, "Brother Yang, please consider the feelings of us single guys. You're showing off your love as soon as you get home." Hu Kuanqing pushed his glasses and said, "Old Chu, you're calling my wife so smoothly. You're totally into it." Wang Hao said nothing, his eyes quickly glancing at Zhang Lingyun. Chu Yang's natural and tender gesture of wiping Lin Yuqing's face flashed through his mind, and he felt a bit sour and eager. Zhang Lingyun was standing with her hands on her hips, making teasing noises about Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing's affectionate behavior. She turned her gaze towards the three boys. All right, chefs, stop being sour. Get to work. The tools are on the back patio. The meat needs to marinate. Go skewer it and start the fire. Qingqing can't stand the smell of raw meat for too long." Chu Yang was also brought back to reality by her words, and smiled to save the situation. "Yes, hurry up and get to work. Are you going to eat tonight? Let's go. Let's get to work." Zhang Ming and Hu Kuanqing responded positively. Wang Hao quickly put his thoughts aside and followed everyone out, but his eyes couldn't help but linger on Zhang Lingyun's bright figure for a moment. She was naturally tucking a strand of Lin Yuqing's fallen hair behind her ear, and her actions were also full of intimacy and care. He quietly swallowed his saliva, clenched his fists, and encouraged himself by thinking, "I have to work hard too. There are always opportunities." Chu Yang turned around to look at Lin Yuqing one last time and whispered, "Wife, you and Sister Yun will be responsible for the rear reinforcements. Don't get tired. The juice is on the top shelf of the refrigerator." After that, he turned around and joined the busy team in the backyard. Lin Yuqing nodded with a sweet smile of happiness, watching Chu Yang's broad back blend into the light and shadow of the courtyard. Jiang Lingyun came over, bumped her shoulder, and whispered mischievously, "Look, Boss Chu only has eyes for you and the little bun now. He's a perfect husband." Ling Yun. Lin Yuqing covered her best friend's mouth with a red face. Rooftop. The sky began to darken and slowly spread out. The city lights in the distance lit up one after another, outlining a prosperous silhouette. As Chu Yang and his three companions laboriously carried the barbecue grill, food boxes, and ice buckets for drinks to the rooftop, the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness, just enough to dispel the sultry summer night. Wow! Zhang Ming put the carbon box in his arms on the ground, straightened up and looked around, his eyes wide open. What a view! Brother Yang, it's amazing. The entire South City is in sight. He stretched out his arms, as if he could embrace the entire dazzling city. Hu Kuanqing walked to the edge of the open terrace and pushed his glasses. This breeze is so comfortable. It's much more comfortable than the stuffy heat downstairs. The rooftop of my sister-in-law's house is like a VIP viewing platform. Wang Hao said nothing, but his eyes couldn't hide his amazement. His gaze unconsciously drifted to Jiang Lingyun, who was placing the last few glasses of juice on the outdoor table. Hurry up and get to work, comrades. Jiang Lingyun put down her cup, put her hands on her hips and gave orders, "Don't just stare at the scenery, your stomach's growling. Hurry and set up the stove and light the charcoal." "Understood, Sister Yun." Zhang Ming responded immediately, rolling up his sleeves and unpacking his newly purchased portable barbecue grill. Hu Kuanqing also began to study how to ignite smokeless charcoal faster. Chu Yang walked skillfully to the long dining table that had been prepared, picked up the meat skewers plates and vegetable baskets that Lin Yuqing had previously packed, and began to do the final inspection and sorting. Lin Yuqing came over with a bottle of mosquito repellent spray and asked softly, "Honey, there's smoke from the fire. How about I go down first? Don't disturb the baby." "It's okay. The terrace is so big, the smoke will go up. Sit here upwind." Chu Yang settled her on a cushioned rattan chair, facing the brightly lit city night scene. "Stay away from the stove and wait for the meal." "Okay." Lin Yuqing sat down obediently, watching Chu Yang busy with his work with sparkling eyes. Hu Kuanqing and Zhang Ming quickly lit the smokeless charcoal. The fire crackled softly, its orange-red glow illuminating their faces. Wang Hao clumsily applied anti-stick oil to the grill grates. "Come on, the chef is here." Zhang Ming was holding a plate of marinated lamb shanks. "Brother Yang, shall we have the first round of lamb shanks?" Chu Yang put on an apron which Lin Yuqing had specially prepared for him and proudly picked up a few skewers of plump lamb shanks. "Let's go. Check the heat." The fat and lean pieces of meat were placed on the red-hot charcoal. With a sizzling sound, white smoke with the aroma of oil and the taste of cumin rose instantly. Mutton fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound. The small flames licked the edges of the meat skewers, and the burnt aroma filled the air. "Wow, this smell is so good." Zhang Ming sniffed hard, his Adam's apple rolling. Wang Hao couldn't help but move closer, and even Jiang Lingyun put down her phone. "Wow, Boss Chu's cooking skills really smell like the real deal." "That's right." Chu Yang flipped the skewers in his hands with steady and skillful movements. Exclusive secret marinade, coupled with precise cooking time, ensures that the outside is crispy and the inside is tender. Lin Yuqing sat on a rattan chair, holding her chin with her hands as she looked at Chu Yang, who was concentrating in the firelight, with a sweet smile on her lips. The evening breeze blew the loose hair on her forehead. Under the warm yellow light, she and the bright lights in the distance together formed the most beautiful scenery in Chu Yang's eyes. Soon, the first batch of lamb skewers were ready. Chu Yang carefully selected a few skewers for Lin Yuqing that were less oily and relatively well cooked, and sprinkled a small amount of chili powder on them. "Honey, try this. Be careful, it's hot." He picked up a slightly fatty one and took a bite. The fat and gravy exploded in his mouth, mixed with the rich aroma of cumin and chili pepper. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. This is the taste. It's cooked just right." The other three boys could no longer hold back and started masturbating. Delicious. Zhang Ming was so hot that he couldn't stop panting. "Smells good. It has a strong mutton flavor. It's marinated well. Brother Chu's cooking skills are good." Hu Kuanqing gave an objective evaluation. Wang Hao mumbled as he ate, "It's worth it. This trip is worth it. It's better than the one behind the school." Jiang Lingyun also picked up a bunch of golden and slightly charred chicken wings and started to nibble on them. Boss Chu, these chicken wings are amazing. The skin is so crispy. Qingqing, your husband has found a treasure. Lin Yuqing nibbled at Chu Yang's specially made lamb skewers for pregnant women, her eyes curved into crescents. Delicious. Then, Chu Yang grilled steak, bone-in pork, corn, mushrooms, and sausages one after another. The aroma of meat, fat, and the spicy aroma of cumin and chili filled the entire rooftop. Chapter 38 Open Air Barbecue Part 2. The plate in front of Lin Yuqing was soon filled with the special supplies that Chu Yang brought her continuously: well-cooked veal steak cubes, fresh mushrooms sprinkled with only a trace of pepper and salt, and roasted soft and glutinous corn kernels. Honey, I want to try that grilled sausage. She stared at the food on other people's plates. Chu Yang immediately rejected it. No, I'll grill your portion for you, but with less oil and salt. And no chili. Oh. Lin Yuqing pouted slightly, causing Jiang Lingyun to burst into laughter. Look, Qingqing, the housekeeper is online. But for the sake of the little bun, you have to be patient. Jiang Lingyun said, taking the opportunity to snatch the freshly grilled steak that Wang Hao had just received. This one is mine. Wang Hao, you were staring at me just now. If you want to eat it, grill it yourself. Sister Yun. Wang Hao looked at his empty plate, then at Jiang Lingyun's sly smiling face. His face turned red and he hurriedly tried to pick up the raw steak skewers. He almost dropped the skewers on the ground, causing a burst of laughter. The charcoal fire in the barbecue grill gradually faded from its brightest orange-red color to a gentle dark glow. The once popular party finally slowed down, but the excitement on the rooftop continued. Oh my god. Howsy? Look at what you're grilling. Charcoal or mushrooms? Zhang Ming held up a bunch of grilled mushrooms handed to him by Wang Hao. Those poor mushrooms had shrunk beyond recognition, with burnt and crispy edges, and gave off a suspicious smoky smell. Wang Hao was unconvinced and argued, I flipped it over when I saw it was dry. Who knew it was overcooked? It's just a little darker, and it smells burnt. Do you understand? Come on. Hu Kuanqing ruthlessly exposed, if you really try this, you'll die. Put down your hands that are harming everyone and let the professionals take over. He took a bunch of green peppers from the side and handed them to Chu Yang. Brother Chu, please save this for me. Chu Yang took it with a smile, skillfully brushing it with oil, flipping it over, and tossing it with seasoning. His movements were fluid and effortless. In his other hand, he held the tender corn cob he had just peeled for Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing bit the corn in small bites, her eyes smiling into crescents as she watched them making a fuss. Hey! Wang Hao. Jiang Lingyun, eager to watch the fun, picked up a bunch of slightly burnt steamed bread slices that Zhang Ming had just saved from her plate and waved them towards Wang Hao. Do you want me to teach you? The tuition is not high, just praise me and say that Sister Yun is the most beautiful woman in the universe. Sister Yun. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Lingyun's bright smile, which was even more charming under the night light. His face suddenly turned redder and his mouth became less smooth. Well, you teach me. Tisk, so boring. Jiang Lingyun pouted and stuffed the steamed bread slice into her mouth. You can't even say a nice word, you deserve to eat burnt mushrooms. There was another round of laughter. Zhang Ming took the opportunity to quietly put Wang Hao's grilled masterpiece a little further away. After having a good meal and a few drinks, mainly beverages, everyone either collapsed on the lounge chairs or leaned on the terrace railings to enjoy the rare city night view and cool evening breeze. The barbecue in my stomach began to digest, and the atmosphere naturally transitioned from the previous noisy and lively atmosphere to a relaxed and slightly emotional chat. Zhang Ming rubbed his rounded belly and burped with satisfaction. Burp. This meal was amazing. Brother Yang, please arrange this activity at least once a month. You're so beautiful. Shu Yang scolded with a smile, do you think I'm the owner of a self-service barbecue restaurant? Hey, seriously, Hu Kuanqing wiped his lenses and looked at the flashing neon lights in the distance. Guys, in another year we'll all be packing up and saying goodbye to college life. Time really flies. Wang Hao nodded seriously, a rare moment of complacency. Yeah, it feels like I was still playing online games in the dorm yesterday, fighting for internet speed. He stole a glance at Jiang Lingyun, who was chatting and laughing quietly with Lin Yuqing, and tentatively changed the subject. Sister Yun, what about you? You studied art, so you must be a freelancer, right? Do you have any ideas? Jiang Lingyun drank a low-alcohol beer and stretched comfortably, her posture lazy. Me? Hey, why think so far ahead? Miss Jiang's life creed is to live one day at a time. She shook the glass, and the ice cubes made a crisp clinking sound. Inspiration is something that comes and goes. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll want to go to Africa to paint lions, or to an island to sell handicrafts. Life changes every day, and plans can't keep pace with change. Anyway, being happy is the most important thing. Her unrestrained and uncertain demeanor made Wang Hao feel a little dazed and a little discouraged, as if she was too difficult to grasp. Okay, Sister Yun is open-minded. Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up. As for me, I don't have as many ideas as you do. My old man opened a small restaurant in the county. Let's go back and follow in his footsteps. Help him out, so he doesn't keep complaining about being exhausted. It's not hard to make a living. After all, I have the skills. I can just follow Brother Chu and get some money, huh? Sure. Chef Chen. Hu Kuanqing agreed with a smile. Next time we go to your place for dinner, we'll give you a free break if you mention your name. No problem. Enough. Zhang Ming patted his chest and promised. Hu Kuanqing looked out at the distant sea of city lights and said seriously, I'm planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam. I majored in business administration, but it feels a bit empty. I want to work hard in the field of data or risk control. This field is quite hot right now. I want to find a stable platform and try to make something of myself before I turn 30. Old who is reliable. Chu Yang nodded. This direction is good. Focusing on research is the right path. It was Wang Hao's turn. He took a deep breath and glanced at the crowd. I want to go into IT. More towards back-end development. Code, well, it's a little tough, but it feels exciting. I want to build something on my own, so I'll find an internship at a big company to gain experience. Hey! Brother Hao, come on! Zhang Ming punched him. Write an app for Sister Yun to showcase her work. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Hao became anxious and his face started to get hot again. Jiang Lingyun chuckled, alright, Haozi, you're promising. If my online exhibition gets hacked in the future, I'll ask you for help. I'll give you a discount. Her words were both a joke and encouragement, which made Wang Hao feel very nervous and he could only giggle. Finally, everyone's eyes were vaguely focused on the undisputed protagonist of the night, Chu Yang, and Lin Yuqing beside him. Zhang Ming was the first to speak slyly. Hey, do you even need to ask? Our brother Yang definitely doesn't need to struggle anymore. He can just save 20 years of struggle. Hu Kuanqing also laughed. Yeah, the standard answer. Accompany your sister-in-law well and take good care of your children. The template for a winner in life, winning without any effort. Chu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing, who was touching her belly with a happy look on her face, and smiled and shook his head. His arm naturally wrapped around her waist and gently placed on her bulging belly. What do you mean by winning without doing anything? My responsibility is the most important one. His tone was a little teasing, but also revealed his utmost seriousness and determination. I have to take good care of my wife and raise my daughter and son to be plump and healthy. Lin Yuqing patted him lightly and muttered softly, we don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. Chapter 39 Let It Be. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Rose Garden number 18 finally returned to peace. Chu Yang sent Zhang Ming, Hu Kuanqing, and Wang Hao to a nearby chain hotel with a nice environment to settle down. Although Chu Yang's new home had many guest rooms, the matching bedding was not yet in place. After sending Jiang Lingyun back to her residence near the school, Chu Yang drove back alone. The room was completely silent, with only a few warm yellow wall lamps remaining. Chu Yang tiptoed up to the master bedroom on the second floor. Pushing open the half-open door, under the soft bedside lamp, Lin Yuqing was already lying on her side on the spacious and soft bed. Her breathing was shallow, her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, and one hand was habitually placed on her slightly bulging belly. Chu Yang's heart melted as he watched this peaceful scene. He quietly grabbed a change of clothes and quickly showered, washing away the fumes of the everyday and the slight intoxication from the alcohol. About 10 minutes later, just as he was about to go around to the other side of the bed and lie down, he heard, "Hubby, you're back?" Chu Yang looked down and saw that Lin Yuqing had opened her eyes at some point. Although she was still a little hazy, it was obvious that she was in a light sleep. "Did I wake you up?" He quickly sat down on the edge of the bed, reached out and gently covered her hand on her belly, and rubbed it lightly. His fingertips touched her delicate skin, which felt slightly cool after bathing. No, I wasn't asleep anyway. Lin Yuqing turned sideways and leaned towards him, pressing her face against his cool arm and rubbing it comfortably, which made Chu Yang's heart tremble. Are they all settled? Has Yun Yun been sent home? Yeah, don't worry. Chu Yang leaned over and placed a light kiss on her forehead, her faint jasmine scent lingering on his nose. Housie and the other two live together, so they'll be fine. Jiang Lingyun also sent me a message when she got home. He pulled the thin blanket over her stomach, afraid she'd catch a cold, but his fingers couldn't help but linger on her slightly swollen belly for a moment longer. Tired out, huh? You've had quite an eventful day today. Lin Yuqing shook her head in his arms and smiled. I'm not tired, I'm very happy. They are so noisy, just like the dormitory dinners we had before. It's great to have Yun Yun here. As she spoke, she unconsciously grabbed Chu Yang's hand and guided him to gently stroke her abdomen. Chu Yang took advantage of the situation and pulled her closer to him, letting her lean in more comfortably. His palms completely wrapped around her small hands, pressing against her bulging belly. Baby, were you good today? Silly boy, the baby is still small. The doctor said it's at least 20 weeks. Lin Yuqing raised her face, her eyes full of tenderness. Chu Yang's large hands gently caressed the soft curves of her abdomen, his fingertips tracing every inch of her skin. I really want to see our little baby soon. Lin Yuqing felt his warm breath sprayed on her sensitive belly, and couldn't help but chuckle. Itchy, stop it. Chu Yang suddenly looked up and looked at her with burning eyes. Wife. You look so beautiful tonight. His voice was low and gentle. Lin Yuqing's face turned red instantly, and she turned her face away shyly. What nonsense are you talking about? But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Chu Yang took the opportunity to move closer and gently bit her soft earlobe. I'm serious. Finally, his words landed on her slightly parted lips. The kiss was gentle and lingering, with a faint smell of minty toothpaste. Lin Yuqing unconsciously put her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss. Until she gently pushed his chest. Rogue. Chu Yang then reluctantly let her go, but he couldn't help but peck her lips a few more times. Lin Yuqing glared at him coquettishly, but couldn't hide the sweetness in her eyes. She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Husband. Do you think? Lin Yuqing's voice was filled with gossip. Wang Hao, that kid, seems to really have some feelings for Yun Yun? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You noticed it too? That kid has been treating Jiang Lingyun a little differently from the beginning. It's super obvious, okay? Lin Yuqing whispered, also laughing. Look at him, every time Yun Yun says something to him, his face turns red all the way to his neck. He doesn't dare to look Yun Yun in the eye for more than 3 seconds, and yet he doesn't dare to refute anything Yun Yun says. As she spoke, she snuggled into Chu Yang's arms, finding a more comfortable position, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. Yun Yun asked him to burn the mushrooms, and he actually did. Yun Yun teased him and asked him to praise her, but his mouth was like it was glued shut. It's quite tragic. Chu Yang nodded in agreement, grabbed her rebellious little hand with his big hand, and kissed it gently on his lips. Jiang Lingyun's personality is something most people can't handle. Wang Hao is like a mouse meeting a cat in front of her, and it's a mouse that just showed up on its own. He touched Lin Yuqing's hair, and suddenly leaned close to her ear with a wicked smile. But I really want to know, how did you feel about me at the beginning? Was it the same as Wang Hao's? No. Lin Yuqing immediately retorted, her face redder. I was. What is it? Chu Yang asked relentlessly, gently lifting her chin with his fingers so that she could look directly into his eyes. Lin Yuqing's heartbeat quickened when he looked at her. She bit her lower lip and whispered, I was moved by the way you took care of me. Her fingers gently traced the line of his resolute jaw. You could have been irresponsible, but you treated me so well. Chu Yang's heart warmed, and he kissed her again. This kiss was even more passionate than before, with an irresistible tenderness. They didn't separate until both of them were breathless. Wife. His voice was a little hoarse. Have I ever told you that meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life? Lin Yuqing's eyes welled up and she shook her head gently. Then I'll tell you now. Chu Yang hugged her tighter, letting her head rest on his chest. I love you, Lin Yuqing. From the moment I decided to be responsible for you, I knew it was the best decision I've ever made. Lin Yuqing's eyes moistened. She raised her face and kissed him on the lips. I love you too, Chu Yang. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Thank you for giving me a home. The two smiled at each other, interlocking their fingers. Shu Yang carefully adjusted his posture so that Lin Yuqing could rest comfortably in his arms. His chin rested lightly on the top of her head, and his breathing gradually became steady. Go to bed, honey, it's late, he said softly. Lin Yuqing found the most comfortable position in his arms, closed her eyes peacefully, with a faint smile on her lips. Good night, husband. Good night, my little princess. Shu Yang placed a light kiss on her hair and closed his eyes. Chapter 40 Warm Daily Life. Husband. Take a look. Shu Yang had just walked in carrying two heavy supermarket shopping bags, and before he had time to change his shoes, he was excitedly pulled by Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing pointed to a large, exquisitely crafted insulated box on the entrance cabinet. Next to it was a low-key, luxurious mahogany food box that exuded a tranquil fragrance. It was just delivered. My mom called. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled. She said a friend of my dad just came back from abroad and brought some food for us to try. Shu Yang put down the bag and curiously opened the thermal box. Inside were the top-quality imported cherries with a cool chill, the juicy Australian red grapes, and the vacuum-packed Wagyu beef slices with an alluring color. Then, he opened the mahogany food box, and a rich aroma of American ginseng hit him in the face. Inside was plump and strong fresh American ginseng, of excellent quality. Shu Yang had a playful expression on his face. This casual gift from my friend is too good to be true. It's all top-notch food suitable for pregnant women. Then he put the American ginseng back and closed the lid. Your father is a very kind friend. Lin Yuqing was holding an Australian red grape, nibbling it contentedly. Hearing Shu Yang's words, she put the grape down, walked over to him, and with a knowing smile, gently poked his waist. Come on, husband, what friend? This friend is clearly a gift my dad couldn't bring himself to give. Shu Yang laughed and said, just looking at the way my father-in-law threw the teacup, who would have thought that he would use this roundabout way to save the country in private? He's just awkward. Lin Yuqing took Shu Yang's arm, leaned on his shoulder, and said with a little girlish tone. It's been like this since I was little. I have to put on a stern face and find an excuse to show my concern for you. I'm sure my mom would scold him when he got home, so I asked someone to send these today. She looked at the top-quality ingredients, her eyes gleaming softly. But, the fact that he can do this, husband, it means that he actually recognizes you in his heart and cares about me and the baby. Shu Yang lowered his head and nuzzled the top of her head affectionately. Well, I knew our Qingqing was incredibly smart. I feel your father-in-law's kindness. He let go of her, bent down and picked up the plastic bag he had just bought. Just right, I'll show you my skills tonight. Use this Wagyu beef with the fresh mushrooms and bok choy I just bought, and I'll make you a delicious quick stir-fry. I'll save the American ginseng for making chicken soup tomorrow. Wow! Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. I really want to eat it now. Little greedy cat, go sit in the living room and rest for a while. Shu Yang smiled and scratched her small nose. Put the food down and I'll go to the kitchen. It will be ready soon. The cheerful sounds of food preparation soon rang out in the kitchen. Shu Yang skillfully processed the tender Wagyu beef slices, marinating them simply to ensure the original flavor of the meat. The aroma from the kitchen gradually spread. Here I am. Shu Yang came out carrying two porcelain plates and carefully placed them on the newly laid anti-scalding mat in the restaurant. One plate is crystal clear and temptingly oily Wagyu beef fried with mushrooms and cabbage. The beef slices are tender and smooth, with milky white and emerald green colors, dotted with brown mushrooms, and the colors are attractive. The other dish was light and refreshing okra salad, sprinkled with a few white sesame seeds. It looks so appetizing. Lin Yuqing couldn't wait to sit down at the dining table, picked up the brand new pure white bone porcelain chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece of steaming Wagyu beef slice and put it into her mouth. The richness that melts in your mouth, accompanied by Shu Yang's perfect seasoning, instantly explodes in your mouth, overflowing with freshness and fragrance. She narrowed her eyes happily, let out a long, satisfied and gave Shu Yang a big thumbs up. Long live my husband. It's delicious. Not greasy at all. Go slowly, be careful of the heat. Shu Yang couldn't help laughing as he watched her eat like a greedy squirrel. He also pulled out a chair and sat down. Try this okra. It's light and refreshing, just right to balance out the heat. By the way, husband, Lin Yuqing swallowed a mouthful of tender beef, suddenly remembered something, and pointed to the mahogany food box on the cabinet in the entrance hall. My dad must have asked about that box of American ginseng. Why don't you send some back to my parents? It's great for making tea or stewing them in soup. Wife. He put down his chopsticks and held her warm little hand across the table. Thank you. Mom and Dad will be very happy to know that you think of them so much. It's only natural, Lin Yuqing said, her cheeks slightly red. We'll all be a family from now on. She gently stroked her slightly bulging belly. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely be happier when the baby is born. After eating and drinking, Lin Yuqing touched her belly and sighed contentedly. Hubby, I feel a little sleepy after eating. Your pregnancy is normal now. Come, let me hold you and lie down on the sofa for a while. Wait until I'm done cleaning up before going upstairs. Shu Yang bent down to hold you without saying anything. Lin Yuqing dodged with a smile. Oh, no need to carry me. I can walk by myself. How can it be so precious? That won't do, Shu Yang insisted, carefully avoiding her belly and easily picking her up sideways, causing Lin Yuqing to exclaim slightly, and then she hugged his neck with peace of mind. My dear wife and the little princess are now the focus of our family's protection. This service must be in place. Shu Yang carefully placed Lin Yuqing on the sofa, stuffed a pillow behind her, and covered her with a thin blanket. It's so comfortable. Lin Yuqing leaned on the sofa, yawned slightly, and watched Shu Yang clean the table and wash the dishes skillfully. As she watched, Lin Yuqing's eyes suddenly felt a little hot. The excitement of yesterday's friend's visit had faded, and the tranquility and warmth at this moment made her heart swell. The inexplicable sense of happiness was mixed with a hint of sentimentality unique to pregnancy. Husband. She called softly with a nasal tone. Ha? What's wrong, honey? Shu Yang had just wiped the last plate and put it away when he heard the noise. He immediately wiped his hands and came over. He squatted in front of the sofa, a little nervous. Are you feeling unwell? Or was there something wrong with what you ate just now? Seeing the genuine worry on Shu Yang's face, Lin Yuqing shook her head, pulled his slightly wet hand, rubbed it against her face, but tears rolled down uncontrollably. No. I just feel that it's so good now. Her voice choked. Baby, you and this place are so good that it doesn't seem real. I'm so scared that this is all a dream. Shu Yang's heart ached, and then he felt completely limp. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped her tears. Silly girl, how could this be a dream? He placed his other hand on her belly, stroking it gently. Can you feel the baby moving? It's still small, but it's real. Our marriage certificate is in the bedside drawer, and the key to our new home is in my pocket. I'm here with you, and every minute and every second is real. She nodded vigorously, held Shu Yang's hand tightly, and smiled through her tears. Yes. I know. Honey, I'm a little sleepy. Can you carry me back to the room? I want to sleep. As you command, my queen. Shu Yang smiled and lifted her up in his arms. The girl leaned into him, leaning against him, closing her eyes. Chapter 41. When Yashin's visit. Shu Yang was just about to put the cut and washed fruits into the fruit bowl when the doorbell rang. Lin Yuqing heard the ringing sound while lying on the sofa. She subconsciously rubbed her belly and gave Shu Yang a look that looked for help. Don't be nervous, wife. Shu Yang gave her a reassuring smile and walked quickly towards the entrance. Through the smart cat's eye, standing outside was a well-maintained and elegant middle-aged beautiful woman. Wearing a well-tailored off-white cashmere suit and carrying a small Birkin handbag, her eyes were gentle with a subtle scrutiny. Shu Yang took a deep breath and opened the door. Hello, Auntie. Please come in. Hello, Shu Yang. Lin Yuqing's mother, Wen Yashin, quickly glanced at Shu Yang, then passed him and landed accurately on her daughter who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Mom. Lin Yuqing had already stood up and walked over quickly with a surprised smile on her face. Wen Yashin opened her arms and embraced her daughter, gently combing the loose hair on Lin Yuqing's temples with her fingers. Qingqing, let Mom take a good look. Well, you look good. She nodded with satisfaction, and her eyes fell on her daughter's lower abdomen. She stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Lin Yuqing's belly. My dear granddaughter, Grandma is here to see you. Seeing this, Shu Yang felt relieved. It seemed that his mother-in-law's anticipation and love for the baby were unquestionable. When Yashin then looked back at Shu Yang with a standard social smile, thank you for taking care of Qingqing during this period. Auntie, you are so polite. This is what I should do. Come, Auntie, please take a seat. Shu Yang led Wen Yashin to sit on the sofa. Yuqing has been thinking about you for several days, saying that she misses you. Well, so I came to stay for a few days. Wen Yashin sat down gracefully, but I also want to see with my own eyes whether our little princess is doing well. Lin Yuqing hurriedly sat down next to her mother and took her arm affectionately. Mom, I'm fine. Look at me, my face has become rounder. Shu Yang wisely picked up the fruit plate and placed it on the coffee table in front of Wen Yaxin. Auntie, please try it. These fruits have just arrived and are quite fresh. Okay, thank you. Wen Yaxin politely picked up a cherry, but her eyes looked around the entire living room. It was clean and tidy, with all the details such as non-slip mats and pillows for pregnant women, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. The scrutiny in her eyes faded slightly, but she remained observant. After chatting about family matters for a while, Wen Yaxin asked about her pregnancy and prenatal checkups. Lin Yuqing answered each question, her words filled with satisfaction at Shu Yang's thoughtful care. Shu Yang also added some details at the right time, appearing calm and appropriate. The house is really nice and warmly decorated, Wen Yaxin commented in conclusion. Shu Yang's heart skipped a beat, knowing he had passed the first level. He glanced at the time and stood up. Auntie, you must be tired after getting off the plane. Rest for a while with Yuqing in the living room. We need to buy new bedding for the guest room. I'll go to the mall and have it delivered. Yuqing, stay with Mom and talk. I'll be right back. Lin Yuqing understood. Okay, go ahead. Shu Yang closed the door. It was necessary to leave space for the mother and daughter to talk privately. He drove straight to the most upscale home furnishing mall nearby, with a clear goal, a 4-piece set of pure cotton satin bedding with the highest thread count and the best feel. When paying, he asked the merchant to deliver it to his door. Then rushed to the supermarket. Tonight's food shopping is crucial. My mother-in-law is coming, and we have to show off our cooking skills for our first family dinner, making sure it's both nutritious and delicious during pregnancy. When I returned home carrying the heavy shopping bags, the special truck carrying the new bedding had just arrived. The staff was extremely efficient, and within 10 minutes they had replaced the spacious guest room next to the master bedroom with a set of ivory satin bedding that was luxurious in texture and had a soft luster. After sending the bed-making guy away, Shu Yang walked into the kitchen carrying the ingredients. Auntie, I'm back. The bedding is made. Please take a look at it tonight to see if it suits you. Shu Yang reported as he took out the ingredients. Wen Yaxin looked at her daughter with a smug expression that said, "Look how capable my husband is," and said him softly. His eyes fell on the chicken and the box of American ginseng Shu Yang took out. Oh, you want to use that? Shu Yang smiled and nodded. Yes, Auntie, Yuqing said that stewing soup for you and the baby would be the best. It's a rare good thing, and I can't let you and Uncle's kindness go to waste. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wen Yaxin's tone was less polite and more gentle than before. Shu Yang rolled up his sleeves, put on an apron, and immediately transformed into a super chef. Prepare the old hen skillfully, clean and blanch to remove the fishy smell. Heat a clay pot over medium heat and add the chicken pieces, cleaned American ginseng slices, a few slices of ginger, and scallion nuts. Prepare the side dishes expertly, pick and wash the choy sum, break the broccoli into small florets, and slice the pork liver thinly. When Yaxin watched quietly, the scrutiny in her eyes gradually replaced by pure appreciation and a little surprise. Lin Yuqing whispered to her mother, "Mom, look at Shu Yang." Soon, when the last plate of blanched choy sum with oyster sauce was served, the steamed tiger grouper was just cooked. Chicken soup is here. Shu Yang smiled and put down the chicken soup in his hand. Our conditions are limited, so these are just some home-cooked dishes. Try them and see if they suit your taste. When Yaxin looked at the table, steamed tiger grouper, stir-fried pork liver, blanched choy sum, and the American ginseng chicken soup. She picked up the spoon, scooped a small bowl of chicken soup, and blew on it gently. Lin Yuqing couldn't wait to taste a small bite of the fish and squinted her eyes happily. "Hubby, the fish is so tender." When Yaxin put a small spoonful of warm chicken soup into her mouth. "This soup is very well cooked." When Yaxin put down her spoon, an appreciative smile on her face. "This American ginseng chicken soup is so flavorful. Not too salty or bland, it tastes fantastic." She reached for her chopsticks and tasted a piece of pork liver. It was rich in sauce flavor but not too salty. She nodded approvingly. "This pork liver is fried very tender and tastes good." Shu Yang finally relaxed a little and said modestly, "As long as Auntie likes it, it's good. The main thing is that the ginseng you brought is of good quality. Your cooking skills are good." When Yaxin looked at her daughter eating with a satisfied and happy look on her face, and the last trace of doubt in the depths of her eyes seemed to have dissipated most of it. She picked up the soup spoon and scooped a large bowl of soup for Chu Yang herself, and said to him, "Xiao Chu, you've worked hard all day, you should drink more." After dinner, Xu Yang was cleaning up the dishes quickly. Xiao Chu, she suddenly spoke, her voice gentle but with an irresistible force. After you finish packing, come upstairs. Auntie has something to tell you alone. Xu Yang paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Auntie, I'll be right there. Lin Yuqing glanced at Xu Yang worriedly and asked softly, Mom, what's going on? When Yaxin patted her daughter's hand, don't worry, it's just a chat. Chapter 42. When Yaxin's visit to. The door of the guest room on the second floor was half open, and Xu Yang knocked gently. Come in. When Yaxin turned around, come and sit down. Okay, Auntie. Xu Yang's heart tightened slightly. He walked over and sat down opposite Wen Yaxin. When Yaxin looked at Xu Yang for a few seconds before she slowly spoke, I didn't expect to see Qingqing being taken care of so well this time. She paused and said, to be honest, I received a call and heard that she suddenly got married and is pregnant. At that time, there was only one word in my mind, chaos. Her tone revealed real anxiety and heartache. She looked docile from childhood to adulthood, but she was actually very stubborn. She ran away because she felt the path we chose for her was wrong. When Yaxin retracted her gaze and looked back at Xu Yang, her eyes became extremely sharp, as if they wanted to penetrate his soul. During this time, as her mother, I haven't been able to sleep peacefully for a single day. I'm worried about her suffering, about her being cheated, about her meeting the wrong person, and even more so about her being young and impulsive. One wrong step will lead to another. Her voice was a little harsh, more like an outpouring and questioning. As a mother, I can't help but doubt it. Tell me, how did you meet Qingqing? How did you get along with her? And what happened with this child? What exactly is going on? How sincere are you to her now? Or is it just a responsibility? The barrage of questions, filled with a mother's worry, fear, and scrutiny, weighed heavily on Xu Yang. Xu Yang felt a tremendous pressure, and sweat seemed to be oozing from his forehead. He did not immediately argue, but took a deep breath. Auntie, I have no reason or right to lie to you. The beginning of Yuqing and I was indeed an accident. Even I was confused at first. He lowered his eyes slightly. When she appeared in front of me with the paternity test results, my mind went blank. Before that, Yuqing and I were just ordinary classmates in the eyes of others. We hadn't even spoken to each other much. I have no recollection of our so-called one-night stand. But that appraisal result, Xu Yang raised his head, his eyes frank, is indeed true. At that moment, after the huge shock, I felt that my only choice was to face. His tone was firm. We faced this unexpected life together. At that time, my feelings for Yuqing were mostly responsibility, with a hint of confusion and panic. When Yaxin listened quietly without interrupting, and the scrutiny in her eyes became deeper. But, Auntie, Xu Yang changed the subject. After living together, after accompanying her through the most uncomfortable reactions of the early stages of pregnancy, after countless days and nights of getting along and relying on each other, some things have long since changed. His eyes gently turned toward the door. I saw her strength, I felt her tenderness and thoughtfulness. He looked at Wen Yaxin, the frankness in his eyes replaced by deep affection. I love her, Auntie. Not because I have to be responsible for her or for this child, but because she is Lin Yuqing. The room fell into silence for a long time. Child. When Yaxin's voice was a little hoarse. Let's go downstairs. Her tone returned to its usual gentleness. Is there any leftover chicken soup in the kitchen? Heat it up and have another bowl. Don't waste it. Hey. I'll go heat up the soup. It's late at night, in the Rose Garden master bedroom. Xu Yang hugged Lin Yuqing and leaned against the comfortable headboard of the bed. Ha! Lin Yuqing breathed a sigh of satisfaction and rubbed her cheek against Xu Yang's shoulder. It feels like I fought a battle today. Xu Yang chuckled. Well, my mother-in-law has arrived. Her aura is comparable to that of an entire reinforced company. My mother is like that. Lin Yuqing raised her head, especially towards you. She's clearly judging you. Xu Yang made a frightened expression. I was scared to death. Luckily, our position is impenetrable. My wife is supporting us from behind, and I am skilled in the front. That's why we managed to hold the city. Put. Lin Yuqing was amused by his analogy and giggled. Yes, it has to be Chef Chu's bowl of American ginseng chicken soup. Didn't you see the expression on my mom's face when she took the first sip of the soup? Xu Yang also laughed. It's mainly because my father-in-law brought some good ginseng. But to be honest, my palms were sweating at the time. I was afraid that some of the dishes would not suit her taste and leave a bad impression. No. Lin Yuqing immediately retorted, her tone tinged with pride. My mother later secretly praised you to me. She said you were very down to earth, kept the kitchen clean, had good cooking skills, and were very thoughtful. She knew what she cared about. She also said. She kept it a secret on purpose and looked at Chu Yang cunningly. What else? Xu Yang couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of anticipation. She also said. Lin Yuqing leaned close to his ear and lowered her voice. This kid, although not as fair-skinned as those young men from aristocratic families, is much more pleasing to the eye than them. It seems my practical face is a plus? You are so beautiful. Lin Yuqing laughed and punched his chest. After laughing, she shrank into his arms again. Hubby, you are really good. Huh? Why are you suddenly so corny? Xu Yang lowered his head. I just feel that you are so considerate and caring towards my mother, and you protect me so well. And? Xu Yang felt warm in his heart and kissed her cheek. Silly girl, they are my parents too. Isn't that what should happen? He tightened his arms and said, the most important thing is that my wife thinks I'm good, that's what's really good. The bedroom fell silent, with only the gentle sounds of their breathing intertwined. The air was filled with the faint scent of floral shower gel and the warm smell of happiness. At this time, Lin Yuqing let out a soft ah and rubbed her belly unconsciously. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? Xu Yang immediately became nervous and put his hand over her, and the warmth came through the fabric. I'm not feeling unwell, Lin Yuqing blushed slightly and whispered, it's just. I suddenly want to eat those shrimp wontons you made for me last time. Xu Yang was at a loss for words. My little greedy cat, you just said you were tired after a battle? You just lay down and you're already craving cooking again? Lin Yuqing looked at him aggrievedly, her hand still on her belly. Maybe the baby wants to eat. I was so emotional just now and consumed a lot. Alright, Queen Dowager, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare some midnight snacks for you and our little ancestor. Xu Yang prepared to get up. Oh, not now. Lin Yuqing quickly grabbed the corner of his pajamas and found it funny herself. I'm just teasing you, well, not entirely teasing you. She hesitated. How about having it for breakfast tomorrow morning? Okay, let's eat it tomorrow morning. Xu Yang agreed immediately, lying down again and hugging her tightly. He lowered his head and gently bit the tip of her cute nose. Now, lie down and sleep well. Chapter 43 Qixia Art Village. The next morning. In the open kitchen, Xu Yang skillfully divided the freshly cooked wontons into 3 newly bought plain bone china bowls. In the clear soup base of the bowl, the pink shrimp filling is faintly visible, with a few green coriander chopped floating in it. Wow! It smells so good. Hubby. Wontons. Lin Yuqing pulled out the dining chair and sat down. Pregnancy made her more likely to get hungry, and when she smelled the breakfast she had been craving for, her eyes immediately lit up. When Yashin also finished washing up and sat next to her daughter. Mom, try it. The shrimp wontons Xu Yang made are delicious, the shrimp meat is chewy and fresh. Lin Yuqing had already picked up the small spoon and couldn't wait to scoop one and blew on it. When Yashin scooped a small spoonful of soup and tasted it, the soup base is very clear, without any fishy smell, and the seasoning is just right, not too salty or too bland. She bit into another wonton, and the sweet and chewy texture made her smile. The filling is really well seasoned, very fresh and tender, and the cooking time is also well controlled. As long as you like it, Auntie. I just want a new taste. Yuqing suddenly wanted this last night. Xu Yang smiled and sat down. With your cooking skills, it would be a shame if you didn't open a shop. When Yashin said half-jokingly, her tone a little more intimate than at dinner yesterday. Mom, he just likes to cook for me. Lin Yuqing swallowed the wontons and said proudly, her little face flushed, nothing in the restaurant outside is as delicious as his. Xu Yang felt a little embarrassed by the compliments. While eating, when Yashin put down her spoon and looked at Xu Yang, Xiao Chu, the weather is so nice today, it's boring to stay in the house all the time. After we finish cleaning up, I'll take you out for a walk? Going out? Lin Yuqing was a little surprised. Where are you going, Mom? Let's go to the newly developed Qixia Art Village on the outskirts of the city. It's a very interesting place. I have an old classmate who used to be a jewelry designer. He now runs a coffee shop there. It has a very elegant name, Tingfengian. She looked at Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing. She keeps asking me to go see her, so I'll take you out to relax. Xingxing needs to move around a bit during her pregnancy, and some fresh air is good for both the adults and the child. Xu Yang understood immediately. He looked at Lin Yuqing and said, "Wife, how are you? Do you want to go for a walk?" "Great." Lin Yuqing was very excited. "I really want to go to the art village." "Yeah." Xu Yang smiled and nodded, then turned to Wen Yashin and said, "Auntie, you really know how to pick a place. Yuqing has been bored at home lately and wants to go out for some fresh air. How about I drive you there after dinner?" "Okay, don't worry. Take your time eating." Wen Yan nodded with satisfaction. Xixia Art Village. The car drove smoothly into an ancient area, with old houses with white walls and grey tiles on both sides, dotted with various uniquely shaped pottery plants and art installations. There were not many tourists and the atmosphere was leisurely. Xu Yang got out of the car first and carefully helped Lin Yuqing, whose belly was becoming more and more obvious, down. When Yashin walked down slowly and pointed to an inconspicuous alley ahead, "It's over there, just a few steps away. My old classmate said that her restaurant is so delicious because it's hidden deep." The three of them walked along the stone path. Xu Yang walked slightly to the outside, naturally placing one hand on Lin Yuqing's lower back. When Yashin watched them, her eyes gentle. Tingfangian is indeed a different world. Pushing open the simple wooden door, you will find a small and exquisite courtyard, arranged like a miniature garden, with a small bridge, flowing water, stone benches and rattan chairs, and lush greenery. The main building is a cafe converted from an old house, with large floor-to-ceiling windows providing excellent lighting. "Yashin, you're finally here." A middle-aged lady with a gentle temperament and wearing an indigo hand-tied cotton skirt came up to her with a smile on her face and hugged Wen Yashin warmly. "Xiaowei, you really find peace in the midst of noise. My heart is at peace as soon as you come in." Wen Yashin smiled and looked around. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Qingqing and our son-in-law Xiaochu." "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Lin Yuqing greeted her obediently. "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Xu Yang also greeted politely. "Oh, Qingqing is such a beautiful girl. Is this Xiaochu? So energetic." Zhou Xiaowei smiled brightly and invited them to sit inside. Come on, sit inside. I'll let you try my newly roasted beans and the rose honey water that just arrived today." "Xu Yang, Qingqing can't drink coffee, so you can sit with her on the rattan chairs and sofas by the window, it's more comfortable. I'll sit here and chat with Xiaowei." Wen Yashin arranged naturally. Xu Yang agreed and took Lin Yuqing to sit on the rattan sofa by the window. The view from here was excellent, and they could see the small water feature and goldfish in the corner of the courtyard. Lin Yuqing was attracted by the environment and took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the scenery outside the window. When Yashin and Zhou Xiaowei sat down at another table not far away and chatted in low voices. After a while, Zhou Xiaowei came over with a tray. "Qingqing, Xiaochu, try this rose water. It's made with edible roses from the ecological park and local honey. It tastes very sweet and can be drunk by pregnant women." Zhou Xiaowei placed the rose water in front of them and said, "Xu Yang, how about this latte? Try Auntie's craftsmanship." "Thank you, Aunt Zhou, for your trouble." Xu Yang quickly stood up and took the coffee. The rich aroma of coffee mixed with the aroma of milk hit his nose. Lin Yuqing took a sip of the rose honey water, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, it's delicious. Not cloying at all." She looked at Zhou Xiaowei, "Auntie Zhou is amazing." Xu Yang also took a sip of the latte. It was rich, smooth, and had a balanced flavor. "This tastes so good. It's better than many professional coffee shops. Aunt Zhou, your craftsmanship is definitely professional level." Zhou Xiaowei was very happy to be praised. "Xiaochu is so sweet. Yashin, look how good this child is at talking and taking care of others." She blinked at Wen Yashin, then looked at Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing. "It's good to be young. Looking at this young couple sitting together, it feels like the light in my shop is different. When you have a child, bring him over often to play." Wen Yashin smiled smugly and said, "They just moved into a new house and have a lot to do. After Qingqing gives birth, I'll ask Xu Yang to bring the child over to trouble you." Lin Yuqing's face instantly turned red, and she leaned against Xu Yang and lowered her head to drink rose water. "Auntie Zhou, your place is so beautiful." Lin Yuqing turned her head. "My waist is a little sore after sitting for so long." Xu Yang immediately understood and looked inside the house. Auntie Zhou, I want to take Yuqing out for some exercise." Before Wen Yashin could say anything, Zhou Xiaowei was already smiling. "Oh, great. Xiaochu is so thoughtful. Let's go. What a nice weather." She turned to Xu Yang and said, "The path is a bit slippery with stones and a lot of moss. Xiao Chu, you have to hold on steady. Don't worry, Aunt Zhou. I will be careful. Well, go ahead. When Yashin slowly put down her coffee cup, you two don't have to worry about me. I'll just stay here with my old classmates. Okay, thank you, Mom. Lin Yuqing's voice was clear, with a joyful smile on her face. Xu Yang also responded with a smile. Oh, I understand, Auntie. Chapter 44, okay. Are you asking my husband if he agrees? Xu Yang held Lin Yuqing's hand and walked slowly, avoiding the stone slabs that had been worn smooth by time and occasionally covered with moss. The art village is small, but full of ingenuity. They passed by a small open studio, where the walls were hung with landscape sketches by local painters, with soft light and shadow. Deep in the alley lies a quaint pottery workshop, with rotating pottery throwing machines and drying clay pots faintly visible through the wooden lattice windows. There is also a carefully maintained courtyard of the homestay. Behind the fence wall covered with wisteria flowers, there are exquisite rattan tea tables and lounge chairs in the courtyard. Wow, honey, look at that little yard. Lin Yuqing pointed to a small yard full of roses, her eyes sparkling. It's so beautiful. Can we do something like this in our garden in the future? No problem, if you like it, we can learn how to do it. Xu Yang agreed with a smile. After turning a corner, a sweet and cool breeze wafted in. I saw an old-fashioned bicycle parked under the shade of a willow tree by the roadside. The back seat of the car was converted into a stainless steel freezer box, with the transparent glass window covered with large words handmade ice cream and tempting pictures. Lin Yuqing's footsteps were instantly nailed to the spot by the sweet fragrance. Ice cream. She muttered softly, her eyes glued to the pink strawberry flavor sample picture. Her other hand unconsciously stroked her slightly bulging belly and she licked her lips, like a greedy little cat staring at the delicious food in the window. Xu Yan looked at her like this, feeling soft-hearted and helpless. Greedy cat wants to eat again? You're pregnant now, is it really okay to eat cold food? Just eat half of it. Lin Yuqing said coquettishly, just try it. Look at how tempting it looks. And it's so hot today, I'm sure the baby will want to try it too. Xu Yan looked at the expectant eyes and said, all right, it's agreed. Just half, I'll take care of the rest. He scratched the tip of her nose helplessly and lovingly. Just sit on the bench over there and wait. I'll go pay tribute to the queen. Yes, sir. Thank you, husband. Lin Yuqing immediately smiled and moved briskly to the bench to sit down. Xu Yang turned around and took a few steps before he lined up behind a mother with a child. Lin Yuqing sat on a bench, her eyes following Xu Yang's back as he walked toward the ice cream truck, a sweet smile on her lips. She pulled out her phone and took a picture of the wooden sign of the pottery workshop in the distance. Just after finishing the photoshoot, a young man's voice with a smile sounded beside me. Hey beauty, are you alone? Lin Yuqing turned her head when she heard the voice. A man who looked to be in his early 20s, wearing a fancy, trendy t-shirt, with carefully styled hair. The boy stood a few steps away, with a sunny smile and a bit of self-righteous handsomeness. He looked at Lin Yuqing, obviously attracted by her appearance and the gentle temperament she exuded. Hello? Lin Yuqing responded politely, somewhat confused. Nothing, I just think you look really good sitting here, and it matches the atmosphere of this art village. The boy took a step closer. You see, you're alone. I'm just wandering around here too. Want to join me? There seems to be an interesting art installation up ahead. We can take pictures of each other. He naturally pulled out his phone, and the screen lit up with a WeChat QR code. Can you add me on WeChat? Let's get to know each other. The smile on Lin Yuqing's face faded. Okay. She paused, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, her eyes swept past the boy and cast towards the tall figure walking back with 2 ice cream cones. Then ask my husband if he agrees? The boy's smile froze on his face instantly, and he looked back in the direction Lin Yuqing was looking in some surprise. I saw a tall young man striding towards me. Even from a distance, I could feel his eyes suddenly turn cold. Xu Yang walked over to Lin Yuqing in just a few steps. He didn't even glance at the boy and handed the ice cream to her. Honey, this is strawberry. Handle it carefully. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the slightly embarrassed and flustered boy, wondering, what's wrong? The boy's face suddenly turned even redder, and his fingers gripping the phone froze. Huh? Oh, no. Nothing. Sorry. Sorry to bother you. Then he turned around quickly, fled, and disappeared at the entrance of the alley in an instant. Puff. Lin Yuqing looked at the hurriedly fleeing figure and finally couldn't help laughing. Her eyes curved into small crescents and she took a small bite of the strawberry ice cream. Mmm. So sweet. Xu Yang then looked at his wife with helplessness and indulgence. You. He looked at the ice cream stain on her lips and naturally raised his hand to wipe it off. Next time you encounter this, don't say anything, just point in my direction. Got it. Lin Yuqing smiled and took another small bite, then offered the ice cream to Xu Yang in a flattering manner. Here, the rest is all yours. It's so sweet. The two of them sat on the bench under the willow shade, taking turns to eat. Lin Yuqing leaned contentedly on Xu Yang's shoulder, watching the willow leaves being gently ruffled by the wind. But before she could savor the sweetness for long, another, more active greedy insect quietly peeked in. I'm hungry. She smacked her lips and licked the remaining strawberry scent on her lower lip with reluctance. Xu Yang looked down at her and couldn't help laughing. It's only been a few minutes since you finished that little bit of ice cream? You're hungry again already? Or, did that little bit of ice cream just now completely arouse your cravings? Honey. This isn't my fault. She sat up straight, pointing seriously at her belly. Baby was very quiet and cooperative while eating the ice cream just now, wasn't he? Now he's suddenly making demands, meaning he's just whetted his appetite and needs, something more substantial to comfort him. Xu Yang pinched her soft cheeks and said, TSK, the little greedy cat's stomach is growling. What does it have to do with our baby? The little darling must be saying, Mom, don't blame me. No way. Lin Yuqing slapped his rebellious hand away, her face slightly flushed, but her eyes were bright and full of desire to explore delicious food. The baby must be saying to me, Mom, the air here is so fresh, there must be something else delicious. Can you help me find it? She took Xu Yang's hand and shook it, then began to act cute and coquettish. Honey, look, when we just walked over here, wasn't there a scent of tofu pudding wafting from the pottery shop? And, that shop at the entrance of the alley with the little wooden sign that says mountain scenery, it seems they have roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Yuqing became more and more excited as she spoke. Let's go. Just think of it as a pregnant mother taking a walk. Okay, he sighed helplessly, but the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Little greedy cat, lead the way. Do you want to eat tofu pudding or roasted sweet potatoes? Or follow whatever you smell. Be careful not to eat all the snacks in the entire art village and turn into a chubby pig that can't even walk. Go to hell. It's not round. Lin Yuqing stood up angrily and hit him lightly on the arm. Eat the salty tofu pudding first. It's warm and warms your stomach. She analyzed as she walked. I just had sweet ice cream, now I want to eat something salty. This is called a balanced diet. Right, husband? After saying that, she turned around and gave Xu Yang a bright, slightly cunning smile. Xu Yang smiled and shook his head. Yes, Teacher Lin is right. Dietary balance expert. After taking a few steps, she suddenly sniffed her little nose, her eyes lighting up again. Hubby. Smell it. Is that the smell of fishball soup? Xu Yang. Chapter 45 DIY Workshop. Lin Yuqing contentedly swallowed the last bite of the soft, sweet roasted sweet potato, a delicious. I'm full. Xu Yang smiled and wiped the corner of her mouth. Seeing you eating so deliciously, I'm already greedy. Let's go, let's stroll forward a little bit. Okay. Lin Yuqing was about to get up when her eyes were attracted by a small shop in front of her. Creation Chronicle Handmade Time. The window displays a variety of hand-painted pottery, wool-felt dolls, beaded ornaments, and a large wooden sign that reads, Customize your unique souvenir. Hubby. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she pointed at the shop. Let's go make some handicrafts? As a souvenir. Xu Yan looked in the direction of her hand. The warm atmosphere in the words couple and only memory struck a chord with the young couple in love. He immediately smiled and said, let's go. Make arrangements. Pushing open the wooden door with wind chimes hanging on it, crisp bell sounds rang out. A young girl in a cotton and linen apron came up to greet them. Welcome to the creation era. Do you want to do something interesting? Lin Yuqing's eyes quickly scanned the various finished products in the shop, finally stopping at the pottery throwing area. Several people sat quietly in front of the wheel, experiencing the process. We want to try our hand at pottery. Make a little thing? It can be custom made, right? Of course, the clerk enthusiastically explained. Couple cups, small vases, or small bowls and plates are all suitable. Beginners can also try throwing or directly shaping. We provide both unglazed and painted clay. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing. What do you want to do, my dear wife? A cup or something else? Lin Yu thought for a moment. It seems like too many people make cups. I want to make you a small bowl. The kind that can hold small snacks. Practical. What about you, husband? Okay. Then I'll make a bedside ornament? It's happily decided. Lin Yuqing agreed happily. Miss, please arrange 2 seats for us. They both put on the shop's anti-stain aprons. Lin Yuqing chose the clay kneading part, wanting to shape the bowl for Chu Yang bit by bit herself. Xu Yang was attracted by the roulette wheel and wanted to try the playing with mud wheel throwing challenge to make an ornament for Lin Yuqing. The two sat down at a workbench not far from each other. The clerk placed the soft clay in front of them. Chef Chu, it's time to test your cooking skills. Lin Yuqing picked up a small piece of mud and rubbed it in her hand, not forgetting to tease Chu Yang, who was sitting in front of the roulette wheel. Just watch, Lin design. Chu Yang rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. The clerk instructed him to start the wheel and fix the mud block in the center. The motor hummed and the wheel started to spin. Let the mud settle in the center first, dip it in some water, and keep your hands steady, right? The clerk instructed. Chu Yang studied diligently, but beginners were inevitably clumsy. The mud in his hands was like a loach, sometimes tilting, sometimes threatening to fly away. Ha, honey, hold on. Are you making, a giant abstract mushroom? Lin Yuqing pinched the bowl wall carefully with her fingers while looking at Chu Yang and couldn't help laughing. A mistake. This is art. Do you understand? Abstract. Xu Yang's hands were covered in mud, and he said stubbornly. After several attempts, the mud gradually became round under the action of centrifugal force. With the help of the shop assistant, he found the right angle and began to stretch the mud wall, and actually pulled out a rough, irregular, short and stout little jar shape. Wow! Engineer Chu is amazing. Lin Yuqing stopped what she was doing and clapped her hands wholeheartedly. I knew you could do it. This shape is pretty cute. That's right. Anything produced by the Chu family must be, He proudly showed it to Lin Yuqing. How is it? A little vase for you, no, a little ornament embryo. Are you going to make something on it for you? Lin Yuqing held up her chin. How about we make a pair of little rabbits sitting together? To represent us, okay? No problem. Xu Yang immediately picked up another small ball of mud and started rubbing it. Over there, Lin Yuqing had also finished making the rough form of the hand-kneaded bowl. Then she began to concentrate on carving words on the surface of the bowl. She first used a toothpick dipped in water to make a few practice marks. Then, very carefully, he carved 2 small words, greedy cat. Here, for you. She held up the bowl and proudly showed it to Chu Yang. My special bowl for feeding greedy cats. Use it to get my fruit snacks from now on. Tsk tisk, Chu Yang leaned over to look at the words in the bowl. Alright. It was Chu Yang's turn to pinch a rabbit for Xiao Guanzi. His skill in shaping small animals out of mud, well, it took quite a while, but 2 lumps of mud that could barely be identified as rabbits took shape. The big rabbit has 1 ear crooked and 1 ear upright, and its small eyes are dotted like commas. The smaller one snuggled up beside him, his ears drooping and his cheeks a little flat. Ahem, Chu Yang said, a little embarrassedly as he took the jar over. Here. Master Chu made it entirely by hand, Lin Yuqing looked at the 2 cute little rabbits and burst out laughing. Great. I like it. So cute. After a while, Lin Yuqing patted the clay dust on her hands and said, Alright, husband, the job is done perfectly. Xu Yang also took off his apron and said, Let's go back. Auntie must have been waiting for a long time. The next steps are drying, glazing, and firing. Please write down your address and have it delivered to your home. The 2 of them had just walked out of the alley where the shop was located when a milky smell drifted over. Turning a corner, the shop with the sign Hong Kong-style egg waffles. Wow! Eggettes! Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't move her feet immediately. Smells so good. Freshly baked. She shook Chu Yang's hand, a sly glint in her eyes. Hubby, bring some for Mom and Aunt Jo to try? This one smells amazing. They're sure to like it. Chu Yang looked at her greedy expression and couldn't help but laugh. Buy 3 original flavors? Thank you, young man. They're fresh out of the oven, be careful of the heat. The boss put 3 steaming egg waffles into a paper bag and handed it over with a smile on his face. Xu Yang took it and quickly gave one to Lin Yuqing. Here, greedy cat. Lin Yuqing took the paper bag and sniffed it. That's the smell. Sweet and soft. Mom and the others will definitely like it. Pushing open the rustic wooden door of Tingfangian, the crisp sound of wind chimes remains. There were 2 or 3 more tables of guests sitting on the rattan chairs in the yard. When Yaxin and Zhou Xiaowei were chatting and laughing in low voices, there was a plate of exquisite matcha mill fight cake on the table. Mom! Aunt Zhou! We're back! Lin Yuqing walked in with brisk steps and a hint of excitement in her voice. Xu Yang followed closely behind. Auntie Zhou, sorry to have kept you waiting. When Yaxin turned her head, her eyes gentle, looking at the expressions on your faces, are you having fun? Zhou Xiaowei greeted him warmly, you're back. Come and sit down. How about those little shops in the back? Aren't they interesting? Lin Yuqing sat down on the rattan chair next to Xu Yang. This is really interesting. Mom, Aunt Zhou, guess what we brought back? She held out the bag like she was presenting a treasure, soft and sweet agates. Zhou Xiaowei was delighted. Oh. Xingqing is so thoughtful. I just love sweet treats. When Yaxin smiled and said, well, you're the only greedy cat who knows how to eat. Xu Yang took out his phone at the right time and said, Mom, Aunt Zhou, look, we also made some small gadgets. When Yaxin looked at her daughter's smile in the photo, and then looked at her happily snuggling beside Xu Yang at this moment, and the last ripple in her heart dissipated. Zhou Xiaowei stood up and said, I have a pot of freshly brewed longan and red date tea warming up in the kitchen. It's especially suitable for girls to warm up. I'll pour it for you so you can try my new recipe. Thank you, Xiaowei. When Yaxin thanked her. Chapter 46, Returning Home from the Art Village. The longan and red date tea is here. It's perfect for pregnant women, Xingqing. Zhou Xiaowei came over with a ceramic teapot, and the sweet aroma instantly filled the air. She deftly poured a cup for everyone. The tea is a warm amber color, translucent and clear, with plump longan meat, wolfberry, and a few plump red dates floating in it. What a nice smell! Lin Yuqing picked up her cup and blew on it carefully. Auntie Zhou, you must have put a lot of effort into making this pot of tea. When Yaxin also picked up the small cup and sniffed it. The red dates and longans taste very good together, and the aroma is very pure. She took a small sip and nodded. It's slightly sweet, very mild, and very comfortable to drink. Xingqing's mom knows her stuff. Zhou Xiaowei smiled happily. This isn't just a pot of ordinary cooking. The longans are soaked in constant temperature water, and the red dates are pitted, split, and simmered over low heat to extract the gelatin. It takes time, but the taste and benefits are better. Xu Yang immediately offered praise, no wonder. It's much richer than ordinary scented tea. It warms you up and has a smooth, sweet aftertaste. Aunt Zhou, you've mastered the art of health preservation. Look. Zhou Xiaowei couldn't close her mouth. Yaxin, your son-in-law is not only good at cooking, but his mouth, is it smeared with honey or just eaten honey? It's so sweet. Xu Yang was a little embarrassed. Auntie, you are too kind. The main thing is that your tea is really good. Lin Yuqing smiled and quietly shook Xu Yang's hand under the table. Xiao Chu, when Yaxin put down her teacup, I heard Xingqing mention that you opened a clothing company? Yes, Auntie, we are still in the initial stage. We just need to recruit soldiers and horses. Xu Yang was a little embarrassed. Starting a business isn't easy, when Yaxin said calmly, putting down her cup. Especially in an industry like this that's focused on creativity and branding, the beginning is the hardest. Can you handle the financial pressure? Don't worry, Auntie. I've planned the startup capital in advance, conducted a risk assessment, and reserved backup funds. Supporting the initial operation shouldn't be a problem. The most important thing is to establish the team first. And we have Yuqing, the designer. Well, it's a good thing to have a plan. When Yaxin nodded, expressing her approval of this safe approach. Xingqing loves design, and I've been able to tell from a young age. In her little room, she has more paper for drawing than textbooks. It's great to give her the space to develop what she loves. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but interrupt, Mom, those are just doodles. But? She glanced at Xu Yang, her eyes sweet, I really want to get into design right now, but I don't have any experience. Experience is accumulated, when Yaxin looked at her daughter. When we started the jade business, didn't we also start from the very basics and work our way up bit by bit? Your father touched a lot of dirty stones when he was young. She paused and said, since Xiaochu trusts your vision, just go for it. In the design world, the only thing to worry about is a low starting point. What's worrying is a lack of passion and tenacity. Xu Yang immediately said solemnly, don't worry, Auntie, Yuqing has this talent, I trust her. When Yaxin smiled slightly and turned to Zhou Xiaowei, your Tingfengian is really a good place with good feng shui. After a cup of tea, you will be able to talk a lot. Zhou Xiao laughed, old classmate, you always love to tease me. A good place is secondary, the most important thing is the people. Seeing your family so warm and cozy, my little shop feels like home. How about the tea? Another cup? No, when Yaxin gracefully raised her hand to check her watch, it's getting late. Xingxing is ill and can't stay outside for too long. Besides, our chef Chu has to go back to prepare dinner. Lin Yuqing also cooperated by rubbing her belly. Well, I didn't feel it if Mom didn't say it, but now that you say it, I seem to miss the dinner Chu Yang made again. Xu Yang smiled and continued, I promise to arrange it when I get back. Auntie, what do you want to eat? We have all the ingredients ready at home. You kid, you're asking your aunt what she wants to eat? Of course, I'm asking you, the key protected person, what you want to eat. When Yaxin nodded at her daughter in a scolding tone, her tone full of love, just ask your husband to make you whatever you want to eat. I'll follow the host's wishes. Mom Lin Yuqing coquettishly took her mother's arm. Zhou Xiaowei was watching from the side and laughed, all right, I'm envious of you two's intimacy. Go back quickly. Don't forget your things. She reminded him, pointing to the packaged, signature matcha mill fight cake on the table. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing expressed their gratitude in unison. Oh my, look how well these two are in sync. Come on, let's go. Drive carefully on the road. After getting in the car, when Yaxin watched Xu Yang carefully adjust Lin Yuqing's seatbelt, and then observed in the rearview mirror that his daughter was leaning against him with a satisfied smile on her face and taking a nap, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights gradually light up, forming a flowing river of light. Soft music plays inside the car. Yang Yang. When Yaxin suddenly spoke, calling Xu Yang from the back seat. This change in address made Xu Yang startle slightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. I forgot to mention that I know a few people in the design world and some who work in textiles. I'll give you their business cards later. Don't rush to build relationships, just think of it as more ways to communicate and learn. When it comes to starting a business, it never hurts to have a wider range of options. Xu Yang's heart trembled as he saw when Yaxin's gentle, encouraging look through the rearview mirror. This wasn't just verbal approval, it was substantive support from his mother-in-law. Thank you, Auntie. You're such a great help. Don't be polite, when Yaxin waved her hand. Xingxing looks gentle, but she actually has a very righteous mind. Now that she's with you, I can finally rest assured. Back at number 18 Rose Garden, Xu Yang parked the car, got out first as usual, and walked around to the passenger door to help Lin Yuqing. When Yaxin watched Xu Yang carefully supporting her daughter's elbow, the two whispered something and then smiled at each other. The natural protection and intimacy made her eyes slightly warm. After entering the house and changing into comfortable slippers, Xu Yang immediately said, Mom, Yuqing, you two take a break first. I'll go make dinner. Just a few simple dishes, it'll be quick. When Yaxin nodded, no longer insisting on being polite. She pulled Lin Yuqing to sit on the sofa and watched Xu Yang's tall back busy in the open kitchen. The air was soon filled with the tempting aroma of food, mixed with the smell of the new home. Lin Yuqing leaned on her mother's shoulder, looking at the man in the kitchen who worked hard for her and their little family, feeling the warmth her mother conveyed. This is where she belongs. With him, her mother's love, and the little life that is about to come. Chapter 47 Leisure Afternoon. Auntie, are you awake? Xu Yang turned around and greeted her with a smile, and put the toast on the plate. When Yaxin walked to the dining table and sat down, Yang Yang, your cooking skills are really amazing. Xingxing, the greedy cat, is in for a treat. Xu Yang poured the soy milk and said, Auntie, please try this runny egg. Is it cooked well? When Yaxin used a knife and fork to cut the edge of the egg, and the egg liquid immediately gushed out, very good, it looks tender and smooth. The three of them ate and chatted, the topic light and cheerful. Lin Yuqing bit into the runny egg toast, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. When Yaxin wiped the corner of her mouth and said, Yang Yang, Xingxing, I have something to tell you. Lin Yuqing, Mom, what's going on? Mom has to fly to Yunnan tomorrow to see your dad. Huh? Lin Yuqing paused, chewing. Leaving tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't you only been here a few days? When Yashin touched Lin Yuqing's hair and said softly, silly child, there are many things waiting for your father to make the final decision at the mine in Yunnan. He's been urging me to come over. I've been here with you for a few more days, so it's time for me to go over and lend him a hand. She looked at her daughter's pouting mouth and said, besides, now that I see you two are so safe and sound, I feel much more at ease. It's time to get down to business. But Lin Yuqing still felt empty inside. It's nothing, when Yashin interrupted her little grievance. Once things are sorted out over there, Mom and Dad will find a chance to come back together. Then, we'll go meet the in-laws and finalize your marriage. Chu Yang paused as he cleared the dishes. He looked at Wen Yashin with eyes full of gratitude. Auntie, Mom, thank you. When Yashin looked at Chu Yang and reminded him, well, you have to go through all the necessary procedures. Xingxing doesn't understand these things, so you should pay more attention. Tell me about the specific situation at your home later. I understand, don't worry, Mom. Chu Yang promised, my parents are reasonable people. I'll talk to them later. After breakfast, when Yashin said, Yang, Xingxing, since you have nothing to do today, why don't you accompany Mom around the house? Especially the room for the baby and the small garden outside. I want to see the specific layout. Okay, Mom. Lin Yuqing responded immediately, the baby room is on the second floor. We haven't decorated it yet. It's a good time for you to give us some advice. Chu Yang also nodded, yes, Mom, you are knowledgeable and you must know where to improve. The three of them first went to the reserved, well-lit room on the second floor. The room was currently empty. When Yashin walked in, looked around, and her eyes began to plan. The lighting is very good, which is very important, she nodded. However, this large floor-to-ceiling window does let in enough light, but it gets very hot in the afternoon in the summer. You need to consider the sunshade plan in advance. Ordinary roller blinds may not be enough. You need a good insulating honeycomb blind or blinds to keep your baby warm when sleeping. When Yashin carefully observed every corner of the room, the wall color can be a softer beige or light gray, the position of the crib. She pointed to a wall and said, this is the best place. Away from windows and doors. Quiet and safe. Then he walked to the area reserved for the wardrobe. It would be best to buy a baby wardrobe with rounded corners. Chu Yang quickly typed in the memo, got it, Mom. Go down to the first floor and walk into the backyard, and the fresh smell of earth will hit you in the face. The newly planted roses and Chinese roses are still in the seedling acclimatization stage and look a little fragile. When Yashin stood with her hands behind her back, like a seasoned gardener, this rose bush is in a good location, with plenty of sunlight. When it grows bigger, fertilize it regularly so that it can bloom well. Lin Yuqing nodded, okay. She squatted down and twisted the soil with her fingers. Don't leave this place empty. Plant something practical. Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing both came over curiously. When Yashin looked up at the two young people and said, let's plant some mint. Chu Yang was a little surprised, mint? Well, when Yashin stood up and patted the loose soil on her hands. Well, it's easy to keep alive. Just cut some branches and stick them in the soil and it will grow. Plant it here, next to the door. It's hot in the summer, so you can sit on the terrace and enjoy some fruit, or if Xingxing wants to come out for some fresh air. The mint's coolness can bring a little bit of refreshment, refreshing the mind without being pungent. It's better than mosquito coils or something like that. Lin Yuqing exclaimed in surprise, oh, this is great. What a practical mom. Afternoon. Chu Yang set up afternoon tea on the simple small round table in the backyard, including blueberry muffins and Earl Grey tea. Lin Yuqing and her mother Wen Yashin sat in comfortable rattan chairs, enjoying the rare tranquility and afternoon leisure. Come, Mom, try this blueberry muffin. Lin Yuqing picked up a muffin and handed it to her mother. Chu Yang baked it freshly. Wen Yashin took it and broke off a small piece. Not bad. The sweetness is just right, and the blueberry flavor is very strong. Yang, your cooking skills are so good that you can open a shop. She looked at Chu Yang with appreciation, who had just poured tea for her. Chu Yang smiled as he sat down and handed Lin Yuqing a cup of tea. These are home-cooked snacks. They're fine for appeasing our greedy cat, but I wouldn't dare call them a shop. As long as Mom likes them, that's fine. Lin Yuqing pretended to pout in dissatisfaction. Mom, you see, as soon as you come, he specifically coaxes you. I usually have to work hard to eat, and he always says he's worried that my sugar intake will exceed the limit. When Yashin was amused by her daughter's expression, silly child, that's because he really loves you and is keeping an eye on you and the baby. As they chatted, when Yashin seemed to remember something and took out an old photo album from her bag, I almost forgot about this, so I brought it here specially. Lin Yuqing, wow. Mom, you've dug up my dark history from my childhood. The album was opened, and time seemed to flow backwards. When Yashin gently turned the pages, her fingertips touching the yellowed photos. Look at this picture, your third birthday, wearing a tutu. Lin Yuqing fell down on the rattan chair laughing. Oh my god. That's so stupid. Xu Yang also leaned over to look, trying hard not to laugh. Turning to the back, there was a picture of Lin Yuqing in elementary school wearing a white dress, playing the piano on the stage with a focused expression. Xu Yang exclaimed, Yuqing, you were such a charming fairy when you were little. What a stark contrast to your current image of a greedy cat obsessed with food. Oh. Nonsense. Lin Yuqing pretended to be angry and hit him. I can play the piano now, too. That's right. Xu Yang put his arm around her shoulders with confidence. When Yashin watched the young couple joking with a gentle look in her eyes, she flipped through a kindergarten photo of a girl with pigtails and a flowery dress and said, well, that greedy little cat gene has been showing since she was a kid. The little girl in the photo is staring at the big apple in the hand of the child sitting at the same table. Lin Yuqing covered her face with shame when she saw it, and shrank into Xu Yang's arms. Mom. Why did you choose to bring these photos? Xu Yang lowered his head and kissed her cheek. You are worthy of being my wife. You have been cute since childhood. When Yashin continued to talk about the Lin family's everyday memories, Xu Yang nodded and asked questions at the right time. Gradually, Lin Yuqing's little head leaning on Xu Yang's shoulder became heavier and heavier. At first, she tried to keep her eyes open and responded to a few words, but later, only her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her breathing became even and long. When Yashin paused in her amusing tale, looking at his little daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Xu Yang carefully adjusted her sitting position to make her lean more comfortably. Xu Yang smiled at Wen Yashin and silently mouthed, asleep. Chapter 48 CEO Su Mei. The next morning, Xu Yang personally sent Wen Yashin to the airport. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing arrived at the top office building complex located in the CBD of the city center. Enter a high-end headhunting company called Bo Lo Hui. The environment is quiet and elegant. The receptionist led Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing into a small meeting room with great privacy. Not long after Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing sat down, a headhunter came in with a lady. Mr. Chu, Ms. Lin, this is Su Mei, applying for the position of executive CEO. The woman who came in was about 30 years old. She was wearing a well-tailored smoky gray suit and skirt. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and slightly sharp eyes. Hello, I'm Su Mei. Her voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Her eyes quickly swept over Xu Yang, who was seated at the main table, and Lin Yuqing, who looked a bit like a student next to him. Especially after seeing Lin Yuqing's obviously bulging pregnant belly, the doubt was almost clearly written on her face. Could such a young couple actually afford to start a serious business? Were they just using their parents' money for fun, or worse, some wealthy second-generation kid looking for some new entertainment? Hello, Ms. Su, please take a seat. Xu Yang nodded and gestured for invitation. Su Mei sat down opposite with her back straight. Xu Yang got straight to the point. Ms. Su, our Chuqing clothing company has just completed a restructuring and is in urgent need of an experienced executive CEO to build the internal framework and ensure efficient operation. The headhunter said you have 6 years of administrative experience in the industry, 3 of which were spent as an assistant director at a well-known clothing brand. Your experience is very relevant. Hearing Chu Yang's professional term, Su Mei's guard relaxed slightly, but she still said cautiously, Yes, Mr. Chu. I have indeed served a large company before. But if it's convenient, could you briefly introduce your company's current team size, development stage, and main business direction? As for the current team, Xu Yang smiled, his frankness surprising Su Mei. We have zero foundation. The office and basic equipment have just been put in place, and administration, personnel, design, production, we are all waiting to recruit people. The main focus is high design everyday women's clothing, emphasizing the comfort of fabrics and the practicality of designs. He glanced at Lin Yuqing beside him and said, This is one of our future design souls, Lin Yuqing. The word Qing is in her name. Lin Yuqing's pretty face turned slightly red, but her body unconsciously leaned towards Chu Yang. Su Mei's brows furrowed slightly. Zero foundation? Her suspicion was almost uncontrollable. She took a sip of the mineral water in front of her, trying to make her voice sound steady. Mr. Chu, Ms. Lin, please forgive me for being blunt. Starting a clothing company, especially in a competitive core business district like Tianhai, requires more than just capital and passion, both are essential. She paused, looking directly at Chu Yang. Seeing that you two are so young, I'm worried that this might be more like a more idealistic attempt? She swallowed the word playing house and replaced it with a more euphemistic term. Lin Yuqing turned her head to look at Chu Yang, her eyes full of curiosity about how he would respond. The smile on Chu Yang's face faded a little, but there was no embarrassment or panic at all. Ms. Su, your concerns are very reasonable. Questioning is a professional behavior. He paused, then spoke sharply, but according to my resume, the reason you left Nishang was... Did you send your immediate boss, who was trying to take advantage of you, to have some tea? Not only did you successfully protect yourself, but you also made it impossible for the company to deny its claims in the face of overwhelming evidence, allowing you to resign smoothly and receive the compensation you deserved. I admire your courage, wisdom, and defense of your bottom line. Su Mei's expression changed instantly. She had deliberately left this matter vague on her resume, but she hadn't expected this young man to expose it so directly. Her hands, which were under the table, clenched instantly. Chu Yang's tone softened, but his gaze remained sharp. You just asked where our ability to withstand risks lies? Responsibility, principles, and problem-solving skills, in themselves reduce risks. Chu Yang leaned back in his chair, his tone more pragmatic. Our company is indeed empty right now, but this precisely means there is a lot of room for development. We need to build more than just basic processes. We need to establish a company culture that is efficient, transparent, and respectful of our employees. This is exactly the starting point I want. So, Chu Yang spread out his hands. I don't need an administrator who can only book flights, but a partner who can become the company's chief steward. She took a deep breath, and the wariness in her eyes finally dissipated, replaced by a feeling of being truly respected and understood, and a rekindled flame. Boss Chu, Su Mei's voice was much more relaxed than before. Your honesty and perspective really surprise me. I take back my doubts. She sat up straight, once again displaying the competence of a professional manager. Then, I'd like to know more specifically. For nearly an hour, their conversation entered a truly professional discussion. Lin Yuqing listened quietly most of the time, occasionally adding 1 or 2 points when it came to the design team's needs. As the conversation drew to a close, the atmosphere completely shifted from questioning to consensus and excitement. Okay. Chu Yang finally made the decision. Manager Su, your experience, ideas, and principles are exactly what Chu Qing needs right now. He looked at Su Mei and said, as for salary, we offer a monthly salary of 30,000 before tax, with room for a 10-15% increase after 1 year based on the company's development and personal performance. Then he raised a finger. Also, as a core member of the startup team, you will be entitled to an annual dividend of 1% of the company's net profits. This is written in the contract. It will last for 3 years. What do you think? Very generous, Mr. Chu. Su Mei's eyes sparkled as she extended her hand. Then, happy cooperation. Chu Yang smiled and shook it. No problem. Welcome to Chu Qing. The contract will be signed immediately. Yu Qing, please show the contract we brought to Manager Su. Lin Yuqing, who was standing next to her, immediately took out several neatly arranged contract documents from her bag, pushed them in front of Su Mei, and smiled sweetly. Manager Su, welcome. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Mei took the contract and carefully read the key terms. She picked up the pen and signed her name neatly where it was required, her handwriting strong and powerful. Boss Chu, Boss Lin. She put down her pen and smiled. Then I'll report in next week. Monday to be specific? Welcome Sister Su. Chu Yang changed his address to appear more intimate. Chapter 49. I'll hit you with my little fist. The two had just walked out of the office building. Lin Yuqing immediately looked around like a thief, making sure no one was paying attention to them, and whispered. Hubby, you're amazing today. How do you know so much? She said in an admiring tone, even someone as experienced as Manager Su was convinced by you. Chu Yang pretended to be mysterious. Of course, as a boss, don't you have to do your homework? Ha! Lin Yuqing moved closer. When did you do this homework? How come I didn't know about it? Xu Yang laughed. Well, you sleep like a pig at night. Ah. You. Lin Yuqing was embarrassed and angry, but. Bo. Reward for you. This reward is so real? He lowered his head and looked into her eyes, which were filled with a little pride and tenderness. Lin Yuqing's face flushed. That's right. Mr. Chu, you've worked hard today. Keep up the good work, and you will be rewarded in the future. Xu Yang pulled her into his arms, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, and said with a sly smile, Oh? What's the big reward? You hooligan, I won't tell you. Lin Yuqing pushed him away and walked forward with a red face. Xu Yang immediately chased after her with a smile, and just as he was about to raise his arms to hug Lin Yuqing. Wait. Lin Yuqing stopped and stared at him. Husband, with a hint of interrogation, are you hiding something else from me? Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat and his eyes subconsciously dodged. Lin Yuqing immediately punched him on the arm with her pink fist. Good for you. Xu Yang. Your stinky husband. You're hiding something from me. Hurry up and tell me. Confess and I'll give you a fair shake. Xu Yang was a little embarrassed. Wife. Actually. It's not a big deal. Speak. Lin Yuqing put her hands on her hips, but her eyes became brighter. Xu Yang scratched the back of his head. It's just, I've been secretly writing something recently. Writing something? Lin Yuqing's anger was instantly replaced by curiosity, and she took a step closer. What? Program code? I'm writing, a novel. Novel? Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Tell me quickly. What's the name? Xu Yang was amused by her reaction and gently pinched the tip of her nose. It's just that, the school beauty got pregnant with my child, and then followed me. Ah. You rascal. Stop it. Lin Yuqing's face immediately flushed red, and she covered Xu Yang's mouth with her hand. Then, she quickened her pace and walked forward without paying any attention to Xu Yang. Wife. Xu Yang quickly strode after her, with a flattering look on his face. Don't be angry. Give me a 5-star rating? Give me some encouragement? After all, you are the heroine, so beautiful and gentle. Good review? Lin Yuqing said without turning her head. Give you a big head. Bad review. A very bad review. Next time, bah. There will be no next time. Don't write anymore. Xu Yang smiled bitterly. Wife, you. I don't want to hear it. Lin Yuqing interrupted him and raised her hands to cover her ears. Stop talking, you bastard. If you keep talking, I won't pay any attention to you. No, wife. Xu Yang raised his voice this time. With a smile and helplessness, he reached out and gently pulled her. What are you doing? Lin Yuqing was grabbed by him, and she turned around and glared at him angrily, her little face still flushed. Wife, you're going the wrong way. Xu Yang couldn't help laughing. The parking lot is on the left. Ah. Stinky husband. It's all your fault. Lin Yuqing reacted and her face flushed with embarrassment. She raised her fist and wanted to hit him again, but this time it was more like a tickle. Xu Yang caught her little fist and pulled her into his arms. Okay, it's all my fault. Next time, I will definitely remind you loudly the moment you lead me the wrong way, okay? No. Lin Yuqing buried her flushed face in his arms, her voice muffled. Don't laugh. Quick, take me to the parking lot. In the car, Lin Yuqing turned her head away angrily. Xu Yang said a few words to ease the atmosphere, but she pretended not to hear and pursed her lips slightly. The air in the car was a little stagnant. Xu Yang cleared his throat. Hey, honey, what do you want to eat tonight? Let's go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. You can eat anything you want. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly. She turned her head sharply and asked excitedly, Really? However, the moment she turned her head and saw Yang clearly, Xu Yang was trying hard to press the corners of his mouth downwards, but the smile that he couldn't hold back had already overflowed from the curved corners of his eyes and the slightly twitching cheek muscles. Lin Yuqing. The shame and anger felt like it was burning from my neck to the tips of my ears. Damn husband. A scream of shame and anger exploded in the car. Lin Yuqing's small fist turned into a meteor hammer again and smashed into Xu Yang's arm. You lied to me again. You're so annoying. No lie. No lie. I'm driving, don't make trouble. He assured loudly, you can eat whatever you want tonight. Hot pot, barbecue. Lin Yuqing's punch was noticeably lighter. I wouldn't believe you. Liar. My dear wife, don't get yourself hurt by being angry. It's not worth it to be angry with yourself. Xu Yang turned the steering wheel steadily and drove towards the supermarket. When we get to the supermarket, you can pick whatever you want. Think of it as replenishing the energy lost from your anger just now. How about it? Lin Yuqing wanted to refute this fallacy, but the three words "pick anyone you want" seemed to carry an alluring magic sound. She snorted, reluctantly accepting the suggestion. He muttered, "Then I want to buy those new black truffle potato chips. And I want that durian cheesecake. And you have to help me peel the shrimp." Yes. Buy. Peel. In the supermarket, Xu Yang was pushing a shopping cart. Although Lin Yuqing was trying hard to keep a straight face and pretend to be saying, "I'm very angry and just here to buy something," as she walked in front, her steps had unconsciously become lighter. When passing by the potato chip section, the black truffle potato chips were indeed on sale, with a sign saying "New Product Recommendation." She paused, but remembering that she was still angry, she put on a stern face and tried to walk over without looking around. Xu Yang, who was following behind, saw it all clearly. He deliberately kept silent as he picked up 2 bags of potato chips, shook them high and placed them in the shopping cart. The tip of Lin Yuqing's ear seemed to move. She still didn't turn around, but the corners of her tightly pursed mouth couldn't help but curl up. When they arrived at the refrigerated dessert area, Lin Yuqing seemed to be strolling casually in front of the freezer, but her eyes were precisely fixed on the durian cheesecake. This time she didn't hesitate and directly opened the freezer door, quickly took one out, turned around, and put it in the shopping cart pushed by Xu Yang. The whole process was smooth and she didn't even look at Xu Yang. Xu Yang looked at her arrogant little appearance, and the smile in his eyes became even more intense. He leaned close to her ear and chuckled, "It seems that the budget for replenishing vitality energy is quite expensive?" Lin Yuqing's ears instantly turned red again. She reached out and twisted his arm. "Shut up. Go buy some shrimp." Chapter 50. You Pamper Me. Rose Garden number 18, inside the kitchen of the open room. Xu Yang moved quickly and patiently as he picked out the shrimp thread from the Yangtze River white shrimp. Lin Yuqing was sitting on the sofa in the living room not far away, hugging a pillow, her chin resting on the edge of the pillow, quietly watching her husband busying around. Looking at Xu Yang's focused, reliable, life-filled back, a huge sense of loss suddenly overwhelmed Lin Yuqing. Her mother had just left this morning. It was like a hole suddenly appeared in my heart. My eyes felt sore and my vision immediately became blurry. "Hubby." A soft, nasal voice broke the silence of the kitchen. Xu Yang was still holding a shrimp in his hand and responded subconsciously, "What's wrong with my wife? It will be ready soon. I just need a few more." Lin Yuqing's voice came over with sobs and grievance. "Hubby, I want a hug." The shrimp in Xu Yang's hand fell back onto the plate with a plop. He turned around suddenly and saw his beloved wife curled up on the sofa, her eyes red and wet, staring at him. Ouch! Xu Yang's heart tightened instantly. He ripped off his apron and threw it onto the stage. "What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a stomachache? Or are you tired from walking in the supermarket just now?" Xu Yang asked as he rushed to the sofa in 2 steps. His hands, stained with shrimp smell and water, rubbed his clothes vigorously a few times. He squatted down, moving as fast as the wind, and his height was just level with Lin Yuqing, who was lying on the sofa. "Did you catch a cold?" Xu Yang frowned, and gently pressed his slightly moist forehead against Lin Yuqing's smooth forehead. Xu Yang maintained his posture, carefully checking for a few seconds, and asked nervously, "It seems I don't feel hot? Wife, what's wrong with you?" Seeing him as if he was facing a great enemy, nervous and focused on me. The haze in Lin Yuqing's heart was instantly dispelled by the sunshine, and she burst out laughing. There were still tears in her eyes, but her smile was like a blooming spring flower. She stretched out her arms and put them around Xu Yang's neck. "Pfft, idiot. I'm not sick. I just missed you. I wanted to recharge." "Charging?" Xu Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. Xu Yang rubbed his cheek against her soft cheek affectionately. "Come on, charge. Charge as much as you want. Do you want to change to a more comfortable position?" Lin Yuqing was like a well-fed cat in his arms, humming with satisfaction. I want to hold you like this." Lin Yuqing, nestled in Xu Yang's arms on the sofa, temporarily forgot the little loss she felt about her mother leaving, and nestled contentedly in his arms, like a cat whose fur had been stroked. Xu Yang put one arm around her and used the other hand to caress her slightly bulging belly. Hubby. Lin Yuqing's voice was soft. She tilted her little face up and looked at Chu Yang with her big watery eyes. Chu Yang lowered his head and kissed her cheek. I want to eat that durian mil fai. Chu Yang paused and tried to reason with her. Little greedy cat, the meal is almost ready. Save some space for dinner and then have the cake, okay? No. Lin Yuqing pouted immediately. I just want to eat a small piece now, and then I'll eat my meal obediently after you finish it. My husband is the best. Chu Yang's defense was obviously restrained and began to crumble. He completely collapsed under Lin Yuqing's signature skill, acting cute plus physical attack. Oh, you. He doted on her but felt helpless. Okay, I really lost to you. Just a small piece. Lin Yuqing's expression changed instantly, from cloudy to sunny, and her eyes sparkled. Chu Yang cut off a small piece, put it on a plate, and handed it to Lin Yuqing. Yes. Lin Yuqing didn't reach out to open her mouth. Ah. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. What? Eat it yourself. No. Lin Yuqing leaned her upper body towards Chu Yang. Her big eyes were filled with anticipation. Hubby, feed me. I want you to feed me. Okay, hey. He sat back on the sofa and scooped up a small spoonful. Open your mouth, Your Majesty. Lin Yuqing squinted her eyes happily and nuzzled in Chu Yang's arms contentedly. Delicious. The food my husband feeds is especially delicious. After finishing a small piece of durian mil fai, Lin Yuqing licked the corner of her mouth with a feeling of unsatisfied taste, but she was finally satisfied. She snuggled up on the sofa and watched Chu Yang clean up the cake plate. Satisfied? Chu Yang ruffled her hair. Wait, I'll prepare dinner for you. He stood up, retied his discarded apron, and returned to the kitchen to the plate of remaining shrimp. Wife, Chu Yang asked as he rinsed the shrimp, shall we make pork ribs with ginger or fermented black beans? I remember you don't like ginger. Lin Yuqing curled up on the sofa and thought for a few seconds. Fermented black beans don't look good. Although I don't like the taste of shredded ginger. I'll just have shredded ginger. She wrinkled her nose and said, but honey, don't make the ginger too aggressive. Okay. Chu Yang said with a smile, let's just add a little bit to enhance the flavor. Soon. Dinner is ready. Chu Yang shouted, and Lin Yuqing immediately jumped up from the sofa and trotted to the dining table like a cat that smelled dried fish. On the dining table, steamed pork ribs were freshly cooked, with stir-fried baby bok choy with garlic next to them, and finally a plate of red-boiled shrimps. Try it. Chu Yang pushed the steamed pork ribs towards her. Be careful, it's hot. I made the ginger flavor very light. Try it. Lin Yuqing picked up a piece of pork ribs and blew on it. The ribs were tender and the bones were removed with just a light bite. So delicious. Her eyes curved into crescents of happiness. Honey, your cooking is perfect. It's not dry at all. She picked up another piece of baby bok choy with her chopsticks. It was crispy and tender, just the right amount of refreshing. This is also great. So fresh. Chu Yang looked at her satisfied expression and felt happier than if he had eaten it himself. As long as you like it. His eyes swept over the plate of boiled shrimp. Here, the queen's shrimp. Chu Yang placed the shrimp in front of Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing didn't rush to eat. Instead, she held her chin with both hands and looked at him with her big eyes blinking. Hubby, I think your shrimp peeling movements are super handsome. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and picked up another shrimp to start peeling. Oh? Really? Then I'll peel the shrimp for you. Do you have to give me something as a reward? Here's a reward for you. Lin Yuqing smiled as she picked up the shrimps with chopsticks and dipped them in the sauce. Open your mouth, ah. She imitated the way Chu Yang fed her cake before and brought the shrimp to Chu Yang's mouth. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. It tastes good. He looked at Lin Yuqing's cunning eyes and teased her deliberately. But, I peeled these shrimps, so it doesn't seem to be a reward, right? This is the reward. Lin Yuqing said confidently, isn't the shrimp I feed you 100 times more delicious than the ones you usually eat on your own? As she spoke, she picked up another piece of pork ribs from her bowl and said, I'll open your mouth, husband, I'll reward you with another piece of meat. Chu Yang was amused by her twisted logic, but he still ate the ribs obediently. Okay, it really tastes better when you feed it to me. It's especially sweet. Dinner went on sweetly with you peeling me and feeding me, and we had a loving conversation. Chapter 51 Chu Qing Clothing Construction. 855 Tianhai City Business District, 8th floor, Lihua Building. As Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing walked to the company's imposing glass door, they saw a figure in a neat professional suit waiting there. It was the newly appointed executive CEO Su Mei. "Mr. Su, good morning." Chu Yang was a little surprised, but more of an admiration for her professionalism. "You're here so early?" Su Mei turned around with a smile on her face. "Mr. Chu, Mr. Lin, good morning." Taking over a new company, especially one that's quite large, there are a lot of things that need to be sorted out. It's better to come early to feel at ease. She glanced at the insulated lunchboxes in the hands of the two people and felt a subtle warmth. This was a little different from the pampered young boss couple she had imagined. Lin Yuqing also smiled and said, "Mr. Su, you have worked hard." "It's my duty." Su Mei nodded. Inside Chu Yang's office. The office was spacious and bright, with a great view, but at this moment, it also had a sense of the emptiness of a new company. The three of them sat down, and Su Mei had already taken out her notepad and pen. Chu Yang cleared his throat. "Boss Su, thank you very much for joining Chu Qing Clothing. You have a basic understanding of the company's situation." Su Mei nodded. "No need for formalities, I understand." "Mr. Chu, Mr. Lin, let's get straight to the point. The most urgent thing right now is to establish the basic framework and unite the core of the team." Afterwards, several people discussed and agreed upon the following matters: the recruitment plan and salary standards. Su Mei presented her proposal to Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing. The salary is benchmarked against the top performers in the industry, slightly above the median, ensuring competitiveness without excessively increasing initial costs. "Do you think it's suitable?" Chu Yang read a few pages carefully, then looked up at Lin Yuqing and said, "Wife, how about we raise your salary by 30%, cancel the overtime mechanism, and give you 2 days off a week?" Lin Yuqing unconsciously stroked her slightly bulging belly. "Boss Su," she said softly, yet with undeniable strength, "we fully agree with your professional plan. However, Chu Yang and I are thinking of increasing salaries by another 30% on this basis. At the same time, we will strictly enforce the 2-day weekend and completely abolish the mandatory overtime mechanism." Su Mei's eyes flashed with shock and confusion. "Boss Chu, Boss Lin, this." She chose her words carefully. "With all due respect, this salary increase and benefits package, especially in the early stages of a startup, the cost pressure will be enormous." Chu Yang's posture was relaxed, but his eyes were sharp as he looked at Su Mei. "Mr. Su, where do you feel the pressure? Is it because of the lack of money?" "Don't worry about that." Su Mei was speechless for a moment. She took a breath. "What about efficiency?" "Mr. Chu, canceling the overtime mechanism and shortening working hours. I'm afraid that team cohesion and the speed of project progress will be greatly affected." Chu Yang interrupted her. "Boss Su, this is exactly the key point. Who said that efficiency must be equal to long working hours?" He spoke clearly and forcefully, laying out his philosophy. "We're not trying to compress working hours, but rather to optimize them. We want to promote a highly efficient 7-hour workday." Lin Yuqing added at the right moment, "Boss Su, we are not just running a company. Chu Yang and I want to create a place where people can feel warm and have a sense of belonging." She paused, her voice softer but more sincere, especially for a family like ours that is about to welcome a new life. Chu Yang caught the fleeting touch in Su Mei's eyes and immediately took advantage of the opportunity to pursue her. Happiness is the core competitiveness. An employee who is happy has a harmonious family and has no financial worries. If an employee knows he doesn't have to pretend to be busy in order to get overtime pay, how many times more creative, focused, and loyal will he be than an ordinary employee every hour he puts into his work? Su Mei listened intently. She raised her head, and her first real, heartfelt, passionate smile appeared on her face. "Boss Chu, Boss Lin, what you proposed is indeed a subversive theory of happiness capitalism. The risk is huge, but if it can be successfully implemented, the positive cycle and brand appeal it can bring may become core competitiveness that other companies cannot replicate." She stood up, her eyes bright. The starting point of Chu Qing Clothing, it seems now, is not only about fashion design, but also about reshaping a working model that is more in line with human nature. "I will do my best to turn it from conception into reality. Then there are the company's basic rules and culture. Boss Su." Lin Yuqing called out to Su Mei just as she was about to turn around, with a shy smile, "Let's have lunch together today?" She patted the large insulated lunchbox in her hand and said, "My husband cooks a lot of dishes. They are home-cooked meals. Don't be disgusted." "This Sume was a professional manager accustomed to maintaining distance and efficiency. Faced with this homely invitation, she was a little unsure of her proper manners. Lin Yuqing gently nudged Xu Yang beside her with her elbow. Xu Yang was very cooperative. Boss Su, would you like to try my cooking? Consider it our first official working meal. Keep it simple and have it in the company cafeteria. Oh no, in my office. Sume's face showed a touch of genuine warmth, and her tone was softer than usual. Well, I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Sorry to bother you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Mr. Chu. When the two insulated lunchboxes were opened, heat and fragrance filled the air instantly. Scallion pork ribs, braised pork, stir-fried broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, every dish is generous in portion. Finally, there is a soup box. When you open the lid, there is white radish and pork rib soup with a few drops of oil and chopped green onions floating on it. Wow, it smells so good. Honey, you're so awesome. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she came over to help set the table. She used clean chopsticks to pick up a piece for Sume, and placed the largest scallion pork chop on the lid of her lunchbox. Mr. Su, no. Sister Su, try this pork chop, it's cooked really well. Sume quickly thanked him. Thank you. She picked up the large steak and took a bite. The meat was tender and not dry, and the sauce was rich and fragrant. It's really delicious. Xu Yang used a spoon to scoop the soup into Lin Yuqing's lunchbox. Wife, have some soup. I made this early this morning. Then he didn't forget to scoop a spoonful for Sume as well. Sister Su, you should try the soup too, it will help you relieve the greasiness. Sume thanked him again. She looked at Lin Yuqing, who was concentrating on eating with her cheeks slightly puffed up, and Xu Yang, who was always the first to add more dishes and soup to his wife, and ate the hot and fragrant food in the lunchbox. Suddenly I feel that joining this new company with a very unique configuration of husband and wife team may be the right choice? Lin Yuqing swallowed a mouthful of rice and looked at Sume, who was also eating happily, her eyes curved into crescents. She whispered to Xu Yang, honey, I think Sister Su seems to like eating too? Xu Yang laughed in a voice that only the two of them could hear. That's right, don't you see who did it? Chapter 52 Chu Qing Clothing Construction 2. An hour after lunch. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing, who was curled up on the sofa. I'm going to the job market this afternoon. Lin Yuqing immediately sat up straight, her eyes brightening. I'm going too. She was eager to try, and was obviously full of novelty and curiosity about participating in the company's talent hunting. No. Xu Yang refused firmly and sternly. It's crowded there, the air is bad, and the environment is messy. He walked to the sofa and squatted down, his big hands covering her slightly bulging belly, and coaxed her, be good and listen, my dear wife. You can rest in the office or go to our design studio to look at blueprints and draw sketches. But don't run around, okay? Lin Yuqing pouted immediately, her eyes filled with grievance. But I just wanted to take a look. Xu Yang's heart softened immediately, but he couldn't give in. He kissed her pouting lips softly. Dear, that place is not suitable. You are the greatest help to me here. If you get tired, the baby and I will be distressed. He scratched the tip of her nose and said, I'll come back with good news. Maybe I can find a famous designer to help you. Lin Yuqing hummed, and reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Then, you have to come back early. On the other side, Sume spoke up at the right time to help. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, leave the company to me. There are indeed some documents that need to be sorted, such as, Thank you for your hard work, Sister Su. Xu Yang stood up, nodded to Sume, then picked up the car keys and company brochure on the table. I'll try to come back early and see if I can find a few key members. He pinched Lin Yuqing's cheek one last time before striding out of the office. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Yang stood in front of the Chu Qing clothing recruitment booth in the Southern Talent Market, watching the job seekers coming and going, but no one stopped. The eye-catching recruitment conditions on the display board attracted many people's attention and whispers. Chu Qing clothing recruitment, various positions. 9 to 5. No overtime. 2 days off a week, all statutory holidays off. Starting salary for basic positions is 8,000 plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. Additional humane rest days are set up 2 days a month and are available at any time. Is this company a scam? A young man wearing glasses whispered to his companion. 8,000 and you still don't work overtime? You're dreaming. A colleague sneered. They must have tricked you into coming in first, and then squeezed you to death, a middle-aged woman asserted. Xu Yang felt helpless as he listened to these discussions. He understood the job seeker's skepticism in an age where 996 has become the norm. The conditions he offered seemed too good to be true. After more than an hour, no one showed up. Xu Yang had no choice but to cross out the words "no overtime." Soon the first applicant arrived, for the position of HR manager. Xu Yang stared at the candidate named Shin Mo, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. 28 years old. Not bad, a master's degree in administrative management. She was wearing a well-tailored navy blue suit, her shoulder-length black hair neatly tucked behind her ears, and she exuded a calm and capable temperament. "Miss Shin, I'd like to ask you one last question." Xu Yan closed her resume. "What do you think about overtime?" Shin Mo leaned forward slightly, his voice clear. "I believe that efficient work is more valuable than long hours. And I think forcing employees to work overtime is a sign of managerial incompetence." Well said. Xu Yang couldn't help but interrupt her. "This is exactly the concept of our Chu Ching clothing." He quickly wrote down the monthly salary of 20,000 on the contract and pushed it in front of Shin Mo. "Welcome to join Chu Ching Clothing. You can find Mr. Su to sign the contract tomorrow." Shin Mo took the contract and raised his lips slightly. "Boss Chu, aren't you worried about my lack of experience? I only have 2 years of work experience. Concepts are more important than experience." Xu Yang suddenly noticed that she was wearing a valuable Patek Philippe watch on her wrist. This made him a little confused. With her age of 28 and qualifications, how could she afford such a luxury? "Excuse me," Xu Yang asked tentatively, "why did you choose a startup like ours? With your qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult to go to a large company." Shin Mo's voice remained steady. "It is indeed possible to choose those large platforms that seem safe. However, Mr. Chu." She raised her eyes and looked directly at Xu Yang. "I'm looking for some kind of confirmation." "Confirmation?" Xu Yang's interest was piqued. "Yes." Shin Mo nodded gently. "Actually, my father's company proposed a concept very similar to yours a long time ago. He believes that this is the core of sustainable development for enterprises." As she spoke of this, a hint of self-mockery appeared on the corner of her mouth. However, it was rejected by the board of directors without any suspense. "What company does your father own?" Xu Yang couldn't help but ask. "He's just an ordinary businessman. His business is small and not worth mentioning." Shin Mo obviously didn't want to talk about his family background. "I see," Xu Yang nodded, thinking it would be rude to ask further. "Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Shin, for choosing Chu Ching Clothing. We are confident that we can achieve this goal. We hope you can find the answers here and help us on this journey together." "It's my honor, President Chu." Shin Mo stood up, picked up the contract, and bowed slightly. "I will read the contract carefully and report to President Su on time tomorrow." Xu Yang watched Shin Mo leave until she disappeared in the crowd. A proponent of the idea? An ordinary businessman? This new HR manager seemed much more complex than the description on her resume suggested. However, her shared values were exactly what she needed. 3 p.m. Lin Yuqing was sitting in a comfortable drawing chair, holding a paintbrush and concentrating on drawing lines on the digital screen. The screen displayed a series of childlike sketches of baby girl clothing designs: a puffy princess dress, a onesie with bunny ears. Her eyes curved and her fingertips slid across the screen, as if she could touch the cute look of her future daughter wearing these little clothes. Bite. A nearby phone screen lit up, revealing a message from Chu Yang, wife, reporting on the battle situation. "We've recruited another capable HR manager. Our philosophy is highly aligned, and he's a true talent. Proud." Lin Yuqing's lips immediately curled up into a sweet arc. She just picked up the phone and was about to reply with an emoticon package of "husband is awesome. Kiss, and thank you for your hard work." Knock, knock, knock. There was a perfect knock on the door. Lin Yuqing raised her head. "Come in." The door was gently pushed open and Su Mei walked in carrying a tray. "Mr. Lin, excuse me for disturbing you." Su Mei walked to the drawing table and gently placed the tray on the empty space at the corner of the table. "Since you've been busy here all afternoon, I heated up a cup of milk for you, and gave you some snacks to fill your stomach." Lin Yuqing quickly stood up. "Boss Su, you are too polite. I can do it myself, why are you bothering me?" "It's just a small favor," Su Mei interrupted her politely, her tone soft. "The lunch was really delicious. I'm just offering this as a small token of my gratitude." Su Mei's eyes fell on the digital screen, where the babywear designs on the screen were filled with spirituality and gentle love. What are these? She asked curiously, seeming attracted by the tiny designs. Ah, these. Lin Yuqing blushed as she tried to block the screen slightly. I just drew some for fun when I was bored. These are some initial ideas for, baby clothes. Her voice carried the anticipation of a mother-to-be and a bit of shyness of someone new to design. It's a very good painting. Sume looked at it carefully and praised it sincerely. It's very loving, and the lines are very smooth. The combination of pink and blue is also very comfortable. She smiled, a rare smile. It seems that Ms. Lin is not only talented in design, but her maternal radiance has also inspired her to have more potential. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Sue. Lin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. Thank you for the milk and snacks. I enjoyed them very much. Sume nodded and said, I'm glad you like it. If you need any reference materials or tools, please call me at any time. She pointed outside and said, I'm going to deal with some administrative documents first. I won't disturb you from your work. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sister Sue. Lin Yuqing saw her off with a smile. Lin Yuqing sat down again and picked up the phone she had just put down. The screen was still fixed on Chu Yang's message. His fingertips tapped the screen briskly. My husband is awesome. Kiss, kiss, kiss. My baby and I both know how hard you've worked. Hug. Is the new colleague reliable? Question. I'm drawing baby clothes in the design studio. Picture. After sending the last message, Lin Yuqing put down her phone, picked up the warm milk and took a sip. Chu Yang, it's not hard. Building an empire for our little princess, I feel so energetic. Muscles. Honey. This design is too amazing. Starry eyes, starry eyes. Don't worry, the new colleague is absolutely reliable. Trust your husband's judgment. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Chapter 53 Chu Qing Clothing Construction 3. As the talent market was drawing to a close, two heavyweight applicants arrived at Chu Yang's booth. A lady with a cool temperament and wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked straight to the front of the stage and picked up the brochure of Chu Qing Clothing. She was about 30 years old, wearing a well-tailored gray business suit, and her eyes were sharp and calm. Good afternoon, I'm Zhou Jin, applying for the position of financial director. Her voice was not loud, but clear and powerful, and she handed over a thick resume. Chu Yang took the resume and quickly glanced through it, feeling quite shocked. The resume was absolutely perfect, a graduate from a key financial university, with years of practical experience at the top 4 accounting firms. Ms. Zhou, your resume is excellent. Chu Yang raised his head, his eyes frank. To be honest, we are a startup company. Our current scale and resources are definitely not comparable to the Big Four. Why are you interested in Chu Qing? Zhou Jin pushed her glasses and said without hesitation, what I value is the job concept you posted. She pointed to the words no overtime, high starting salary, and happiness capital theory on the display board that were crossed out by Chu Yang but were still vaguely visible. Excellent. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with admiration. This is exactly the core value we want to build. He thought for a moment. As for compensation, for Director Zhou's position, we've tentatively set an annual salary of 240,000 yuan, with performance bonuses added to the equation. We're also working on an equity incentive plan. What do you think? Very reasonable. Mr. Chu's honesty and positioning make me believe in the value of this choice. Zhou Jin stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Chu, I look forward to working with you. Welcome aboard, Director Zhou. Chu Yang shook her hand vigorously. Zhou Jin's competence and persistence in her philosophy made him feel like he had unearthed a treasure. As soon as Zhou Jin left, a man as tall and strong as an iron tower stood in front of Chu Yang. He was wearing a camouflage t-shirt, had dark skin, a resolute face, and his eyes scanned the booth and the surrounding environment like a hawk. He introduced himself concisely and forcefully, Lei Zhan, 35 years old, veteran, from the XX Military Region Special Service Team, applying for the position of security supervisor. Chu Yang looked at his upright pine-like posture and rough yet powerful hands, and knew that this man was definitely tough. Mr. Lei, please take a seat. With his experience as a Special Forces soldier and extensive combat experience, he's exactly the talent we desperately need. Chu Qing may be a startup, but it's quite large, and the original copyrights that may be involved in the future require absolutely reliable security. Chu Yang got straight to the point. What are your initial thoughts on setting up a security system? Lei Jun sat upright, his voice low but clear. First protect people, then protect property. The core assets are the minds and safety of employees and designers. I will follow the companies. His thinking is extremely professional, thoughtful, and focused, far beyond the understanding of ordinary security guards. Excellent. Xu Yang slammed the table. What we need is a security force like you who understands both the profession and core values. Regarding salary, it's 20,000 yuan per month. It comes with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, food and lodging allowance, and accident and critical illness insurance. The salary will be raised if performance improves in the future. Sure. Lei Zhan answered simply, Boss Chu, this is my emergency contact information. I'm on call 24 hours a day. He took out a simple business card with only his name and a phone number printed on it and handed it to Xu Yang. What a neat and efficient execution. Xu Yang admired it inwardly. Welcome, Director Lei. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, Xu Yang finished his day's recruiting operation, got into the driver's seat, and started the car. Take my wife home. In less than 20 minutes, the car stopped downstairs of Lihua building. Xu Yang walked quickly towards the company. As soon as he pushed open the glass door, he saw Lin Yuqing sitting on the sofa in the outdoor rest area of the design studio, holding an iPad and nodding her head. It was obvious that she was tired from drawing and felt a little sleepy. He walked over lightly and carefully took the tablet from her hand. Lin Yuqing drowsily opened her eyes and saw that it was him. With a sleepy look on her face, she snuggled up to him softly. Hubby, you're back. Did you find anyone? Well, I'm back. Honey, are you tired of waiting? Xu Yang adjusted his posture so that she could lean on him more comfortably. It was a great harvest. Not only did we recruit several talented people for basic positions, but we also recruited 3 generals in one fell swoop. Wow! Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up, and her sleepiness dissipated a lot. My husband is really amazing. Sume heard the noise and came out of the office next door, holding a document in her hand. Boss Chu is back. Boss Lin has been in the design room for a long time, drawing blueprints for baby clothes, and then he took a short break outside. Xu Yang looked at Sume and nodded in thanks. Thank you for taking care of me, Sister Su. He lowered his head to the little wife in his arms and said gently, let's go home, wife. Go home and feel comfortable. Lin Yuqing nodded obediently, yes. Xu Yang carefully helped Lin Yuqing stand up and helped her get her things. Before leaving, Boss Su, Xu Yang handed the company key to Sume. I'll need you to help me connect with the key people I recruited today, Shinemo, Zhou Lei Zhan, and a few more basic staff tomorrow. Here are the keys. It's convenient for you to carry them. Sume subconsciously took the keychain and was slightly stunned. Boss Chu, you are not coming tomorrow? Xu Yang's gaze fell on Lin Yuqing, who was leaning on him. Well, there's a more important mission. He turned back to look at Sume. I believe in you, Sister Su. You can handle it. Besides, the company's basic framework and backbone are in place. I'm very relieved to have you in charge of the routine matters during the run-in period. I understand, Mr. Chu. A smile of understanding appeared on Sume's face. Of course, I'll be back anytime you need me. Xu Yang nodded. He was very satisfied with Sume's understanding and responsibility. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Su. We'll be leaving first. It's not hard. Take care, Mr. Chu and Mr. Lin. Sume watched the two of them walk towards the door. Rose Garden number 18. The car drove smoothly into the garage. Xu Yang unbuckled his seatbelt, walked around to the passenger seat first, and carefully helped Lin Yuqing get out of the car. Slow down, honey. I know, Mr. Chu. Lin Yuqing teased with a smile and took his arm. As soon as she entered the house, a warm and comfortable atmosphere hit her. Lin Yuqing changed into slippers. She quickly slipped into the single sofa chair in the living room and sat down, eagerly opening her laptop. Wife. Xu Yang couldn't help but walk over. Thinking about this again? Lin Yuqing slid her fingertips across the touchpad without even looking up. When I was drawing during the day, I felt like there were a few details that could be improved, especially the connection between the bunny ears. Xu Yang sighed softly, sat down on the armrest of the sofa next to her, reached out with his big hand, and accurately closed the laptop screen. Hey! Lin Yuqing finally raised her little face, with a bit of a pout as if she was interrupted. What are you doing, husband? Let me take a look again, just for a while. Didn't we agree that you could just draw as a pastime when you're bored? Why do you dive into this right after work? Mrs. Chu, you're a bit too addicted to work. But. Lin Yuqing pouted and tried to argue. No buts, Xu Yang said softly, but with a firm tone. He stretched out his hands and cupped her round little face. Wife, we agreed that your most important task now is to take good care of yourself and the baby. Even if you design it now, the company can't make it now, right? There's no production line yet. Lin Yuqing felt a little itchy from his intimate actions, but she couldn't help but mutter softly, then we can do it later. Of course. Xu Yang said firmly, but not now. Honey. Her voice was muffled, yet sweet enough to be drawn. I know I was wrong. I wasn't in a hurry to draw, it's just that when I thought about my baby wearing the clothes I design in the future, I was so happy that I couldn't help it. I promise you, I'll only draw a little when I'm bored. I'll be a healthy mother. She raised her head, looked at him with sparkling eyes, and wrinkled her nose deliberately. Then Mr. Chu, the great chef, what delicious food are you going to prepare tonight? She patted her belly playfully. Xu Yang kissed her forehead and said, Don't worry. Chef Chu's food is guaranteed to satisfy my wife. Chapter 54, Technician Chu is online again. Only a warm yellow bedside lamp was on in the bedroom, and the air was still filled with the faint scent of orange blossom from the shower gel after the bath. Lin Yuqing changed into a soft maternity nightgown and lay on her side on the bed, holding a parenting magazine in her hand, with her slightly wet hair sticking to her cheeks. Xu Yang came in after taking a shower, got on the bed quietly, and carefully embraced her from behind. Husband? You really don't have to go to the company tomorrow? Lin Yuqing leaned back and found a more comfortable position in his arms. I'm worried you'll be tired. Xu Yang whispered, his nostrils filled with her sweet fragrance. All right, he suddenly remembered something and propped himself up a little. I almost forgot something important. As he spoke, he leaned over, opened the drawer of the bedside table, and took out a simple and exquisite white ceramic bottle. Well, a knowledgeable friend gave it to me, Xu Yang said seriously. It's a high-end custom-made anti-stretch mark cream. It's said to be very effective. Come, turn around, let your husband help you apply it. When Lin Yuqing saw the bottle and then looked into Xu Yang's eyes, 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her face. She suddenly curled up and grabbed the thin blanket to cover herself tightly. No! Lin Yuqing glared at him in shame and anger like a frightened little rabbit. Xu Yang! I see through your schemes. Ah? Xu Yang blinked innocently. What conspiracy? The husband is caring about his wife and providing services diligently. Bah! What kind of service? Lin Yuqing's cheeks were red as blood, and she pointed at him with the corner of the quilt clenched in her fingertips. You just want to be a technician again. Last time you took a shower you were so dishonest. Now you're trying to do something bad under the guise of oiling. You're a technician always wanting a side job. Her angry expression was like a cat with its fur standing on end, which was incredibly adorable. Xu Yang's heart had already softened to a pulp, but he still had to suppress his smile and try his best to maintain a serious expression. Honey, you're wronging me. He raised the bottle in surrender. This time it's really just a treatment. Look, this cream is so expensive, well, it's so good. He brought the bottle closer and said, take a sniff. It's a very high-end plant fragrance. The ingredients are absolutely natural and safe. Also, I've looked up a lot of information. This phase requires special precautions. Otherwise, leaving traces behind would be such a shame. Be good. Xu Yang's voice became low, with a magnetic coaxing tone, and his body moved closer, almost hugging her in his arms. I really don't have any bad intentions. Just apply the cream. Let your husband take good care of you and the baby. Okay? Lin Yuqing's fingers, which were tightly gripping the corner of the quilt, loosened slightly, and her pearly teeth unconsciously bit her lower lip. He said almost imperceptibly. The smile in Xu Yang's eyes deepened, and with a look of triumph and doting, he carefully lifted the hem of her nightgown. Under the soft light, the curve of her pregnant belly was smooth and round, with a delicate pearly luster. He poured a little cream into his palm and melted it. His movements were gentle, and his warm palms, covered with smooth cream, evenly covered her slightly bulging belly, massaging slowly and in circles. The strength of the fingertips is controlled extremely delicately, which can not only ensure that the cream is evenly spread and deeply penetrates the skin, but also bring an extremely comfortable touch. His range of motion gradually expanded, from the center of the round belly, slowly extending to the soft waist, and then to the slender back that needed care. Lin Yuqing completely gave up resisting. Her body was limp and she could only close her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. From the cheeks to the neck, and then to the ears, the pink color spreads deeper and deeper. Her breathing became long and disordered, her fingers unconsciously clutched the sheets beneath her, and a few strands of hair stuck to her sweaty forehead, revealing her owner's excitement. The air was filled with the elegant fragrance of high-grade cream, but even stronger was a silent burning ambiguous warm current that wrapped them tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Yang reluctantly stopped. "Wife, it's done." His voice was low and muffled. In response, there was a soft push and rejection. Wipe it and go to sleep. Don't expand your technician business anymore. If you dare to add drama again, I will complain tomorrow. Xu Yang looked at Lin Yuqing, who quickly huddled into a ball, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. He turned sideways, pressed against her through the quilt, and gently placed his arm on her thinly covered shoulders. "As you command, Madam Boss." Technician Xiao Chu promises, there will be no extra scenes tonight. His voice was filled with an unwavering smile and affection. But through the thin blanket, the soft straps of her nightgown seemed to be slowly sliding down beneath his hands. The muffled groaning sound from under the quilt was like a kitten waving its claws. "Hands. Xu Yang, where are you putting your claws?" "No, really. I'm helping you get the strap back on. The technician has to keep the environment clean, right? Can you turn off the lights and go to sleep?" Xu Yang's hot breath warmed her ears. "I really won't bother you anymore. I just want to hold you and sleep. Technician Xiao Chu also needs to rest so that he can better serve the boss lady tomorrow, right?" Lin Yuqing didn't say anything, her mind was dizzy from his breath. Half of it is don't trust him. The other half of her body couldn't help but crave the warmth of his embrace and that familiar, reassuring smell. "You promise?" Her muffled voice came out from under the quilt, and her pronunciation was a little unclear and embarrassing. "Promise," Xu Yang said firmly. But this moment of peace did not last long. The sleeping butterfly wing on her shoulder suddenly moved. The big hand unconsciously slid into the collar, covered the softness. The movements were as gentle as brushing against flower petals, with an almost instinctive intimacy. "Xu Yang." Lin Yuqing's face flushed red, and she said in a coquettish voice, "You technician's hands. I'm going to deduct your credit points. Deduct all of them." Xu Yang behind him uttered a sleepy nasal sound, with a mixture of innocence and aggrievedness at being disturbed. Whose points should be deducted? Who touched him? It's not true, Madam Boss. Chapter 55, Technician Chu is online again. Early morning. Lin Yuqing's eyelashes trembled, and she was the first to wake up from her sleep. The moment consciousness returned, a familiar, warm touch with a slight sense of oppression came from the chest, like a broad claw. It was tightly and naturally covering her breasts, which had become fuller and softer during pregnancy, with his fingertips sinking slightly. The memory of last night instantly replayed clearly. Lin Yuqing. A surge of heat rushed to her head. Her ears instantly turned red. She tried to move the hateful hand away. However, just as she moved, the owner of the hand seemed to be disturbed from his sweet dream, and made an unhappy Instead of taking the hand away, he unconsciously retracted his fingers and gently pinched it as if to soothe her. Lin Yuqing was filled with shame and indignation, unable to bear it any longer. The promise from last night was still fresh in her mind, but when she woke up, she was even worse. This was blatant deception. "Xu Yang!" A scream filled with shame and anger broke the tranquility of the early morning. She turned around suddenly, grabbed the goose-down pillow next to her, and without thinking, smashed it hard on the face of the man behind her who still had his eyes closed and looked sleepy. Puff! Xu Yang was immersed in a sweet dream of warmth and beauty when he was suddenly struck hard. His nose was instantly filled with the scent of goose-down, making it difficult to breathe. He was stunned for a few seconds and all his sleepiness was gone. Wife, what's wrong?" Xu Yang's voice was muffled in the pillow, with a hoarse voice from just waking up and full of confusion. He subconsciously raised his hand to block the pillow, and his other hand naturally withdrew from Lin Yuqing. "What's wrong? How dare you ask what's wrong?" Lin Yuqing sat up angrily, snatched back the pillow, and hugged it to her chest as a shield. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, her eyes were watery, and she glared at the man who was not yet fully awake. "Where did you touch yourself? What did you promise me last night?" "Ha!" She grew increasingly angry as she spoke, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. You promised me last night, and what happened? You're not even honest in your sleep. You're a liar. A huge liar. Chu Yang rubbed his eyes, finally regaining some clarity. He looked at his wife, her eyes red with shame and anger, then glanced down at his own hand that had caused trouble. I did behave myself before going to bed last night, but once I fell asleep, my instincts were awakened, and my body had its own ideas. He secretly groaned in his heart, but looking at Lin Yuqing's cute appearance like a kitten with its fur standing on end, he couldn't help but laugh. His face immediately showed a sincere and aggrieved expression, and he quickly moved closer to his wife, trying to explain. My dear wife, please calm down. Calm down. This really can't be blamed on me. He blinked his eyes, trying to make himself look particularly innocent. It's biological instinct. How can I control it when I'm asleep? Look at my hand. It's probably used to guarding the most precious treasure, so it subconsciously wants to move towards the safest and warmest place. Bah! Lin Yuqing shrank back, hugging the pillow, her cheeks reddening even more. Who is your most precious treasure? I think you're just a lousy technician with no professional ethics. No, my dear. Chu Yang said with a playful smile, moving even closer and extending his arms to hug her. I accept the punishment. I accept the punishment. You can punish me however you want. Extra time. Oh no, extra time, I mean. I'll serve you until you're satisfied. Do you want me to kneel down on the keyboard, or give you a foot massage for at least half an hour? His glib tongue made Lin Yuqing both angry and amused. Looking at his smiling face as he leaned in closer, she imagined the more serious consequences that overtime might cause. I quickly used the edge of the pillow to press against his handsome face. Go away. Get away. Stay away from me. No more slick talk so early in the morning. Chu Yang took advantage of the situation and grabbed a corner of the pillow, pulling it gently and hugging both the person and the pillow tightly. Oops. Lin Yuqing was unexpectedly pulled into his warm and solid arms. She struggled symbolically for a moment and then softened. Chu Yang's fingers played with the soft hair, his voice lowered with doting. Okay, don't be angry, it's my fault. I promise to tie my hands before going to bed next time. Okay? He pulled the quilt up to cover the two of them. Look, the technicians don't have to work today, and the boss's wife doesn't have to go to work today. Let's take another good nap? Lin Yuqing nestled in his arms, listening to his steady heartbeat. Although she was still shy, her anger had obviously subsided a little. I don't want to sleep with you. You're touching me while I'm asleep. I will hold you while I sleep, with my hands behind your back, never in front. I swear. Chu Yang raised 3 fingers although Lin Yuqing couldn't see them, vowing. Lin Yuqing did not refute, but only let out an ambiguous hum and placed her small hands on his muscular waist. Chu Yang smiled silently and placed a gentle good morning kiss on her face. The morning light was perfect, and holding the entire world in one's arms, what could be more satisfying than this? He closed his eyes contentedly, and his arms were really wrapped around Lin Yuqing's back, as if to confirm his oath. Until Chu Yang. With a roar of shame and indignation, the goose-down pillow was raised high again and smashed hard on the face of a man who was pretending to be asleep but with a suspicious look of success on the corner of his mouth. Liar. Scoundrel. The Rose Garden on the 18th in the early morning is once again filled with sweet omissions of 20,000 words. An hour later, the aroma of fried eggs and toast wafted from the kitchen. Chu Yang, wearing an apron, prepared breakfast with brisk movements. There were still a few strands of goose down on his face, making him look a little funny. Lin Yuqing sat at the dining table, taking small bites of the runny egg sandwich made by Chu Yang, glaring at him from time to time, but there was no real anger in her eyes, only the shyness that had not yet completely faded and the sweet light of being pampered. Chu Yang placed the heated milk in front of her and looked at her eating like a little hamster with her cheeks slightly puffed out. His heart softened like a marshmallow. He couldn't help but reach out and rub her soft hair, which earned him a resentful roll of the eyes. Chu Yang pushed over a small plate of fresh strawberries as if by magic. My dear wife, calm down, he said with a bright smile, moving closer. The sun is shining brightly today, it must be boring to stay at home all the time. How about your husband take you to someplace fun to relax? Lin Yuqing picked up a bright red strawberry without even raising her eyelids. Oh? Technician Chu is going to expand the tourism business again today? Ahem, Chu Yang cleared his throat and said with a grin, this is the newly opened Azure Deep-Sea World, the huge aquarium in the city center. I heard they even have penguins, and they're live ones. There's also an underwater tunnel and a light jellyfish show. Do you want to go? Lin Yu was visibly moved. An aquarium? She had always loved the quiet swimming fish, the dreamy light and shadows. Those words were like little hooks, instantly drawing her attention. The anticipation in my heart is almost overflowing. But Lin Yuqing tried hard to keep her face straight, raised her chin slightly, and snorted softly, humph. But her eyes secretly glanced at Chu Yang, with a hint of lingering anger and an obvious meaning of why don't you try to coax me more. Chu Yang saw through her little bit of arrogance and laughed inwardly. He simply turned sideways and sat facing her, his expression extremely serious. Honey, look. His voice suddenly softened. Honestly, we haven't even had a proper date. Lin Yuqing was slightly startled and her chewing movements slowed down. Chu Yang reached out and covered her hand on the table. According to the normal process, we should have held hands and walked on the street, nervously exchanged gifts, and then secretly tried it while watching a movie. Well, then that thing. Lin Yuqing's cheeks felt a little hot again, and when he held her hand, her fingertips curled up slightly. Indeed, skip all the sweet stages of youth and ignorance and start directly from the big gift package that falls from the sky. So, Chu Yang pinched her fingers, his eyes gentle, or should we just treat today as a date? Let's make up for this first date at this special time? He looked into her clear eyes and asked solemnly, Ms. Lin Yuqing, are you willing to accept Mr. Chu Yang's invitation for a first date? The destination is the azure deep sea world. The air seemed quiet for a moment. The little emotion that I had been deliberately holding back was completely washed away by this date that was filled with warmth, regret, and new expectations. Lin Yuqing lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The corners of her lips could no longer be suppressed, forming an arc that was sweet enough to make honey. Well, since it's a date, and there are live penguins, then I'll reluctantly agree to your request this time, Mr. Chu. Chapter 56, Meeting a High School Classmate on a Date. 2 p.m., entrance to the blue deep sea world. Sunlight shines through the huge hemispherical glass dome, illuminating the crowds of people surging at the entrance. Chu Yang carried a backpack filled with warm water, snacks, and other essential items for pregnant women in one hand, and held Lin Yuqing's hand tightly with the other, carefully protecting her from the crowd. Wow, there are so many people, but it looks so dreamy in there. Lin Yuqing looked up at the huge poster of the venue, which showed penguins and gorgeous coral reefs. Her eyes were shining and full of anticipation. She was wearing a loose and comfortable maternity dress with a thin cardigan on the outside. Her slightly bulging belly made her look even more gentle. Hold on to me, don't get separated. Chu Yang smiled and squeezed her palm. Dream Dolphin Bay. The first area they visited was the lively and cheerful Dolphin Bay, where several dolphins were chasing and playing lightly behind a huge glass wall. Lin Yuqing was drawn to all the attention. She pulled Chu Yang to the front row, her cheek pressed against the glass, and smiled brightly. So cute. Honey, look at that one doing somersaults. Yes, as lively as you. Chu Yang responded lovingly, raised his phone, and aimed the camera at Lin Yuqing's focused and surprised profile. Just as Lin Yuqing turned around to share more joy with Chu Yang, a few slightly surprised calls came from the side. Chu Yang? Is it Chu Yang? Chu Yang and Lin Yuqing turned around upon hearing the sound. 3 or 4 young girls dressed fashionably and who looked to be in their early 20s were standing a few steps away. One of them was the tall girl with long hair and delicate makeup, and it was Lin Xiaolu. She had a perfectly surprised smile on her face and looked at Chu Yang with burning eyes. There seemed to be other, more complicated emotions hidden deep in her eyes. Lin Xiaolu? Wang Lin? You're here too? Chu Yang was somewhat surprised to recognize a high school classmate. He naturally took a half step closer to Lin Yuqing and nodded. His tone was polite but with a distinct sense of distance. Long time no see. Yeah, what a coincidence. Wang Lin, with her lively personality, greeted with a smile. Her eyes then fell on Lin Yuqing, who was standing next to Chu Yang, especially her slightly bulging belly. Her eyes understood, who is this? Chu Yang put his arm around Lin Yuqing's shoulders, his smile warm and proud. This is my wife, Lin Yuqing. He looked down at Lin Yuqing and softened his voice. Wife, this is my high school classmate. Hello. Lin Yuqing greeted with a smile. The moment Chu Yang called her madam, she felt a huge sweetness in her heart. However, when her eyes met Lin Xiaolu, she keenly caught the brief pause when she looked at Chu Yang, with a subtle sense of loss and inquiry in her eyes. And the extremely subtle, almost invisible, unnatural feeling as it passed over his abdomen. Her already sensitive nerves during pregnancy were instantly tense. Why was Lin Xiaolu's eyes a little off? Hello, Sister Yuqing. Wang Lin and other classmates responded enthusiastically. Lin Xiaolu also forced a smile. Hello, Mrs. Chu, I didn't expect Chu Yang to act so quickly. Congratulations. Lin Yuqing felt the subtle sourness and scrutiny, and her fingers unconsciously curled up slightly. She kept a smile on her face, but her body subconsciously moved closer to Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang immediately noticed Lin Yuqing's momentary tenseness and the movement of her approaching him. He did not hesitate, nor did he even look at Lin Xiaolu's expression. Instead, he held Lin Yuqing's hand even tighter, interlocking their fingers. He looked at his old classmates calmly. Yes, when you meet the right person, you have to seize the happiness quickly, otherwise it would be a pity to miss it. Yuqing and Bao Bao are my greatest luck. When he said this, his eyes were always focused and gentle as he looked at Lin Yuqing, as if she was the only one in the world. The slight jealousy and uneasiness in Lin Yuqing's heart were instantly smoothed out, replaced by a feeling of warmth and security. Ah, how sweet. Wang Lin said politely, then checked her watch. I won't delay your date. We've agreed to go to the cafe. I'm leaving now. Xu Yang, goodbye, sister-in-law. Goodbye. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing waved with a smile. Lin Xiaolu's gaze lingered for a moment on Xu Yang's hand, which was tightly clasped with Lin Yuqing's fingers. She finally lowered her eyelashes and left with her friends. As they walked away, Xu Yang immediately leaned over to Lin Yuqing's ear and said in a low, smiling voice, "What's wrong? Was my little Yuqing a little nervous just now?" Lin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed that he had seen through her. She hit him lightly and muttered, "No. I just think that Lin Xiaolu's eyes are so strange." Strange? I think she just didn't expect me to become a father so soon. She's a little surprised. Chu Yang said lightly, lowering his head to kiss the top of Lin Yuqing's head. Ignore her. In my eyes, only my wife is the most beautiful and fragrant. Come on, I'll show you the real beauty. As he said that, he pulled her deeper into the corridor. Chapter 57 Happiness Freeze. Passing through the curved entrance, Chu Yang held Lin Yuqing's hand and stepped into the core treasure of the Azure Deep Sea World, the underwater tunnel. In an instant, it was as if I fell into a silent blue dream. The huge curved dome is made up of thick pieces of acrylic glass seamlessly spliced together. The clear sea water flows slowly above the head and beside the body, filtering down infinitely changing light. Countless schools of fish spread out around them like a breathing and moving scroll. Ah! Husband, look! Lin Yuqing cried out excitedly, her fingers tightly clasping Chu Yang's hand, pointing at a huge figure that was quickly passing by above the tunnel. A sturdy mako shark was gliding silently and swiftly along the outer wall of the glass dome like an underwater fighter plane. Its silver-gray dorsal fin revealed its sharp teeth, cold and powerful, with a breathtakingly primitive, awe-inspiring power. The suffocating visual impact hit her face. Lin Yuqing subconsciously held her breath and shrank into Chu Yang's arms, but she couldn't bear to look away. Don't be afraid, there's glass between us. Xu Yang's low and steady voice sounded in her ears. Xu Yang held her tighter to his side, and the two of them looked up, fascinated by the movement of the sea overlord. Until its powerful tail fin stirred the water and it slid gracefully and silently deeper into the tunnel. Xu Yang lowered his head and looked at Lin Yuqing beside him. The faint blue light illuminated her focused and contented profile, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Maybe it was because she moved a little too much when she snuggled into his arms just now. A few strands of soft hair playfully stuck to her fair cheeks, making her look particularly gentle and charming. Xu Yang's heart moved slightly, and his eyes softened. His thumb subconsciously raised and brushed across her cheek, gently tucking the few slightly messy strands of hair behind her ear. Lin Yuqing was immersed in the splendor of the fish school, and her body trembled slightly at the sudden, gentle touch. She turned around with a hint of shyness and confusion, and happened to meet Chu Yang's eyes that were staring at her intently under the dark blue light. Their eyes met. In this dreamy underwater tunnel, the hustle and bustle around them seemed to recede in an instant, leaving only each other's heartbeats and the echoing tenderness. Love flows in the silent exchange of eyes, more dazzling than any other marine life around. Just then. Click. A crisp shutter sound was heard. What are you doing? Xu Yang's voice was not loud, but it was cold and questioning. He took a step forward, completely blocking Lin Yuqing behind him, his eyes full of protectiveness and unhappiness at being disturbed. The man, about 40 years old, waved his hands and walked over quickly, explaining, "Sorry. I'm so sorry, both of you. I'm a freelance photographer, Eric. I mean, no harm. Really, it's just now, when I saw you, sir, pinning your wife's hair, and the expressions on your faces as you looked at each other, that was the purest moment of happiness I've ever witnessed. I couldn't help but press the shutter button. I'm really sorry if I offended you. I'm giving this to you. If you don't like it, I'll destroy it immediately. The man said as he handed over the photo. Xu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and took the photo. Lin Yuqing also poked her head out from behind Xu Yang and got closer to take a look out of curiosity. In the underwater tunnel, Xu Yang leaned slightly sideways, his head lowered, intently and gently lifting Lin Yuqing's hair. His fingertips just brushed her earlobe. Lin Yuqing was looking up at him with a shy glimmer and immense trust, her eyes filled with undisguised love and dependence. The outlines of the two people are soft and clear in the dark blue water. The natural intimacy, tenderness and protectiveness are frozen on this small piece of photo paper, which is extremely real and moving. Xu Yang and Lin Yuqing's eyes fell on the photo and they both fell silent. It's filmed very well. Xu Yang's voice returned to calm, with a hint of approval. A smile spread across Eric's face. It's great to have your understanding. Please accept this. He picked up another photo in his hand. As for this one, it belongs in my personal portfolio. Without waiting for Xu Yang to say anything else, he raised his hand and said, "Enjoy your time." Countless colorful fish swam leisurely beside and above their heads like flowing ribbons. Lin Yuqing was still immersed in the sweet aftertaste of the photo. Wow! Look, honey. She was quickly attracted by the new scenery and pointed to the inside of the glass wall. A group of chubby little fish with long, thin tails were clumsily but persistently chasing a slow-moving sea turtle. Don't they look like little kids chasing their dad for candy? Xu Yang looked down at his wife's sparkling eyes and couldn't help laughing. Similar, but you want to have a whole bunch. You're so talkative. Lin Yuqing glared at him, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. As they continued walking, the tunnel lights suddenly became dimmer, and the atmosphere became even more dreamy. A group of transparent jellyfish emitting a faint blue light floated in the water like parachutes, drifting gently with the waves, their tentacles gracefully stretched out, so dreamy that they seemed to not belong to this world. So beautiful. Lin Yuqing was stunned and sighed softly. It feels like watching stars floating in the water. Yeah, it's like the Milky Way falling into the sea. Xu Yang echoed, don't just look at the top, there are also interesting things under your feet. Lin Yuqing lowered her head and saw through the glass floor beneath her feet several fat manta rays gliding close to the ground, their flat bodies spread out like giant underwater kites. They flapped their wings clumsily, making her laugh out loud. They swim so seriously. At this time, a naughty little fish seemed to be attracted by them. It swam over along the glass wall, opened its mouth curiously, and booed in the direction of Lin Yuqing, as if kissing the glass. Ah! It kissed me! Lin Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Seeing her childish and cute appearance, Xu Yang took the opportunity to take a photo. In the photo, Lin Yuqing is looking at the little fish intently, with a surprised and innocent smile on her face. Why are you taking pictures of me again? Lin Yuqing heard the shutter sound and turned around with a blushing face to grab the phone. It's just a record of our beautiful life, Mrs. Chu. Xu Yang smiled and raised his phone high. Let's go, honey, I'll show you something even more interesting. Baby penguins. Penguin? Lin Yuqing's attention was immediately diverted, and her eyes lit up again. Really? Alive? Of course. There are also little penguins. Xu Yang took her hand and walked out of the dreamy underwater tunnel. As soon as I stepped into the exhibition area simulating the Antarctic glacier, a cool breeze hit me. Behind the huge glass curtain wall was a large artificial ice surface and water area. A group of black and white penguins wearing tuxedos are gathering on the ice. Some stood upright, patrolling their surroundings vigilantly, like security captains. Some walked with a swaying manner, looking very naive, and some jumped into the water with a splash like dumplings, so clean and neat that huge splashes of water were created. Ha ha! Lin Yuqing's laughter was as clear as a silver bell. How come they aren't afraid of getting hurt at all? Xu Yang carefully protected her and couldn't help but laugh. Maybe it's a trend in the penguin world that posture doesn't matter, the fastest entry into the water is cool? Their eyes were quickly drawn to a special nursery area enclosed by low glass. Several furry little penguin babies, like gray and white balls, are clinging awkwardly to the adult penguins. Ah! Little penguin! Look, honey! Lin Yuqing excitedly grabbed Xu Yang's arm. Half of his body was almost pressed against the glass as he pointed at one of them and said, "Look, it's so small and soft, like a sticky rice dumpling." The baby penguin seemed a little unstable and swayed. The larger penguin parent next to it lowered its head and gently touched it with its beak, as if to encourage it. "Yeah, similar." Chu Yang's gaze gently moved from the little penguin to her bulging belly, and he chuckled, "Is it about the same size as our little ball?" "Ah!" Lin Yuqing exclaimed softly, turning back to look at him, a strange light flashing in her eyes. "The baby seems to have moved. It seems to know what we are talking about it and is expressing its approval." They watched quietly as the little penguin clumsily learned to stand and move under its parents' care. Chu Yang tilted his head, observing Lin Yuqing's focused profile, radiant with maternal love. "Wife, do you think our baby will be like it in the future, a little clumsy but very hard-working?" Chu Yang lowered his voice, and his smile brushed against her ear. Lin Yuqing nudged him with her elbow without hesitation. "You're the dumb one. Our baby will definitely be like me, smart and clever." Yes, whatever you want, whatever you want." Chu Yang immediately admitted his mistake. Chapter 58 Western Restaurant Date. "Honey, where are we going to eat? You've been so mysterious all the way," Lin Yuqing asked while sitting in the passenger seat. She had just come out of the dream of the ocean world and her stomach was already rumbling. At this moment, she was looking forward to dinner but also a little dissatisfied, mainly because she was hungry. Chu Yang gripped the steering wheel. "Why are you in such a hurry? I told you it was a surprise dinner. You'll know when we get there. I guarantee Mrs. Chu will be satisfied." The car finally stopped in front of an elegant French restaurant with a low-key facade but a sense of luxury dream garden. The doorman politely came forward to park the car for us. "Wow, it's so beautiful here," Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled. "Occasional romance is worthy of my wife." Chu Yang took her hand and walked in. The interior of the restaurant truly lives up to its name of Dream Garden. Warm yellow lights are projected onto the exquisite tables and chairs and perfectly placed green plants, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. The waiter led them to a quiet corner by the window with a great view. Chu Yang pulled out the chair for her like a gentleman, carefully helped her sit down, and straightened her thin cardigan which had slipped slightly. The waiter handed over an exquisite menu. Chu Yang spoke first. "My wife is 17 weeks pregnant. Could you please recommend some suitable dishes for today? No raw food, alcohol, or spicy spices are needed. All meats and eggs must be fully cooked." Lin Yuqing felt warm in her heart as she watched Chu Yang communicate with the waiter skillfully and carefully. The waiter immediately put on a more cautious smile and enthusiastically recommended, "Congratulations, both of you. We highly recommend today's slow-cooked Australian Wagyu beef cheek with seasonal root vegetable puree. Or our chef's special pan-fried cod with lemongrass dressing and lightly sautéed asparagus, both very mild and delicious options. For starters, try our classic warm spinach and nut salad with goat cheese crisps or French onion soup. For dessert, try apple tart with vanilla ice cream." Chu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing and said, "Wife, what do you want to eat?" "I recommend the slow-cooked beef cheek. It's cooked until tender and will definitely melt in your mouth." That fish sounds good too." Lin Yuqing was a little hesitant to make a choice. "Then let's order all of them?" Chu Yang said without hesitation. "That way you can try them all." No, that's such a waste." Lin Yuqing waved her hands quickly and finally chose slow-cooked beef and warm spinach salad as appetizers. Chu Yang ordered a well-done steak and a bowl of soup for himself. The meal was served, and it was indeed exquisite and full of tempting aroma. Lin Yuqing took a bite of the beef cheek that Chu Yang had cut for her, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow! It's so tender and fragrant. It's stewed so well." She took another bite of her spinach salad. "The goat cheese is delicious too." Chu Yang was happier seeing her enjoying her meal than he was eating himself. As the dinner came to a sweet end, Chu Yang signaled the waiter to serve dessert. The waiter brought an apple tart adorned with fresh berries and 2 small portions of snow-white vanilla ice cream. Lin Yuqing picked up the spoon in anticipation. At this moment, Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth in a mysterious arc and put down the napkin in his hand. He snapped his fingers elegantly and crisply. Snap. The restaurant manager seemed prepared and nodded slightly with a smile. Before Lin Yuqing could react, a young violinist in a tuxedo, holding his violin, walked gracefully from a corner of the restaurant to their table, as agreed. The melodious and romantic violin music por una cabeza one step away flows out like a lingering love word, instantly enveloping the entire corner. The surrounding light seemed to become softer and more focused to match this moment. Lin Yuqing was completely stunned. The spoon stopped in mid-air, looking at the performer who suddenly appeared in front of her, and looked at Chu Yang in surprise and joy. Chu Yang winked at her, his smile gentle and slightly smug. Guests at the surrounding tables also cast friendly and envious glances at him. The beautiful sound of the piano surrounded them, depicting the beauty of love. Chu Yang held Lin Yuqing's hand tightly under the table, and the two smiled at each other. Lin Yuqing's cheeks flushed, and her heart was filled with great sweetness. All the little sensitivities and emotions she had felt since she became pregnant were soothed by this extreme romance at this moment. She leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers lightly on the table in rhythm, her whole body immersed in a halo of happiness. At the end of the song, the pianist bowed gracefully. Lin Yuqing, Chu Yang, and the nearby guests all applauded. Just when Lin Yuqing thought the surprise was over, Chu Yang looked at her, the smile on his lips deepening. He tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers again. Another crisp snap. Snap. Almost at the same time, a staff member wearing neat work clothes and white gloves came to the restaurant entrance, holding a large bunch of extremely rare ice blue baby's breath. The small flowers of baby's breath are like stars, and the pure ice blue petals are dyed with a dreamy color under the warm yellow light of the restaurant. It has no strong fragrance like ordinary flowers. The entire bouquet is paired with soft light gray pear paper and ribbons, giving it a fresh and refined look. The staff holding the flowers walked straight to Lin Yuqing, bowed slightly, and said in a standard and gentle tone, "Ms. Lin Yuqing, this is your bouquet. It's ice blue baby's breath. The flower language is pure love and star protection. Best wishes to you." Lin Yuqing was completely stunned, covering her mouth, speechless with surprise. She looked at the bouquet of unrealistically beautiful flowers, then at Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood up, took the heavy bouquet from the staff, and then gently handed it to Lin Yuqing. "A surprise for Mrs. Chu, do you like it?" Lin Yuqing took it and touched the soft petals lovingly. Her eyes were a little moist, and her voice was a little choked but full of happiness. "Hubby, how did you know I like baby's breath? And it's such a special color, I love it. I love it so much. You'll know if you observe carefully." Chu Yang smiled and sat back in his seat, his eyes as gentle as water. "Besides, this flower has no smell, so it's safer. Just like it." "Silly." Lin Yuqing muttered softly, her ears red, and the bubbles of happiness in her heart were about to overflow. "Can you enjoy your dessert now, madam?" Chu Yang smiled and pointed at the ice cream that was about to melt. "Of course. Boss Chu's romantic service, perfect score." Lin Yuqing picked up the spoon, her smile as bright as the brightest star outside the window, and scooped a spoonful of ice cream. "Congratulations to the host for completing the first date mission. Reward, 800,000 Chinese yuan. Random rewards stacked up to 8. You can get them at any time. 2 more draws left." Chu Yang decided to save up for 10 draws. He wanted to make a 10-draw bonus pack.